What is this? These are collective investment schemes, also known as unit trusts. We also have fund managers who run these investment schemes. What do? They keep your money and buy things such as bonds on your behalf. After they make a profit, they share that profit with you. So you don't have to worry about buying bonds directly. I encourage you to follow our social media platforms on LinkedIn, X, and Instagram.
Okay, so quickly, the minister has given us more minutes. He's been so kind. We will start at 9. So in case you're picking coffee, pick it so quick. We have a little about 10 minutes, and then we can start off. We will start off with the national anthems, and then the prayer, and then we kick off our investor roundtable. So in case you have a friend who is still out there, make sure you tap them, ask them to come through. We'll do that quickly and take our seats because we're running out of time.
dawn and luxury living awakens. Solana Lifestyle and Residences is Uganda's newest, most prestigious and award-winning lifestyle destination, an address for those who dream differently. At Solana, you're close enough to the hustle of the city, but far enough to come home to a sanctuary of smart living. Join a community of like-minded individuals where everything is taken care of and safety and security comes standard, where each community has a clubhouse, play area, pool, and other incredible features. Let an oasis of calm greet you at the end of each day with manicured gardens, pathways, parks, bicycle tracks, and so much more. Whether you're upscaling or settling down, buying a first home or investing,
Solana has it all. Uganda is now open to the world.
So my name is Josephine Okwi, Osia, the Chief Executive Officer of Capital Markets Authority, and I would like to welcome each one of you to the World Investor Week.
Because the next program is going to be packed activities that we're going through. So, who is going to lead us into prayer so that we can sing the anthems? I will take the honors because I'm the MC. And it doesn't matter whether you've already eaten or anything. Lord God, let's humble ourselves and pray. Lord God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the markets. We thank you for the life you've given us. We thank you for bringing us here. We thank you for the wisdom. And we want you to push forward. Give us the strength to get the results, the best results out of this event. All this I pray in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not used to these things, man. This is for it's women who do this. I have really done my best. Thank you very much. So anyway, let's all prepare ourselves for the national anthem. DJ, I think you will guide us into that, and so we can kick off. We could all stand up and sing the national anthem. Can we play the anthems, DJ? Or we're going to sing... Thank you very much. You can now take your seats. We're the only country in the whole world who sing our anthems virtually or digitally. But anyway, we're in the digital world. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you've just arrived, my name is Malcolm, and I am a host today. I sell tomatoes every day. I work in the market. I bring you news every day. And so you must have seen this face somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is, as we speak now, the World Bank meeting is happening in Washington. And I think Honorable Minister has just come back, or because of his duties, or maybe he didn't go. But I know there's a team from the Ministry of Finance which is attending these meetings in Washington, the Secretary to the Treasury, I think even the Minister. And there are discussions going on that are very close to the hearts of investors, especially the people in this room. The world is going through a lot of challenges, climate change is on people's lips, debt, inflation, unemployment, and all those things. And the whole world will be watching the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund discussions and what is going to come out of there. Are countries going? How is Uganda going to manage its debt levels? How is Uganda going to manage its revenue deficits? How is Uganda going to, get people into jobs? Put money into people's pockets, make sure that the growth we hear of is real, and stuff like that. Increase savings, and this event is really central to that conversation. But I want to really start by congratulating the markets, the people who are leading in this game, the Capital Markets Authority, the Uganda Securities Exchange, and government for giving the space, for these institutions to operate and make sure that there's a semblance of savings and growing our monies. It's very difficult. We are here because of education. Very difficult to sell investor education, to sell equities, to tell people about stocks. I do that every night. I do that every night. I tell people about bonds. Someone meets you and asks you, what's a bond? What are those things you talk about? In my own workplace, it's hard. I want to confess this. Perhaps maybe Honorable Nabeta is doing well with his team. He has opened up the space for market information, for to tell people about investment, but you don't get that much space on TV. So he has dedicated space to that. Where I work, I had to explain so much, or like I do that every day, to make sure that I get enough space to give audience or to educate people about markets, So, and then you have producers asking, what are those things of yours, these graphics of yours? What are you saying? That's how hard it is. And I believe it's also hard for people like the Securities Exchange, like the Capital Markets Authority, who have invested so much in making sure that Ugandans understand this. But we are here because of education, investor education. And the program is fully packed. We'll be having more of those conversations. But right now, I want to give a chance to Paul, the Uganda Securities Exchange head, to come and give you his opening remarks. You're very welcome, Paul. So every time we talk about securities, etc., you're the name that comes. Give him a round of applause, please, for him to give his remarks, Paul. You're the star today. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm. The Minister of Finance, the Minister of State for Finance, Honorable Henry Musasizi, the Commissioner, Financial Services Department, Mr. Moses Ogupus, the Capital Markets Authority CEO, Josephine, CEOs of listed companies, Directors of Capital Markets Authority and Uganda Securities Exchange, ladies and gentlemen, all our partners here, good morning and welcome to the World Investor Week 2024 edition. This year's theme is Tech-Enabled Financial Inclusion, bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone. When we started off this week on Monday, ourselves and our partners came together to launch this week-long campaign that we work hand in hand with many countries around the world. Generally, the month of October is a month it's called the investment month within the capital markets. And IASCO, the Global International Commissions Organization, brings us together to have discussions and promote investor education so that we create more awareness in terms of the capital markets. So we carried out quite a number of activities this week, and specifically on Monday, we had an X Spaces with the youth, where we got quite a number of stakeholders and IT-based professionals within the capital markets to speak to the youth. There were over 100 youth on that call, and a lot was discussed. We had collective investment schemes experts, we had stockbrokers, we had members from the Capital Markets Authority and the exchange speaking to great length on the education around and capital markets, but the opportunities within. On Tuesday, we had quite a number of events taking place with experts within the industry speaking on different media channels, TV stations, radio, and training the public at length on this conversation of the capital markets and the opportunities within. On Wednesday, we had a fully packed room, a women investor breakfast, where women shared their experiences in investment, the opportunities, and how they've been able to achieve achieve growth in their companies, but also in terms of savings and investment in that front. Yesterday specifically, we had a public lecture with university students, and these came from quite a number of universities. Ndeje University, we had Makerere University, we had MUBS, we had Chambogo, among others. And the students were quite enthusiastic in learning and actually quite appreciated the opportunities within the market. But one said that usually when they're preparing for the exams, they cram and study to just pass the exam. This time around, they came to appreciate the actual activities of investing, and many of them made a commitment to join the capital markets because a lot of them save through the funds and collective investment schemes, but many have not come into the equities and bonds, and that's the opportunity they looked at. Last year, the World Investor Week reached out globally, so 118 jurisdictions reach out to 730 million people. Thank you. It's a testament that globally we work together to provide more information and teach the world about capital markets. It seems to be a strange topic, and a lot of people fear investment, but when you go to the nitty-gritty of it, a lot of people are investing within this space. Currently, we've got 251,000 investors on the exchange CSD system, but the active investors who have shares in these companies are 46,000. In the IPOs and the recent transactions, we've seen Ugandans fully participate in these particular transactions, and we've seen growth and positive action in terms of investment. In 2020, we had only about 26,000 investors. Currently, with that growth, I think it's a testament that there is growth, and these activities are actually providing us some positives. Now, to the theme of today, tech-enabled inclusion. What have we been able to do as capital markets and Uganda Securities Exchange? We put in place quite a number of solutions. We've got the Easy Portal. Prior to the Easy Portal being put in place in 2018, you had to walk to a broker to place your order, fill in a form and the like. Today, as we speak, you're able to use your phone to open an account, to amend your details. If you want to place an order, buy or sell, you can undertake that. You can view your holdings, you get notifications, you can get statements with a click of a button. That is a testament to the inclusion we are creating. The MTN IPO specifically had over 21,000 investors. 92% of those were Ugandans. And the retail investors contributed over 54% in that particular, over 54 billion in that particular IPO. That is wananchi, omuntu wa bulijjo. So it's a testament again away from the institutions that we are seeing growth. We have further put in place linkages to the telecoms, so both on Airtel and MTN you can be able to access your holdings and place orders. And we've seen a lot of input on this system. Over 24 million shares have been traded off these two platforms. So again, we're providing more inclusion. Further on, we've been able to enhance our systems to make them web-based, and that has enabled the brokers work from the comfort of their offices, and the cloud services we've been able to provide has simplified access to the markets. On another note, I would like to inform you that we've also joined a project. It's called the African Exchanges Linkage Project, where Uganda Securities Exchange is a member of the African Securities Exchange Association. And with this project, by probably June next year, brokers and investors in Uganda will be able to access any exchange or any market within Africa. So far, 8 exchanges have been linked, and we are joining that. As of November 23rd, we'll formally be admitted into that project. But what that will do is that if you want to buy a stock in Morocco off the Casablanca Stock Exchange, through your broker, you'll be able to do so. If you want to buy a stock of JSE, that's Johannesburg Stock Exchange, you'll be able to do so. And again, this is the inclusion and the technology that is able to create more liquidity, but also access to markets. Looking at growth, we've seen a rebound post-COVID in terms of transactions on the exchange. Last year, Bank of Baroda was able to undertake a bonus issuance to raise capital of 125 billion as a testament that the markets are able to promote growth, but also help companies raise capital. In addition, we saw the CIPLA transaction where the SCW3 private equity fund took over 51% of CIPLA. And again, that drove the activity on the exchange to the tune of 155 billion last year. This year, we saw the MTN transaction, secondary market offer, that raised over 220 billion. And as a result, we saw the turnover on the exchange grow to 268 billion this year, a growth of 72%. Again, we're seeing positive trends in the market. We've also seen that the active investors have grown from about 3,000 to over 12,000 in the market. And with one of the initiatives we are going to introduce shortly, access to the bond market will provide more incentive for investors to participate in the bond market and the treasury bills. As I conclude, I'd like to thank our partners who made this possible. All of you in your capacities, we really appreciate you, and the team later will speak to that. We really appreciate that we would not have had this event without you, as big as it's been, and all the activities during the course of the week. Those have been greatly appreciated, and both financial, to the speakers, the panelists who volunteered their time and expertise, we greatly appreciate you offering us that. With that, I would like to state that we will be introducing also a new asset class on the exchange. We've been working on it in the background, that is commodities trading. We do hope that we'll complete our pilot at the end of November, and hopefully in the first harvest of February next year, we'll start seeing activity on the exchange actively. With that, I thank you for listening to me, and I wish you good deliberations today.
Thank you very much, Paul. What is that? You just picked up on me. I needed to say something. Huh? Thank you very much. Let's clap again for Paul Bissell. It's the face of securities in this country. When you talk about securities, is there. You spoke about the commodities exchange and reminded me of what exactly I was thinking. The coffee exchange. Why don't we have a coffee exchange in this country? It is our, key foreign exchange honor, and we do not have a coffee exchange. There's one coffee exchange, and there are very many actually. One in the UK. It's the Global Coffee Exchange, and another one in New York. And reminded me of the conversation yesterday in Parliament. It really shook tables, and Parliament went wild. There were headlines all over the place. Coffee spills in Parliament. I think somewhere a microphone, someone forgot to switch off a microphone, and oh my God. But so that tells you how coffee is important. It can spill. So be careful even here, even if you're taking it. I'm going to make that comment. No, I won't. So right now, let's move on. Another face of the markets, the Capital Markets Authority. But just before that, I also want to thank the sponsors. The Capital Markets Authority, the Uganda Securities Exchange, UMEME, the Deposit Protection Fund, Old Mutual UAP. They hold a huge percentage of the shares, in this market, and people are really starting to love the word savings. And we also want to thank Bank of Baroda. It's very few people know about what Bank of Baroda does, but Bank of Baroda is really very active at the stock market, and all the other companies that really do a good job. If you look at the performances at the stock market, some of those counters that come out really so strongly, Stanbic Bank and all the others, MTN of recent, and Airtel. How this government managed to pick these telecos and get them on to list is unbelievable. Honorable Minister, you must pull other companies to come and list. There are very many companies that make a lot of money. So Josephine, the Chief Executive of the Capital Markets Authority, Madame Okui Osia. Josephine, you're welcome, ma'am. Come and give your remarks as we wait for the Honorable Minister to come through and give his remarks as well. Another hand class should be stronger. Women on top, huh? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Henry Musasizi, other honorable ministers present, members of the board of CMA, the Commissioner at the Ministry of Finance, staff of CMA and Uganda Securities Exchange, our distinguished panelists, chief executives present, and dear colleagues and I think most of us know the disruption that technology has caused, and the financial services, I think, is one of those sectors that has quickly adapted the use of technology. The UNCTDA report, which is the UN Conference on Trade and Development report for 2021, stated that digital platforms and financial solutions are critical to improving access to investments for small businesses and entrepreneurs. They provide more transparency, reduce transaction costs, and expand the reach of capital to underserved markets. And I think this is what really we are here for, talk about financial inclusion. So at the Capital Markets Authority, we believe that the wide use of technology will increase participation and allow the capital markets to provide the necessary support to government to achieve the necessary target of 40% savings to GDP as compared to the current 20%. And this is really in line with the 10-fold growth strategy that government is pushing. So what's the relevance of the World Investor Week really to Uganda? And as I mentioned, it's really to drive financial literacy and sustainable investing. So the IASCO, the International Organization of Securities Commissions, designated the World Investor Week just to raise awareness of those issues and to encourage collaboration among regulators and promote best practices in the sector around investor protection and education. And it therefore provides an opportunity for regulators, market participants, and investors to come together and discuss the challenges and opportunities facing the global financial landscape. So by promoting investor education and awareness, we can empower individuals to make informed investment decisions and to contribute to the overall health and financial stability of our capital markets. The advent of digital technologies has revolutionized the way we live, work, and interact. In the finance sector, technology has enabled the development of innovative products and services that are more accessible, affordable, and efficient. Mobile banking, digital payments, and online investing platforms are just a few of the examples of how technology is transforming the landscape. And I think most of you can attest to that, particularly around the mobile banking and the digital payments. Those days, if you wanted to send money to anyone, say for example in Soroti or in Masaka, you needed to find someone to take the money. So you had to look around for someone trustworthy to take the money. But now you just send the money on the phone. So that just shows you how digital technology is improving our lives and making it a lot more easier. According to the UCC, the number of telephone subscribers we have is 37.8 million. And when you compare that with the recently concluded census, which says that we are 45.9 million, and if you assume that each of those lines belongs to an individual, it will indicate a coverage of about 82%, but plus or minus. So you can see that the coverage in Uganda in terms of access to mobile technology is quite high, and therefore it's for us to take an opportunity to use that to promote financial inclusion and also to be able to serve those people who have not been serving. However, it's sad to know that even with that population and that access of mobile services, we have only 253,000 security deposits accounts, central depository accounts. So those really are the only people who are participating. And additionally, we have also only 92,000 collective investment accounts have been funded. So if you look at that gap, it just tells you the amount of work that we have to do in terms of reaching people to invest and participate in the capital markets. This is therefore a call to all of us participants during this week to leverage the use of technology to raise capital and to break down barriers to financial inclusion and find access to essential investment opportunities to the underserved populations. So this includes providing access to individuals living in the remote areas, those with limited financial literacy, and those who have traditionally been excluded from the formal financial system. I would like to reiterate that the capital market is committed to creating a conducive environment, business environment, to allow businesses to access long-term patient capital, to provide an environment for investment and promoting financial inclusion whilst protecting investors. And to achieve these objectives, we've implemented a number of regulatory initiatives, including the regulatory sandbox. So we are developing guidelines for the regulatory sandbox, and this will provide a controlled environment for investors to test new financial products and services without facing undue regulatory burdens. So this initiative will encourage experimentation and innovation, which should lead to the development of innovative solutions to address the financial needs of underserved populations. We are also looking to digitizing the regulatory process, and we're actively working to see how we can get this done to improve efficiency. Uganda Securities Exchange for this invaluable partnership in organizing this World Investor Week. And I also want to express gratitude to all our sponsors. And as you can see, all the banners that you see in this room are the persons and organizations that have supported this initiative. And want to thank you, because we would have not been able to pull this off without your support. But as we look to the future, we must continue to embrace technology and innovation to drive investment in capital markets and to allow businesses to access capital and create sustainable investments. So by working together, we'll be able to build a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous capital markets that benefits all members of society. At this point, allow me to just give a few statistics of how the capital markets have grown in the last few years. So as we speak right now, we have been able to raise capital through shares of 2.3 trillion Uganda shillings. Our assets under management under the collective investment schemes are now sitting at 3.2 trillion against a target of 1.8. And our market capitalization is now sitting at 10.7 trillion. So that's the journey that we have moved, and that's where we are at as capital markets. But there's a lot more potential. As you can see, the number of guys who are participating are still very few compared to those who would be able to do that. So thank you very much for listening to me. And at this point, I would like to invite the Commissioner, Financial Services, from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Moses Ogwapus, to address you. But as he comes, Mr. Moses Ogwapus is a development economist professional with over 25 years in public policy, and he has been instrumental in shaping Uganda's tax policy, trade policy, regional and international trade relations, and is currently coordinating the critical reforms in the financial sector, especially capital markets, retirement benefits, and financial inclusion. He's the one driving the financing of the tenfold program through the capital markets. So you're welcome, Mr. Ogwapus.
Thank you so much, Josephine, for your very generous remarks about me. The Honorable State Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Henry Msasizi, board members present, Honorable Nathan Naveta. Honorable Naveta is seated in a very strategic corner, and I've noticed that his presence has not been noticed, notwithstanding your prominence, not just as a legislator, but also as an investor in this sector. The Chief Executive Officer and your staff, representatives of licensed persons present, representatives of the investors present in the room, representatives of all government MDAs, and all ladies and gentlemen present, good morning. It's a great honor for me to address all of you present, especially my minister. This is a rare one. I'm honored. I hope that will mean good things for me at the ministry. I am honored to address you all at this year's World Investors Week, a global event dedicated to fostering financial literacy and promoting investor protection. As reiterated by the Chief Executive Officer, this year's theme, Tech-Enabled Financial Inclusion, Bringing Sustainable Finance and Investment Opportunities for Everyone, is particularly timely as we continue to navigate the rapidly evolving landscape in the capital markets. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the board and management of CMA and USE, Paul in particular, and all those that have partnered with this year's World Investor Week. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister of State for Finance General Duties for supporting CMA. Sir, you have been extraordinary since we started working with you. You've worked with us in many respects, including yesterday we spent time together with you at Sheraton, just to show your dedication to improving the investment climate in the country and the financial sector in particular. I thank you, sir. Honorable Minister, as you're aware, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is in a concerted effort with strategic partners to initiate and implement critical reforms to enable the CMA meet the challenging needs of investors. Focus, I'll mention a few areas where we are putting our effort in ensuring, number one, ensuring that the regulatory environment is aligned with the latest market developments and best practice. I hope, Honorable Naveta, you will agree with this. I know you have lots of issues with us, but working with you, we will have them fixed. Secondly, we are focused on enhancing the operation of the fixed income market with the focus on identifying gaps, opportunities, and to bring stakeholders together to ensure that we have a vibrant market. And thirdly, we are focusing on promoting a favorable environment for private equity and venture capital funds, and to attract more funds, and to create a conducive tax regime and an appropriate exit process for investors, among others. As regards the theme for this year's Annual Investors Week, we could not have a better theme than this one. The role of technology in securities trading cannot be overemphasized. Josephine has ably talked about this. Automation of operations improves efficiency and effectiveness, thus minimizing cost of transactions and eases trading. Government is committed to ensuring that appropriate laws, policies, and infrastructure to facilitate development and use of technology in capital markets is in place. Sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone is a wake-up call on the need to diversify the product offerings that are targeted to the needs of the various investors to complement government securities and equities. Therefore, it is the duty of all stakeholders to focus on the realization of the government's plan to grow the economy by tenfold. Honorable Minister might speak about that. Capital markets has a fundamental role to play through various alternative financing mechanisms to provide long-term and patient capital to the key anchors of the economy, mainly in agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation, the famous ATMs. I'm aware that one of the primary objectives of this event is to foster greater interaction between intermediaries and investors. I believe that these interactions are essential for building trust and confidence in our capital markets. We must continue to create opportunities for investors to learn more about investment products and strategies for intermediaries to better understand the needs and preferences of their clients. I would like to commend the Chief Executive Officer and staff of Capital Markets Authority and the Securities Exchange for their efforts in organizing this year's World Investor Week. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, I encourage all of us to embrace the opportunities presented by technological advancements to enhance financial inclusion and promote sustainable investment. By working together, we can create a more inclusive and prosperous financial ecosystem which works for all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my singular honor to invite the Honorable Minister to address this gathering. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Moses Ogwapus, who is at the same time representing the PSST at this event. I want to begin by acknowledging the presence of my colleague, Honorable Naveta, the MP from Jinja City, and who is also passionate about matters of capital markets. I thank you for coming. I've not seen Seremba. Is he around? He's represented by CPA Protazio Vegumisa and other board members who could be here. Josephine Osia, the Chief Executive Officer at Capital Markets Authority, and your staff. We have Paul from Uganda Securities Exchange and your team. We always work, CMA and USE, we always work in partnership. Mr. Gervasio Njanabo from New Vision, who is a key stakeholder in this. We have representatives of all the licensed persons, representatives of investors, all our technical officers present from Ministry of Finance and Capital Markets Authority, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I thought Ogwapus was going to introduce me because Josephine was so kind to him. I thought he was going to return the favor, but he didn't. So can I assume all of you know me? Not at all. My name is Henry Msaszi. I am the Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I also represent a constituency called Rwanda County East in the Parliament of Uganda, where I have been for the last 14 years. Josephine is my president at the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. And at the ministry, I am responsible for the Capital Markets Authority. I am the line minister for the Capital Markets Authority. I think that is enough for, and I'm a member of the National Resistance Movement. I am delighted to welcome you all on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I want to welcome you all to this meeting as we commemorate the World Investor Week 2024. The World Investor Week is a global initiative, as you have been told by the previous speakers. This is a global initiative led by International Organization of Securities Commission. The World Investor Week is a week-long global campaign aimed at raising awareness on the importance of investor education, protection, and to highlight the various initiatives of securities regulators. The World Investor Week has two primary objectives. Number one is to disseminate key messages that support investor education. Investor education, investor protection, and financial literacy. And number two, to foster learning opportunities for investors. The campaign also aims to strengthen collaboration among the IOSCO members of investor education and protection initiatives. Josephine went through all this. This year's theme is Tech-Enabled Financial Inclusion, Bringing Sustainable Finance and Investment Opportunities to. This calls us to ensure that all investors participate in financial markets. This places a responsibility of ensuring that appropriate technologies and instruments compliant with different technologies are targeted to various categories of investors. The major themes of this year's commemoration focuses on technology and digital finance, crypto assets, and sustainable finance. These are in line with the thought process of some of the players and part of the broader government policy-making process. I therefore take this opportunity to urge the financial sector regulators present to expedite your various studies to finalize licensing and regulation pertinent for technology-enabled securities trading. As you are aware, government is implementing the 10 for growth strategy, which sets ambitious targets for increasing savings and investment, aiming to raise domestic savings to 40% of GDP by 2040, up from the 20% currently. Achieving these targets will require innovative solutions and collaborative efforts from all stakeholders. To finance this ambitious Uganda's development agenda, the NDP4 recognizes the vital role of capital markets. The plan outlines several strategies to strengthen and deepen Uganda's capital markets. The NDP4 underscores the importance of innovation in the financial sector, advocating for the development of the new financial products tailored to the needs of diverse investors, especially medium, small, and micro enterprises. This includes promoting digital payment systems, implementing financial literacy programs, and fostering a conducive environment for fintech innovation. Furthermore, the theme resonates with government's policy direction and initiatives to embrace technology in financial markets as a means to promote financial inclusion. For example, the project Okusevinga, being implemented by Bank of Uganda, is aimed at enabling the retail investors to invest in government securities using mobile phones and mobile money in small denominations. I am also aware that some of the regulated persons present in this meeting have automated their securities trading processes and adopted various digital platforms to facilitate trading and increase investor participation. This is commendable. I therefore urge all licensed persons to popularize their platforms for investors' awareness and education. The need to ensure access to sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone through the capital markets is no longer debatable. Bank financing is increasingly becoming insufficient to support investment and savings. Capital markets remain untapped by many investors. There is great need to align the demand of the investors and the product offerings. Technology has enabled efficient access to markets in real time. I therefore urge players to automate their operations in order to harness the dividends that come with technology developments. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pose a few challenges to you. I don't want you to sleep. I want to challenge you a little bit. Number one is, how can we leverage fintech solutions to reach the unbanked and the underbanked populations, particularly in rural areas? Can we develop user-friendly digital platforms that simplify the investment process and make financial services more acceptable and affordable? Challenge number two, in promoting a culture of savings and investment, how can we effectively educate and empower individuals, especially the youth and women, to make informed investment decisions? What innovative approaches can we adopt to incentivize long-term savings and channel them into productive investments? Challenge number three, in terms of financing key sectors in line with the tenfold growth strategy, how can we structure attractive investment products? Can we explore new financing models such as green bonds or social impact bonds to mobilize capital for critical infrastructure projects and social programs? Challenge number four, for the Capital Markets Authority, what measures can be implemented to enhance transparency and accountability in the financial sector? How can we build investor confidence and create a level playing field that attracts both domestic and foreign investors? I hope these questions and more can be answered in the upcoming panel sessions and audience discussions. in addition to other interventions, as we update the various strategies for capital markets development. I commend the IOSCO for coordinating securities regulators and for the timely theme for the 2024 World Investor Week celebrations. I want to thank you so much. In addition, I wish to extend my gratitude to Capital Markets Authority and the Uganda Securities Exchange for organizing this event. Before I conclude, I want to emphasize 2 points. One was mentioned by Paul in his opening statement. I am happy that the industry is changing its focus and aligning properly with our strategy of the mass line. You are now bringing the women on board. You are bringing the youth. You are bringing the students, the university students, into this platform, into this conversation. I want to thank you so much for that, because during our time of schooling and as youth, hardly did we hear about capital markets, securities exchange. And as a result of that, you have a big size in the population, big, very active age, but who are not very much interested, who have low interest. We have to create awareness, but still the uptake remains low because we were not initiated in our founding years. I'm therefore happy that now you are beginning to reach out to these audiences so that we grow with them. We go into the future which Josephine was talking about with them. I want to thank you very much. Point number 2 is that, and Naveta knows, we are fighting hard to see growth in our capital markets industry in Uganda. We want to be where Kenya is, we want to be where South Africa is, we want to be where Nigeria is, and the rest of the success stories in Africa. And I'm happy that in your statement, you mentioned a number of the achievements, a number of milestones which speak towards the growth. And when Josephine was speaking, she mentioned about the capitalization, the market capitalization of, let me even check, I was taking notes. The market capitalization now is 10.7 trillion. Is that right? Yes. And the assets under management, especially the collective management schemes, right? 3.2 trillion. And the shares, are these the shares in issue? The capital raised from shares. I want to believe this year alone, or progressively. We are now at 2.3 trillion. Ladies and gentlemen, from our space as the managers of the economy, we are fighting to build an economy which can sustain itself. And one of the sustainability strategies is the economy that is able to finance, largely finance its needs. And how do you achieve this? You need to mobilize savings within the economy. And all these numbers, the growth in these numbers, tells us that we are able to raise the patient capital which Josephine was talking about. All this is long-term finance which is being generated internally. And I'm really happy that you have now started speaking my language, what I understand. I understand nothing else but growth in this industry. And today's invitation, today's time, my time of Wapus today, my heart is really settled because you have really spoken to my mind. I want to thank you so much. And let's continue the fight together. I want to assure you of the support. I have no doubt Ogwapus is a very result-oriented man. Together with his team, I want to give you assurances from the Ministry of Finance that you have our full support to continue growing the industry. Thank you so much. I now wish to conclude as follows. I urge all of us, the players in this market, to critically embrace technology so as to facilitate trading, ensure financial inclusion in the financial markets, critically consider the development of sustainable financial and investment products that are tailored to the needs of the investors, public awareness about
Honorable Minister, it's from the Minister of Finance. You can just decide that whoever is going to walk out of this room gets a check, green bills. Thank you. But Honorable Minister, you may come back. The team at the front of the table, you're going to launch an E-treasury bills and bonds platform. After that handshake, it's going to be a very quick activity. We're going to launch an E-treasury bills and bonds platform. It's going to be put on this table. This is all about an E-led or E-enabled financial inclusion. The problem is these days we are so TikTok. When we talk of tech-enabled, people are just singing on TikTok. And so maybe this time they can use technology for better things. The team at the Uganda Securities Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority, you can help us. Honorable Navet, I think you may have to come here. This is your team, eh? You're on my table. That's if you're supposed to be on VIP. Join in, Honorable Naveta, as this launch happens. Okay. So Paul and the Honorable. So we're going to count up to 3. 1, 2, 3. Hand clap, a round of applause. And this is another moment, a step into another direction, into the take-led E-treasury bills and bonds platform that will enable people to. Yeah, there's a marker there that you're going to use to sign. People will now be able to purchase treasury bonds and bills digitally. I think we also have a video that will show us a little later how it will be working. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Paul, the Executive Chief. Now you can take your turn. I hope it's big enough to accommodate all our signatures. The first president of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, in his gentle African print, where he's putting his signature as well. The Chief Executive of the Capital Market Security will be next. Madame Josephine there pending her signature. The Commissioner from Ministry of Finance, Mr. Ogwa, please, you can. I thought you were going to sign under the Honorable Minister's signature. Yeah. Thank you very much. A round of applause once again, and the video. Prepare the video so that we can watch it as well. You can take your seats. We'll play the video quickly, and the minister. The minister is requesting to take leave. And, I think
are you interested in purchasing government bills and bonds? Here's how you can do just that through the Uganda Securities Exchange. To purchase, go to the easy portal at www.scd.use.or.ug. Log in to your password. A one-time password will be sent to your email for secure login completion. Your easy portal dashboard will appear. Click on the Government Securities tab, which takes you to a dedicated dashboard for Treasury bills and bonds. On the Treasury bills and bonds dashboard, select the Investor Essentials tab. There, you'll find tools like Treasury bills and bond calculators, which help you estimate potential returns, and the auction calendar that shows upcoming government securities auctions. Once you've made a decision to purchase a government security, click on the primary option. Enter the amount you wish to invest. Are you interested in purchasing government bills and bonds? Here's how you can do just that through the Uganda Securities Exchange. To purchase, go to the easy portal at www.scd.use.or.ug. Log in to your account using your email password. A one-time password will be sent to your email for secure login completion. Then, your easy portal dashboard will appear. Click on the Government Securities tab, which takes you to a dedicated dashboard for Treasury bills and bonds. On the Treasury bills and bonds dashboard, select the Investor Essentials tab. There, you'll find tools like Treasury bills and bond calculators, which help you estimate potential returns, and the auction calendar that shows upcoming government security. Complete the form by selecting a broker. Select a security to purchase. Enter the amount you wish to invest. Agree to terms and conditions. And finally, click on Process Application. Once you've submitted your application, you'll be redirected to a payment platform. Choose your preferred payment method, either card or mobile money, and authorize the payment through your bank or telecom provider. After your payment has been completed, you'll receive a notification confirming submission of your application, which will be executed by your broker. After payment and submission of your application, you can view the form and track its status on your dashboard. To learn more about the government bills and bonds, visit the Uganda Securities Exchange website on www.use.or.ug or contact your stockbroker. Uganda Securities Exchange, inspiring growth. The Uganda Securities Exchange is regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, so you can play that video again. They need to understand it. And I hope you took your coffee and it didn't spill on you as it happened yesterday to a lot of people. So play that video again as we wait for the commissioner from the Ministry of Finance and the team to come and hold an award ceremony. That's what we need to do before we take off.
Are you interested in purchasing government bills and bonds? Here's how you can do just that through the Uganda Securities Exchange. To purchase, go to the easy portal at www.scd.use.or.ug. Log in to your account using your email and password. A one-time password will be sent to your email for secure login completion. Once you're logged in, your easy portal dashboard will appear. Click on the Government Securities tab, which takes you to a dedicated dashboard for Treasury bills and bonds. On the Treasury bills and bonds dashboard, select the Investor Essentials tab. There, you'll find tools like Treasury bills and bond calculators, which help you estimate potential returns, and the auction calendar that shows upcoming government securities auctions. Once you've made a decision to purchase a government security, click on the Primary Auction tab and choose between Purchase T-bill or Purchase Bond. Complete the form by selecting a broker. Select a security to purchase, enter the amount you wish to invest, agree to terms and conditions, and finally, click on Process Application. Once you've submitted your application, you'll be redirected to a payment platform. Choose your preferred payment method, either card or mobile money, and authorize the payment through your bank or telecom provider. After your payment has been completed, you'll receive a notification confirming submission of your application, which will be executed by your broker. After payment and submission of your application, you can view the form and track its status on your dashboard. To learn more about the government bills and bonds, visit the Uganda Securities Exchange website on www.use.or.ug or contact your stockbroker. Uganda Securities Exchange, inspiring growth. The Uganda Securities Exchange is regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. Terms and conditions apply. Are you interested in purchasing government bills and bonds? Here's how you can do just that through the Uganda Securities Exchange. To purchase, go to the easy portal at www.scd.use.or.ug. Log in to your account using your email and password. A one-time password will be sent to your email for secure login completion. Once you're logged in, your easy portal dashboard will appear. Click on the Government Securities tab, which takes you to a dedicated dashboard for Treasury bills and bonds. On the Treasury bills and bonds dashboard, select the Investor Essentials tab. There, you'll find tools like Treasury bills and bond calculators, which help you estimate potential returns, and the auction calendar that shows upcoming government securities auctions. Once you've made a decision to purchase a government security, click on the Primary Auction tab and choose between Purchase T-bill or Purchase Bond. Complete the form by selecting a broker. Select a security to purchase, enter the amount you wish to invest, agree to terms and conditions, and finally, click on Process Application. Once you've submitted your application, you'll be redirected to a payment platform. Choose your preferred payment method, either card or mobile money, and authorize the payment through your bank or telecom provider. After your payment has been completed, you'll receive a notification confirming submission of your application, which will be executed by your broker. After payment and submission of your application, you can view the form and track its status on your dashboard. To learn more about the government bills and bonds, visit the Uganda Securities Exchange website on www.use.or.ug or contact your stockbroker. Uganda Securities Exchange, inspiring growth. The Uganda Securities Exchange is regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. Terms and conditions apply. Are you interested in purchasing government bills and
a job. Muluganda, Nyigabili. That stress is there. You have to translate these things if you have to bring these other guys into the bracket. And know the stress that comes with that as well. Telecoms also have a big problem. On perhaps maybe you've sent money to the wrong person. These days they eased it. But those days you would have to go through all those prompts, as the guy disappears with your money. So you have to include Muluganda, Mulunyankole, Mulucholi, Langi, and all that. But anyway, now another quick activity as we move on. Commissioner Ogopus, I don't see him. I think he has also gone, but we still have Honorable Naveta here. I see him on the list of the people that will be taking the honors to award the awardees. So, Paul, we saw the Chief Executive of the USE. I think you're going to come here in front. Madame Josephine, you're also from the Capital Markets Authority. Step forward. Honorable Naveta, step forward. And Mr. Begumisa, you're also an authority in this. The past president of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. They really have been so central in promoting financial inclusion. You're all going to step forward and then give these awards so quickly so that we can move on with the program. Yeah, you can now come in front. And the teams, CMA and Uganda Securities Exchange, please, I think you're ready to pass on the awards. They're going to stand here in front. So, yeah. And the awardees, the awards for Investor Public Education Champions. Andrew, is Andrew here?
Which is running from
one day last year, Andrew Mwima. This is the man we used to disturb each and every day we need the market information. Andrew, there you go. He speaks so softly, you can think it's a Love Zone presenter on radio. Andrew, I wish I could give you this microphone to say hi.
So on Monday, 21st October,
Andrew.
we have an space.
How are you, Andrew?
Intended to promote financial technology
I told you.
that youth can embrace.
Okay, Andrew, please
participate in and benefit from investment
bring Andrew's award
in the capital markets. And then on Wednesday, 23rd October, we have organized a woman.
Andrew Mwima is our go-to man previously when he was still at the Uganda Securities Exchange, and we used to disturb him so much. He did a lot to teach journalists in order to pass on the information. Now, even including me, he taught me so much. There are very many things I didn't know, Andrew. Thank you very much. I owe this to you. This is your award. I don't know if I can see my name on the list. How can I be an MC and be an awardee at the same time? Kakande Alex Kakande, where are you, sir? Step up. Alex Kakande.
But most importantly, to learn about
and Ali Twaha, my colleague Ali Twaha. Ali Twaha from the New Vision. Ali, are you here?
Ever wondered about how
there you go. Ali is working as a senior business reporter from the New Vision Group. New Vision is also a sponsor of this event.
On your behalf. But what's in it for you?
Deogracious Wamara. Deogracious is from the Daily Monitor. Is my colleague at National Media Group. Ali Twaha, there you go.
Is a platform.
You will see his articles in the New Vision.
And delivers the latest insights. Welcome to Smart 24 TV.
You must shake those hands, Ali. You walk away with some blessings.
From the break of dawn, with Smart Means Business.
That's for Kakande. Make sure you know you don't take someone's award, man.
We ensure every story, trend, and opportunity reaches the decision makers and entrepreneurs.
Sebale Anthony, I hope you're around as well.
Whether it's business news, expert analysis, or showcasing local.
We also have journalists from Smart TV, by the way. I can imagine you're going to be shaking your boss's hand. In salary will go up immediately. There you go. John, you should come here and hold this microphone. No, someone should come and become an MC as I receive my award. A hand clap for Deo. Deo is from Daily Monitor, from the Nation Media Group. We are from the same family. That should be Anthony, right? Okay, Anthony, there you go. Sebale Anthony, a hand clap for Sebale Anthony. Thank you very much. John, come and announce my name. Speak nicely.
And then we have Malcolm Musime from the NTV, CMA and USE.
Do it again. Say National Media Group.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to announce Mr. Malcolm Musime from National Media Group. He does a very amazing work on every day. For those of you who watch the business news, which I believe you do, thank you so much, Malcolm.
Say he's a business news anchor.
He's a business news anchor. So besides the awards, CMA and USA, on top of these awards, the awardees will be a check for each of them, which is undisclosed for security reasons. Thank you. I think, Malcolm, I can now hand over to you, right?
I want to share this with Andrew Mwima. Later on. Andrew, come and pose for a picture with me, because you were the first guy to introduce me. Send me a market report on that very day. Where's Andrew? Andrew, you must do this, man. Where's the cameraman? This man sent me my first market report when I did my first bulletin. Hold it. You don't want? Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, Andrew. I owe this to you for helping me. I'm so emotional. I don't want to cry, man. But you did a good job. Everything I know concerning the Uganda Securities Exchange, concerning market information, this guy, he did a very good job, including the team at the Uganda Securities Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority with Keith Kariejera, with Sanya, formerly New Vision. They helped me so much to achieve this, to make sure that I'm also known in the industry. And so we'll continue to use your information to teach other people. Thank you very much to you and the Uganda Securities Exchange. I wish you could all be here, but in the interest of time, this is going to go that way. Give him back my word. See you, Andrea. Yeah. A group photo. All the awardees come for a group photo, and then we start the panels. Quickly, please. Come. Journalists, please, much quick. How much is the money? Interesting. Hurry up there. Are they only 3? No, Ali, yeah, there you go. I think we need to take a photo with Paul. Paul, you'll forgive us, you'll come back here. And we have a big one. And Josephine, we'll share the money. We're sorry for walking you here back and forth. Chief Brutus here. Honorable, we have a group photo here. Yeah. How come there's no red paper? Thank you. A hand clap for us. Man. All right, so quickly, Ali, I think the first one is Anthony. Anthony, you're going to come and introduce your team. You're going to be moderating the challenges, lessons, and opportunities in listed companies in promoting financial inclusion, sustainable finance and investment in capital markets. The word sustainable keeps coming up so much. It's part of the new world order, like every organization, sustainable this, sustainable that. So Anthony, please come and call to order your panel. Anthony is an anchor on Smart 24. I'm going to have to explain so much when I go back why I'm mentioning these things. So, but otherwise, Anthony, please take the stand. You can use that microphone. Switch it on and let's go.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. Thank you, everyone, for coming up. My name is Anthony Sebale. I am a TV host at Smart 24 TV. I host financial markets analysis, and I'm also a chemical engineer by profession and financial analyst by passion. Thank you so much for coming through, ladies and gentlemen. This is really a wonderful event. Thank you, CMA. Thank you, Mr. Paul, Madam Osia, and thank you to the whole team that has made this possible, of sponsors, of course, for this very event. Now, my role here is going to be very easy, and I'm going to be moderating a panel. And on this panel, I have a couple of big wigs when it comes to financial markets, but also in a specific asset class, that is the equities market. That is what we are going to be discussing here and now. And of course, our topic of discussion is going to be challenges, opportunities, and lessons that these companies have picked over the years of being listed on the Uganda Securities Exchange and also being participants in the markets. Now, we're going to have our very first panelist here, and that is none other than Mr. Shashi Dar. I hope I've pronounced that right. Now, Mr. Shashi Dar is, Mr. Shashi Dar, when you look at his profile here, he is the managing director of Bank of Baroda, Uganda, and has a lot of experience within the sector. And Mr. Shashi has also been to different organizations and holds a bachelor's degree in law and a bachelor's degree in commerce, a diploma in business finance, and he is also a certified associate of the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. He has been with Bank of Baroda since 12th of January 1998. That is Mr. Dar. Let's clap for him. Our next panelist is going to be a fellow from the very well-known institution here, that is Umeme. Lots of questions are going to be coming up for Umeme, I guess. But this is the fellow of Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, Mr. Oyi Andrew, a qualified accountant and finance professional for over 16 years of experience in governance, strategy, business development, and sustainability, finance, ICT, accounting, and audit. Currently, he works as the Chief Financial Officer at Umeme Limited and has previously worked at Ernst & Young. Another round of applause for Mr. Oyi. Let's massage their ego, guys. It's not easy. Okay. I'm told to stay away from the mic. Our next panelist, just a second. Our next panelist is from DFCU Bank. And this is Madame Kate K. Kiza. She is the Chief Finance Officer of the institution, that is the Development Finance Company Uganda. He has served in several positions, as you can see there. And he's a fellow as well of the certified, the Association of Chartered Certified Financial Analysts. And they are also here. Let's clap for her, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes to the podium. And Kate has, of course, been able to be in the stewardship of Women in Business program. And also, this platform has been able to be launched by the DFCU sports team at various financial industry sports events. So she's also into sports in particular, and in keeping up with DFCU's brand, promising to go further together, Kate has also been continuing to shape the future of financial services with insights and, of course, kindling the light of everyone to pursue a career in business. That is Madame Kate. Okay, and finally, we have one more, and that is none other than Mr. Gervais Ndianabo. A very difficult name, honestly. I'm sorry, Mr. Gervais, if I've not pronounced it right. He is the currently at the New Vision Group, the managing director, and he has a bachelor's degree of commerce from Makerere University and a master's of business administration from Edinburgh Business School, and a certified accountant and certified internal auditor. Currently deputy managing director and company secretary at Vision Group. Let's clap for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for joining us on this very optimum discussion. We are discussing, first and foremost, the opportunities that the exchange has brought to your companies and to your businesses. And I'm going to start right away, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't mind, you will introduce yourself at your very first comment as you answer the first question as well, so we can manage time. My very first question is going to go to Mr. Sashi Dar. As Managing Director of Bank of Baroda, you have a very wealthy portfolio when it comes to investment. You are the very first company to be listed on the Uganda Securities Exchange back then in 2002. You have had 2 bonus issues on the exchange, one in 2011 and the other this last year in 2023, June. What can you say have been some of the biggest opportunities that the exchange has been able to provide for your business? Please, Mr. Sash.
Thank you, Anthony. And among this distinguished gathering, to be here, the first reason is perhaps that we are the listed entity. So that is how the benefits from being listed on a security exchange flows. So that was an honor for Bank of Baroda to be the first company to be listed on USE. Now, as far as the opportunity or the benefit goes, so the list is very long, but in short, it gives you a lot of visibility. It exposes you, it enables you to be in the searches, in the know of the people who matter for businesses. And that enables a lot of businesses to flow, a lot of discipline to come, and over a period of time, this continues and keep strengthening the systems, keep strengthening the financials of the institution. And that is how Bank of Baroda has been able to leverage the strengths and continue on the path of strengthening, and that enable, as you mentioned, us to generate reserves and then by converting them through bonus issues. So we have been regularly rewarding our shareholders, not only through annual dividends uninterruptedly since our listing, but also through various bonus issues. And one such was the last year, 5 bonus shares for each 1 share held. So that is the kind of wealth we have been redistributing among the investors and the shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sashi Da. I'll be coming to you later on. I'll go to Mr. Andrew Oyi. Umeme has had quite an outstanding performance on the Uganda Securities Exchange, with dividend payments almost every single year, registering increase in profitability over the years as well. And we understand the concession of Umeme is going to be expiring next year in March 2025 rather. But what are some of the things across the 20-year journey, and also after listing on the exchange, what are some of the opportunities that the exchange has brought to Umeme as an institution and as a company in utility services?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think as Umeme, we really resonate with today's theme, tech-enabled financial inclusion. I think financial inclusion begins with sharing knowledge. So I'd like to thank CMA and the USE for organizing this to allow issuers share knowledge on their journey. In terms of some of the benefits of listing, Umeme really came into this country to solve an infrastructure challenge of electricity distribution in Uganda. The infrastructure challenge requires capital to be deployed. So the immediate benefit of listing, we listed in 2012. At that point, the electricity sector was undergoing transformation. Karuma was coming, Bujagali Energy Limited was coming on board, and there was need for investment. So through listing, we were able to raise over $300 million that we've successfully repaid to the capital holders. And then as a policy, again, 50% of its...
On your toes, and you actually issued a dividend. What can you say have been some of the opportunities and advantages that you've had over other banks for...
Thank you, Anthony. Through the listing, we've had quite a few transactions where we've had shares change and bring in different partners. At the moment, we have esteemed shareholders like IFU. IFU is the development arm of the Danish bill. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, CPA Kiza, Kate, for those wonderful remarks. Next, I'll go to Ms. Tandian Nabo Gervais as Deputy Managing Director of Vision Group. Vision Group was listed back then in 2004. That is a very long time on the exchange. That's over 20 years on the exchange. And currently you have about 11.7 billion worth of market capitalization and about 0.045% of the entire equity market on the exchange. But also you are at the 10th most traded on stock over the past 3 months, just of the recent statistics. What have been some of the achievements across the journey of the listing of New Vision on the Uganda Securities Exchange?
Thank you. A number of the benefits that have been mentioned kind of cut across. For example, raising capital. At a time when New Vision was transiting from being only a newspaper company and going into broadcast media, for example, we had a rights issue and we raised money that was able to finance the investments into the broadcast media. And that had a big effect on the organization. So originally it was one newspaper, then it became a number of newspapers, but we needed to go into the broadcast media, into radios, into TVs, and being listed was very handy in that we raised the money and it was able to expand the organization. Many other benefits. For example, we have more than 2,000 shareholders, mostly Ugandans, mostly individuals. Now, when you're an organization and you have in the market 2,000 people who who know they are shareholders and they have that personal feeling when they consume your products, it's a nice one. It may not be easy to quantify that benefit, but we see it because I'm also company secretary, when you get the phone calls, when I meet them during some of our investor relations programs, you see the benefit of that. Now, capital markets as well, it brings you some extra exposure to places where otherwise you've not been. The analysts are talking about you more than, there will be a tendency to talk about the listed organizations because this is where information is readily available in the public, and that is an advantage as well. Now, already mentioned by some of my colleagues, it's always a good thing to have good governance, an effective board, the ethical climate, and all these arrangements. But when you are regulated, there is that extra eye that keeps you on your toes. So it brings you into very good governance. It's natural that you really have to go to the top in terms of all the governance, in terms of the board, in terms of the ethical climate, the ethics, and all the other arrangements. Thank you. Those are some of the benefits I can mention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndianabo. Now back to you, Mr. Sashi. When you look at Bank of Baroda's journey, like you mentioned earlier, we mentioned earlier that Bank of Baroda is one of the oldest, actually the very first company to list on the exchange. Across all those years, you've had several other companies that have been listed, but currently we have about 11 of the domestic companies that are listed, but we need more. And one of the things that most of these companies are afraid of is for them to become like Baroda, to become like Umeme and DFCU, they have to have huge amounts of capital, which they don't have access to. What advice can you give for companies like those to position themselves in order to be able to list and also raise capital and leverage the capital markets in order to grow their businesses like Bank of Baroda has done?
Okay. So this brings us to a couple of things that are kind of complementary. So whenever a company needs to grow, the first important part is the good governance. And unless we have a good governance, unless we have a discipline, then the growth of the company for a long period of time will not be possible. Shorter period successes may come through one or the other zigzag, but the heights which need to be attained don't come by sudden flights. They come by working hard through a much longer period of time. So like Bank of Baroda had set its foot on 18th of December, concern for the stakeholders, and one of the biggest stakeholder is the customer. Unless I am able to serve the customer, unless I am able to comply the regulators, unless I am able to reward the shareholders, it is not possible to continue for such a long time. And then these three things are complementary. Serving the customers will not be possible unless we are offering what they want, and that keeps on changing because of the dynamics of evolution. So 70 years back, customers' needs must have been very, very different from what they are today, and in few more years down the line, they will be very, very different from what they are today. Similarly, unless we comply the regulators, we will not be able to survive, because regulators are not something extra, but they are just like the brakes of a vehicle. A vehicle cannot be driven at the top of the speed unless the driver is sure that he can stop the vehicle as and when required. So a vehicle can be driven without any accident only when its brakes are good. So regulators are those good brakes, and those good brakes enable a listed organization to have those kind of systems, because regulators will keep coming to you, whether it is USC, whether it is CMA, whether it is Bank of Uganda in our case because we are a financial institution, and Deposit Protection Fund because we are dealing in public deposits. So these regulators will keep coming to us, and every time they come with their advice, with their guidance, we are able to further fine-tune our systems, further fill our gaps, and that is what enables us to continue for 70 plus years now and many more years to come. So my advice, as Anthony mentioned, for any company who wants to carry on for a long time to attain the sizes which we have attained and which we are rearing or aspiring to attain in due course of time, would be that you, whether or not you are listed today, but you make efforts to get listed on the exchange. Once you get listed, while on the one hand it would be easier to raise capital, at the same time, perforce, you will, in the process of complying with the regulators and their guidelines, your organization will further strengthen its systems and procedures. And when these two things happen, profits and reserves generate, and that is an opportunity to keep rewarding the shareholders. And that further motivates the market as a whole. People in the know come to know that yes, this is the company that rewards its investors. So they are always ready. They in fact keep inquiring, when is the opportunity when you are raising further capital. And of course in the secondary market counters, your counters are always buzzing. So this again gives an opportunity. Whosoever wants to exit will always be getting someone who is ready to invest. And this opportunity, this liquidity, that gives a sense to all the investors that yes, this is the company I can hold as long as I want, because there won't be any problem for exit in any case at any point of time. So this again works as a good break, and then investor is ready to drive on the top of the speeds. So these are the stakeholders, investors, clients, and the regulators, which have all enabled us to continue for this long at our top of the speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sash, sharing some of the nuggets there. I hope business owners here can also take some notes. Corporate governance, good bookkeeping, and also staying very focused on customer satisfaction, which is very key to growing your business. I'll come to CPA Ket real quick. DFCU Bank's loan book grew by over 14% in 2022, with over 43% of loans going to SMEs or small and medium enterprises. As a leading bank in Uganda, how has DFCU's presence on the Uganda Securities Exchange facilitated financial inclusion, and especially for the small and medium enterprises and as well as low-income households? Madam Kate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. When we look at financial inclusion, we look at different facets: serving the underserved, serving the SMEs. Going back to our history and our establishment, we were established to close a gap in terms of the financing, the long-term financing that existed. So listing on the stock exchange has given us the signature stamp for quality that we needed as we deliver the financial solutions to the different customers. In terms of what we've done, we've attracted different partners that give us funds for onward lending, SMEs that are fairly Uganda, PSMU, World Bank, which is subsidized financing to the women. We've been the youth programs.
At the heart of every successful business is a platform that drives growth, connects people, and delivers the latest insights. Welcome to Smart.
Coming to the bank. And the first thing is my bank, what
As
is
the sun
happening,
rises
what
across
do I
Uganda,
need
a new
to
dawn in
support my
luxury
bank.
living awakens.
Given us that
Solana Lifestyle and Residences is Uganda's newest,
4,000
most
plus
prestigious and award-winning lifestyle destination.
Ready to start building your wealth securely and easily? At Level Africa.
In terms of the growth in USE in the SME sector, we've also been there with the different, and especially following on today's theme, the different technology solutions that are there, looking at the
Imagine
online
your
platforms,
money growing steadily.
looking at the different
Imagine a
partners
future
and what
sec-
we deliver. We've partnered with mobile money operators, for example, whether it's
As a member, we impact the community in different ways as part of our long sustainability agenda.
to deliver solutions where our branch network does not reach. We have a rich branch network where if you need the
Are you interested in purchasing government bills and bonds?
but where you
Here's
don't
how
need
you
the
can do
physical
just
touch,
that
which is what
through the
the
Uganda
customer
Security.
days has moved to. We have the online applications where the SMEs actually access and get there. We've done different competitions. The main ones I can talk about are still around the
Greetings,
women
ladies and
the
gentlemen.
SMEs.
My name's
The
Paul
top 100
Wiso.
SMEs
I'm the
that
Chief Executive
we
at Uganda
finance, where we
Securities
have
Exchange.
SMEs competing,
The Uganda Securities Exchange
getting a
is the
lot
principal
of
stock exchange in
support
Uganda.
free of
Our
charge
key role
as part
is
of
to provide
participating in
access
the
to capital for
competition.
companies
For
within
those
the
that have been
economy.
lucky to win,
We also provide
they've been
investors with an
exposed to
opportunity
different
to invest in
areas.
different asset
We've
classes,
had,
including bonds, equities,
Rising
among
Women,
others.
where we get
This week, we're
young
introducing
women to
the World
participate,
Investor
to
Week,
showcase their
which is a global initiative
solutions and what they're
alongside
trying to
the
do.
International
Promote those,
Securities
again,
Commission
expose them to the
organization,
different areas.
where
Many
we
of them have
partner
actually
with different
grown
stakeholders in the industry
their businesses
to ensure
and grown
that
this
we
economy.
promote investor protection and
Lastly,
education, and ensure that the
is
public gets to know
we
more
have
about the capital
a
markets
different
and the
side
role
which
we play
looks at
in
the
the whole
financial
economy, but
inclusion
also
from the
globally.
point of discussion.
Particularly this week, we'll have a
financial
couple of
education
events, and I
through
call upon
the
you, the general
Agriculture
public,
Development
to
Center,
participate and
where
take
we've
advantage
gone
of this
down
opportunity,
to the
where we'll have
agriculturalists
a
in the
lot of
different villages,
stakeholders
organizing
and
them
key
in
experts
different areas.
speaking to
What does
the
it mean to put
the
people
nitty-gritties
together?
of the capital
Remember,
markets
we move
and
together.
educating
When we
the
pull
public
together,
on
we have a
what
pool of ideas,
the
we have a pool
capital
of
markets
capital,
role
which is
is,
able
among
to
others, the key
foster the
players
growth
within the
and
market,
make multiply
and how
much
the general
faster
public
in the different
can
areas.
participate
Those are
and
some of the
take
items that
advantage
we've
of the
done,
solutions within
really
this industry.
building on
Among the
being
events
listed.
we'll be holding, we've got the Women
Thank you so much,
Investment
Madam
Breakfast,
Kate, Kiza.
which will be
As
held
you're out
on
there, remember
Wednesday.
to take notes so that we're going to have a
And then,
session where we're going to
we've
have
got, a
questions from
keynote.
you after the this second round of questions. So if you have any questions, please get them ready. And we'll have, I think, Malcolm go around with the mic. If you have questions for the panelists, you will be able to ask them. Mr. Oyi Andrew, remember is going to be in March 2025 having its connection with government to expire, but leaving behind a trail of very, very good performance on the exchange, good dividend issuance as well. When you look at the performance reviews for Umeme, the prices
Are
have
you
also
interested
been
in
up there.
purchasing government bills and
What do
bonds?
you have
Here's
for
how
the
you can do
shareholders,
just
especially,
that through the
those that are
Uganda
not
Securities
sure
Exchange.
what the next
To
step
purchase,
is in terms
go
of
to
their
the Easy portal at www.scd.use.or.ug. Log in to your account using your email and password. A one-time password will be sent to your email for secure login completion. Once you're logged in, your Easy portal dashboard will appear. Click on the Government Securities tab, which takes you to a dedicated dashboard for Treasury bills and bonds. On the Treasury bills and bonds dashboard, select the Investor Essentials tab. There, you'll find tools like Treasury bills and bond calculators, which help you estimate potential returns, and the auction calendar that shows upcoming government securities auctions. Once you've made a decision to purchase a government security, click on the Primary Auction tab and choose between Purchase T-bill or Purchase Bond. Complete the form by selecting a broker. Select a security to purchase, enter the amount you wish to invest, agree to terms and conditions, and finally, click on Process Application. Once you've submitted your application, you'll be redirected to a payment platform. Choose your preferred payment method, either card or mobile money, and authorize the payment through your bank.
I'm the Chief Executive at Uganda Securities Exchange. The Uganda Securities Exchange is the principal stock exchange in Uganda. Our key role is to provide access to capital for companies within the economy. We also provide investors with an opportunity to invest in different asset classes, including bonds, equities, among others. This week, we're introducing the World Investor Week, which is a global initiative alongside the
Ever wondered about our dollar unit trust fund? It's your passport to easy dollar investments. You and like-minded people put your money together, and experts invest it wisely on your behalf. But what's in it for you? Competitive interest rates, professional advice from industry giants, and easy access to your investment. To join, you'll need a minimum of $1,000. But before you jump in, here's some advice. Figure out why you're investing. Consider your risk appetite and consider how long you want to invest for. Your returns depend on how the financial markets perform and the amount you've invested. Talk to one of our investment advisors to get started, or visit www.uapoldneutral.co.ug for more information.
Prior to listing, we were in negative.
Ever wondered about our dollar unit trust fund? It's your passport to
Imagine your money growing steadily.
If we still had time,
Imagine a future secure.
and dream.
Imagine your money growing steadily.
Hello? I think the sound engineers, the microphones, please.
Okay, when you're driving a digital strategy, these are some of the challenges you need to be mindful of. So as we're driving the digital strategy,
Imagine your money growing
the kind of
steadily.
product that we deal in is instrumental to the economy, but is also a dangerous product if not handled correctly through technological smart metering tools. We've been able to roll out prepayment, smart metering to government installations. We've been able to invest in reconducting some of our lines with advanced, safe technology.
Imagine
I think the
your
other
money
is
growing steadily.
managing your stakeholders. Women is
Imagine a
highly
future
regulated. We are regulated by the Electricity Regulatory Authority that sets the price. We have USE, we have CMA Uganda, we have NSE in Nairobi. So managing, you have URA, managing those stakeholders to provide a predictive, are you managing your tax affairs, and also regulatory actions and wipe out the returns of the company, especially if you're non-compliant. I think the other one we've seen that has enabled the company to grow and perform well is embracing ESG practices very early. Umeme embraced some of these practices. ESG is now a topical issue, sustainability, but Umeme embraced these practices from inception, from 2005 when we came into these markets, and we've seen
As the sun rises across Uganda, a new dawn in luxury living awakens. Solana Lifestyle and Residences is Uganda's newest, most prestigious, and
Ready to start building your wealth securely and easily? At Level Africa, we are revolutionizing how you invest in African
So in
financial
terms of the
markets.
concession,
Whether
end,
you're a first-time investor,
that is keeping
Imagine
us
your money growing
easy. All I can
steadily.
say it's a fact
Imagine
that
a
the
future
concession is ending on 31st of March 2025. That's a fact. And it's a fact because the policy direction, Umeme was given a 20-year contract. And every investor in here, when they were buying into the Umeme stock at IPO, it was very clear that the core driver of business value for the company is a 20-year contract that must come to an end unless the exchange policy. What we have in black and white is that, and this is from the policy directors, who is the Ministry of Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Finance, is that the concession will naturally terminate and the company will transfer the assets.
And as a retiree, you're not precluded from
we are working well with government and we are receiving all the
key thing is
all
that
the
you need to
support.
invest
We are informing the markets on how we are managing this transition. We've engaged with USE, we've engaged with CMA Uganda, we've engaged with CMA Kenya at the investor conferences following publication of our results. We always share how we are managing our people, how we are managing all the processes, how we are managing customers, generally ensuring service continuity between now and the end of the concession. There's still value
Here
for the
you can
shareholder.
save as little as 10,000 shillings to 100,000 shillings, depending on the fund
There's also
manager.
value
What is this?
from ensuring
These are
that
collective
they go through
investment
the
schemes,
transition
also known
process,
as unit
all the
trusts.
buyouts
We also have fund
audited and
managers who
confirmed,
run
and then,
these investment
at
schemes.
appropriate point, the
What
board
do?
then will
They
decide
keep your money
on the
and
future
buy
direction.
things such as bonds on your behalf. After they make a profit, they share that profit with you. So you don't have to worry about buying bonds directly. I encourage you.
Thank you so much, Mr. B. Andrew. I think now the hearts of the investors in Umeme are settled. They had so many questions, especially, and I hope we have some of you ready to ask. We're going to have Mr. Ndianabo, and then later we shall have a Q&A session with you. Umeme really has been a very wonderful stock. Looking at at least the pricing, I wish I had bought Umeme last year, honestly. At 410 shillings right now, investors' value has almost doubled over 1 year. So very much appreciated there. Mr. Ndianabo, when you talk about the Uganda Securities Exchange and things to do with stock markets, it's not a bed of roses. There are so many challenges to the companies, the issuers, and investors as well. As Vision Group, how have you been able, despite the different pressures from the macroeconomics, been able to maintain the business active, even on the Uganda Securities Exchange and also in the world where a lot of factors like COVID-19 and shocks, that actually affected the market and pushed some people out of the market. How have you been resilient, and what advice can you give
direct
to other
communication
companies?
that leaves a lasting impact? We are your winning
Thank you. The recent, even before shocks, there are many media houses represented. You have to engage the audiences. You have to engage the audiences from where they are. You have to have the products that the people consume. But over and above that, without going into the strategies, you have to divest. There are other, because of the power of being a media house, there are many other things you can do using that power of being a media house. And there have been lots of innovations around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gervais. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, the stock market is not a bed of roses. Not every day is going to be a green day. If you open the markets today, there are some in red, others in green, showing how dynamic really the markets are. And that sets them apart from Ponzi schemes, which only promise gains. There is no loss whatsoever, and the opposite eventually happens. So thank you so much. We are now open for Q&A. I told you, if you have any questions, you just have to raise your hand. Malcolm is going to be with the mic. Remember, on the panel, we have Umeme, we have DFCU, we have Bank of Baroda, and Vision Group represented. All these are listed entities on the Uganda Securities Exchange. Feel free to ask questions. Remember that wedding comment that if you don't ask now, never ask. So this is the moment you have to ask safely. The regulator is here, the exchange is here, so we are safe, right? So feel free to raise your hand, and Malcolm will be reaching out to you. Anyone so far? Okay, there's a hand here. Lynn. Oh, there's a hand as well at the back. Lynn, you can help me. There's a hand there. Okay, Lynn, you can give them the mic. We have the first hand here on that table. Remember to mention your name.
Hello, good morning. My name is Deogratius Solana, directly I have a few questions like three. I wanted to understand, for instance, how companies that are listed on the stock market balance investor expectations. For instance, this person is trying to buy shares in the company because they expect capital growth and also dividends. But how do you balance out this hungry of what I'll get from the company? The other one is, what bothers you as a company listed on the exchange? Is it the scrutiny of your valuation rates? Is it the returns that shareholders get, or the trades on your shares on the market? The other one would be, for instance, your companies that have employees who are also shareholders. How do you try to hedge yourself from the short selling? For instance, you might know that something's going to happen, and
ever wondered about our dollar unit trust fund? It's your passport to easy dollar investments. You and like-minded people put your money together, and experts invest it wisely on your behalf. But what's in it for you?
I was asking, how do you
competitive interest rates,
like short selling happening?
Professional advice from industry giants,
the last one would
and
be
easy access to your investment.
To
join,
tell me
you will need a minimum of $1,000. But before you jump in, here's some advice.
How will that be handled?
Figure out why you're investing. Consider your risk appetite and consider how long you want to invest for.
Okay,
your
thank
returns
you. I
depend
think we
on
will
how the
take all
financial
the
markets
questions at
perform,
once.
and the amount you've invested. Talk to one of our investment advisors to get started, or visit www.uapoldmutual.co.ug for more information.
But I'll be wearing the hat of shareholder today. My question is to Mr. Ndianavo.
Before you jump in, here's some advice. Figure out why you're investing.
Please feel free to raise your hand. We are going to take the questions at once, and then later we'll have the responses.
Consider how long you want to invest for.
Thank
your
you.
returns depend on how the financial markets perform and the amount you've invested. Talk to one of our investment advisors to get started, or visit www.uapoldmutual.co.ug for more information.
CMA, but my concern is that the Islamic bank, the Islamic products are not well represented in the Ugandan market. I know it's a different concept, and it's something new, but I think it will be worthwhile if you took it up and had it for digestion. Currently, at where I work with a group of team from the Middle East, from Bahrain, and from Egypt and Djibouti, trying to set up the Islamic treasury products. So I believe they're very kind. They can come to you and you engage with them. I know it's a very different concept from the accounting parts, but having full representation from there, I would like you to look into it, because it's a very wide market in Africa. It's untapped. You can just imagine the liquidity I'm sitting with, but we can neither participate in the stocks, not in the fixed income. No other product is accommodated so far with the CMA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question before we go ahead to get the answers? Oh, one last one here at the front, and then we shall have responses to the questions.
Thank you. My name is Abat Swekwasize, Director of Ganakubga Global Technologist and Chairperson, Avit Sako. My question goes to Andrew of Umeme. You said you have a circle under Umeme, but it's not yet entered in security exchange. Is it because it's not allowed Because I'm a chairperson at SACCO, I would wish to join this security exchange. But if it's not, the road does not allow, that's a different answer.
Can you rephrase your question, Mr. Herbert? You've understood? Wow, okay, thank you. All right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Herbert.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can have those responses for now. Malcolm, can we?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let's start with the very first person was Mr. Deogracius from Daily Monitor. I asked a couple of questions, but I think we shall pick on some and have responses. I'll start with you, Madam Kiza. He asked about what bothers you as a listed company. Is it the shares? Is it the capitalization? What really bothers you? I think you can respond to that first and we move ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. So, what bothers me in terms of listed, you mentioned about the scrutiny by the USE and CMA. On the other side, the scrutiny helps me keep in check, keep in line. The best control you can have is a control where somebody expects that somebody can check you at any time, any moment. So it keeps you in check, and that doesn't bother me. When you look at growth, yes, growth is one of the things that we look at, but the return. When investors put aside money to invest in a company, it's not a donation, it's not money that is not useful for them, but they invest it for the return. So one of the things I look at is what return and consistent return I'm giving to the investors. Anthony did allude to the dividend payouts that we've had. So one of the things, if we look at coming into today's theme on sustainability, how do I deliver good return to the investors sustainably? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kate. I'll move to Mr. Sash. Before I go to Mr. OE, Mr. Sash, feel free to answer any of the questions, but also one of the concerns of Deogracius still, because the other questions were really specific, was about how you can actually have investors who are employees. For example, you have a Bank of Baroda staff who is still an investor as well in your company. Won't that, have some information leak that could actually harm the information that is out there, or the people that are investing with you?
Okay. Thank you, Anthony. So as far as the first thing is, like if an investor or if an employee is also an investor, so then there are insider trading norms. So as per insider trading norms, whosoever are employees, whichever employee is categorized within that particular group, which can be considered insider, that is well defined as per the regulators. So for them, there is a trading window when they can trade and when they cannot trade, when they can buy or sell and like that. So this is what protects the interests of having some information or having discrimination on the basis of the access to information. I think that answers this question.
Hello?
With regard to harming, putting in harm to any employee or to the investor base. Besides the question regarding balancing the investor expectation or the scrutiny and whether it is return on equity, etc., what we target. So actually, my take is that with regard to scrutiny, I have already spoken that the scrutiny by the regulators are the important breaks which allow me to drive on the top of the speed. I know what are my limits. And as far as the return on equity is concerned, so that is a function of various strategies that we chart out to increase our businesses, because we cannot have a return on equity unless I can sell my product, unless I have a consistent revenue stream. And for revenue stream, I need to have the focus on customer, because it is the customer who is going to buy my product. So return on equity is not something what we bother, but actually return on equity or the investor expectations are the benchmarks, are the motivators which give us new target, because like everyone takes a target. So as the head of institution, what would be target for this year or for the next year? So that we take as from these benchmarks or from these numbers, that okay, if I have to deliver this return on equity, or for example, Anthony had alluded for a dividend payout. So if I had paid 2 shillings per share last year on the Baroda share as dividend, so now this year I would be targeting a 3 share, can I pay 3 shilling per share? Now for paying this 3 shilling per share, how much profit I should generate this year? For generating that much profit, looking at the dynamics of the markets and the various risks involved, what can I sell? What kind of revenue stream can I generate? Are there any changes at the marketplace? Whether the customers would be happy to continue with us on the same products, or there is a shift in their preferences and they want something new. So those are the things, those are the thoughts and strategies. The basics are the investors, because money is coming from them. It is their expectation which is driving something, and now to actualize that expectation, I have to look at the dynamics of the market, and that will take care of everything. And here, one of the thing I must mention, though it had not come explicitly in my deliberation and the statements, are a very important segment, that is employees. So employees, even if they are not
in a minute,
the...
Mr. Sash, minute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So employees who are, even if they are not investors, they are the persons, they are the source who are going to deliver. So then putting across and complementing each of these things, that bring us and that gives us these motivations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shash, for those responses. We have about 2 minutes for each of the speakers so that we keep time. But Mr. Andrew, since the mic is with you and you had 2 people ask you almost the same question, please feel free to respond.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the specific questions. There was one on whether a SACCO can participate in security exchange and if it's legal. I think the experts are in the house. Security exchange will advise you. But for us, our SACCO, we participate in wealth generation schemes. We invest in equities, we invest in bonds, bills. So I don't think there is any restriction, but I think the USE will give you more color to that. The other one is what bothers me. I think it's very consistent. I think focusing on the return may not be appropriate, but rather focusing on the drivers of that return, the value. So for us, it's when you draw this power from the electricity transmission company, are you driving down losses? Are you growing customers? Are you investing? Are you optimizing on your structures? Are you optimizing on your supply chains? Now, when you drive those value drivers, the return will automatically work itself out. So it's those specifically power losses, people who steal power in this country keep me awake. That's what keeps me awake. Hedging, I think in terms of hedging and short trading, in addition to insider trading regulations, it's important to communicate this widely among your staff. There are notices whenever, say, you declare dividends and the trading period is in effect to be communicated on a timely basis, and all your staff ought to sign off on those insider trading policies, because sometimes people look at these as technical, and yet they are matters of governance and compliance. Benefits to shareholders and what will happen at the end of the concession. As indicated, the concession runs up to end of March. Between now and then, we're still selling electricity, so there's value for you that. The other requirement is, as investors, there will be investments that will be unrecovered at the end of the concession. By contract, those would have to be paid to the company, and an appropriate strategy will be communicated to the shareholders. So rest assured, there is value, but the onus is on the company to ensure that they derive that value for the stakeholders. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Andrew Oyi. I hope those were satisfactory responses. Mr. Ndianabo, there was a question to you concerning the government's increase or the bailout that government is doing, increasing its stake in the company by buying more shares. Currently, we have 47% of shares in the public and 53% in the government. Will this bailout be beneficial to the investors? That was from Anita.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's on. It is on.
Hello? Hello? Okay, sorry. Thank you, Anita, for the question, and the moderator has put another twist to it. Yes, so earlier this week, there is a process that culminated into earlier this week, New Vision holding an extraordinary general meeting where there was an approval to issue preference shares to the government of Uganda. These are cumulative, non-redeemable, and convertible preference shares. Now, the transaction is not yet complete, so I can only speak up to now because the transaction is not yet complete. Now, the issue is, does this disadvantage shareholders or not? First of all, these are not ordinary shares, so in terms of the shareholding from the ordinary shares, the ratios remain the same, so there is no dilution. But specifically from the angle that Anita, from where she asked, this money, when it comes, it is to finance certain products that were thought through, and these are the products that will enhance the financial capacity of the organization. So certainly this would help improve, even for the existing shareholders, improve on their returns. If you look at the terms of the preference shares, you will understand what I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndenabo. The shares are non-convertible. That was key to note. They are preferential shares, but non-convertible. There was one question that wasn't answered, and that is from Christabel. They're actually convertible. They are convertible.
They are convertible, but non-redeemable.
Non-redeemable. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There was a question from Christabel on Salam Bank, from Salam Bank, on how can we adopt, or can we adopt Islamic banking? Islamic banking sounds too good to be true, but can we adopt it in our markets as maybe issuers or as the exchange? Anyone who can answer that on the panel? From the banks, yes. Thank you. Yes, it's on.
Right. Thank you, Christabel. Islamic banking is in its infancy stage. The rules have been designated. So in terms of the banking side, we are starting to understand what Islamic banking is, what it entails, and the conversations are going on. I believe her question was more to the USE. So at the risk of not having freedom after speech, I should to answer for USE. So I think Paul and Josephine, yes, will be able to handle that. Thank you.
I think Mr. Paul and Josephine will answer that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Ndanabo, Madam Kate Kiza, CPA. Thank you. And there are so many years, I'm told.
Check.
Thank you all for the knowledge and the wisdom. Thank you, Malcolm.
Hello.
And thank you, the audience, for being very, very engaging. Have a lovely rest of the day.
Photo, please. Umeme, who manages your X account? You know that it's not Twitter now, X. There's when you tweet or you post a comment, there's a way they reply you. Is it a parody account? Is it? Oh, it is you, Mr. Thank you very much. Thank you. And as the complete... By the way, Zeno is in the house. Guys, a round of applause for Zeno. Zeno, I last looked at their financials. I think they have assets under management now. Oh, I need to get out of this photo. Wait, give me my microphone, bros. Okay, I was still, as you sort out your mic, I was talking about Zeno. Zeno is now 60 billion or so assets under management, and they're also in Kenya. Hey, there you go, David, my former colleague. David, you ran away from radio. I don't know whether he's still on radio or something, but Zeno, another round of applause. Zeno is here. Thank you very much for coming. I hadn't seen you, and I was getting worried. Okay, so now we're going to invite one of our sponsors to come and give quick remarks. I'm very sure Honorable Naveta, the Chief Executive at Smart TV, will be leaving very soon to come and give a little remarks from the sponsors stand. But we really want to thank everyone, all the sponsors. We'll be mentioning them once in a while that are in the house. Let's invite, before that, we invite Honorable Naveta to come and give a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. I want to take this opportunity to thank Paul, USE, and Joseph and CMA, and the Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much for organizing this today. I am looking forward to more of these investor, engagements. So thank you very much for this arrangement. I'm going to, honest with the Moses and Finance. Maybe just to go back, I want you to know that Smart 24 came before the private member bill and all these things we've been discussing. So I want you to, I'm here in that capacity to speak about Smart 24, not the discussions we've been having with you about the reforms in the sector. However, I just wanted to highlight on one thing that the thing I saw from the starting of Smart 24 was that business is not as maybe as enticing as politics. For us, when you engage us in the political arena, as you saw yesterday and a few others, politics seems to be more interesting to a lot of other people. When you turn it to the business angle, sometimes people switch off a bit. So they find, I think, the business discussions a bit more cumbersome than they would. So that has been the challenge in terms of how do you bring people to discuss things that sometimes are complicated or sound complicated. When you discuss some of these issues, they seem to be only left to a few people, who understand them. So the challenge there lies in terms of if you are a business channel, you are only focused on business, which of course is normal. If you watch Bloomberg, you see how easy it is. It's easy to find consultants. In Uganda, let's say you're looking for consultants on ABC, it is difficult. Sure. If you look for Paul, you may have a hard time finding Paul. You may have a hard time finding Josephine to expound on an issue, because the experts are not as many, they are fewer, and therefore they are very busy with the engagements they are having. So one of the challenges we have, I think, as the minister was saying here, in terms of awareness and education, is how do you educate the masses? Because you have to create the community of investors. And I would want you, and I feel as my discussions with the Minister of Finance and Moses has been, we shouldn't be looking more as to, we've looked at Kenya as more of the big brother. But I was challenging Moses that we shouldn't be looking more at to Kenya. We should be looking to bigger things than Kenya. Because Kenya, since 1954, when the capital markets came in, they've also only listed about 70 equities, securities. Since then. So in the 70 years, they haven't done as much. I would rather you look at more of Johannesburg, JSE, and maybe Mauritius. At least from when JSE came in 1887, it has been able to showcase some of the growth opportunities that I see on the African setting. So for me, the opportunity I saw is that Africa is 18% global population, but we are only 2.2% global GDP. So that means that there's a disconnect. And to me, that's the opportunity I see. If we focused on business and emphasized how do we become part of the global economy, there to me lays an opportunity. There lays the opportunity. Imagine the kind of infrastructure we need to have for us as Africa to just move from 2% to 5% of global GDP, just the kind of infrastructure. And to me, we shouldn't be looking at government. These are things that I think now capital markets should feel in terms of this infrastructure. Imagine if Ugandans had raised money for Bujagali. Now imagine the wealth that we have created for Ugandans if we actually had mobilized. And Ugandans have this money. You could have raised the $500 million you needed for Bujagali. So for me, the challenge to you and in our discussions, on the other hand, is why I've always been emphasizing in our discussions on the private members bill is I would want to see more of the private sector led rather than the government led. I would rather see not the politics to lead, but private sector to lead. But that's another discussion we shall continue to have. Bottom line is that we are partners in trying to see that we develop the capital markets to be able to drive this economy forward, to have private sector lead us, not for politics to lead us. So as partners of Smart 24, the issue is that we have gone into consultancy and production because I have realized that we need to do a lot more with our partners to be able to create the awareness and to create the mass, the community that we need, which when you talk about investments and what, it becomes it is interesting. I saw Bloomberg in New York on Monday when I was there. They were launching a young group. There is a young investors group, and these are 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds, and they have a group, and so they were launching and they were having a small meeting as young investors to discuss how they're investing and how they're going to invest. And of course, if you had a Mark Zuckerberg here, a young Mark Zuckerberg, and you don't know anyone in government, you can't borrow from a bank, how do you raise money? How do you enable a Mark Zuckerberg of Uganda to create something? And Josephine, I think that's where I'm happy you've talked about the sandbox. And these are things I think we can work on, and we need to educate the young people. Because I see some people looking for the President Innovation Fund, but sometimes that might not be easily accessible. So how do we educate Ugandans that if you're a young person and you have an idea, you can be incubated in this level, and you can find angel investors in this level to be able to promote this. And to me, that's the opportunity that lays for us to go from 2% global GDP to at least something like 5%, if you can enable these young people to participate in such global areas. So in Smart 24, in brief, you have a group which is ready to support you in any areas. I know in the last discussion, Josephine, you didn't come, but some were holding me they were holding me by the neck that I am actually, I'm fighting, but no, I am a partner. I'm a partner to see that we have, a sector that is actually very vibrant. So you have a partner who is ready to work with you to be able to promote all the aspects. And Moses, thanks for the support. We have moved a great deal of things now. So I am happy that I think the future is very bright. Malcolm, thank you very much. And thank you very much once again for all the participants. God bless.
Honorable Naveta is dressed like the Facebook CEO. That's how he dresses. Mark Zuckerberg dresses like him. Money is like COVID. And he's talking about Europe, that the kids in Europe are talking about investment and all that. If you want to know a society and things they believe in, these days you don't go far, you go on TikTok. Those days you used to go on Facebook. Now, our kids here, I'm sure you know the content they create. They're busy shaking bums. Oh, sorry. They're busy shaking their bodies. That's true, isn't it? Go on TikTok right now. The content they create, and Honorable is talking about the kids in New York, and that's the truth. So we need to change that, perhaps by doing more of what Smart TV and other media houses are doing. And so that's exactly what it is. So now, next remark is going to come for another platinum sponsor, who is, by the way, Smart is a platinum sponsor. Another platinum sponsor for this event is New Vision Group. And Gervas Ndenabo, the Deputy Managing Director, sir, I'm told you're supposed to come back and give your remarks, this time in the capacity of New Vision. Please, you're welcome, sir. You should keep clapping until he gets here, because it gets boring. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. As he says, the other time I was here as a listed company, now as a sponsor. New Vision has found it fit that we always support this Investor Week. But beyond and over and above the support to the Investor Week, we believe that we have a responsibility, first of all, responsible reporting on a number of topics, including the issues related to investments. Secondly, we do actually go out and seek ways of promoting this this investor literacy throughout the year. Think of future articles in newspapers, podcasts that are available throughout our media channels. You seek experts and have talk shows in these areas, selected areas. So all these are aimed at supporting the investment climate in the country, and we believe it is our responsibility as part of our corporate citizenship. So we will support this Investor Week, but over and above that, we will continue to support all those things that will create a more better governance, but particularly since we are here for now for the Investor Week, all issues related to good investments and supporting policies. You know, you shape opinions. And just before I leave, if I were to tell you, how are people consuming information? There are those you are talking about, those who are unreachable or unreached. How do we reach them? And the people who reach them, where do they get their information? So when you have the big media houses, they make their research, they have access to the experts. So that journalism is what shapes all the discussions you hear. We have about 300 radio stations in the country. The people who run those radio stations on talk shows, where do they get their information? It comes from the media houses that have invested in good journalism. They have access to the experts. They ask all the questions. They look for the answers. And we believe that it is very important that we practice responsible journalism. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you.
New Vision, you don't write about that guy. There's a color that looks like this microphone on the tip of the microphone. It's a joke, though. You know, securities. There's something just earlier we talked about the stock exchange etc. and of course ours is nascent stages, but we know we're also there, and we're not just launching digital by the way, because I think 2021 the Ghana Securities Exchange launched a platform where people can track and buy shares and all that. But that said, there's still something that we really need to, our society is still just imagine when something happens in Nairobi. There is recently the protests. The stock exchange, the Nairobi Securities Exchange, things went, people were saying, oh, the stocks companies are running away and stuff like that. So the whole economy shakes. But when you have Noop running downtown with police here, etc., I mean, you don't hear people saying, there's that confidence that stays. Is it false confidence or like real confidence, Mr. Paul? You'll be talking to us about that. What happens here when we have disruptions and the stock exchange remains? Sometimes you check and it's green up and down and stuff like that. So we have SBG Securities, by the way, also as one of our platinum sponsors. And Grace Semakura, please, I'm told you have arrived on a red carpet. You can, from Stambik, you can come and address us. Is he here? Semakula Grace, as we prepare my friend Twaha and his colleagues. Oh, he's there. Come and make your remarks on behalf of SBG Securities. A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here before you. My name is Grace Semakula. I'm the Chief Executive of SBG Securities, Uganda. We are a subsidiary of Stanbic Uganda Holdings, and I'm sure you all know the anchor subsidiary of the holdings company, being the bank. We are very proud to partner with the Capital Markets Authority and the USE in sponsoring the World Investor Week. Having been around over the years and seeing the coverage for this event, I think we can all agree that this has been the best attended, best organized, best covered, and I believe there's a lot of impact that is coming out of this event. I've been part of the event throughout the week and seeing the coverage in the various forums, and I'm sure that we have so far at least done our part, which is to educate the public about the financial markets, which is to explain the role of regulators in investor protection. And as SBG, we have a bit more to share later on. We'll be sitting on one of the panels in the afternoon. So today, my brief remarks for now are just to welcome you once again. We will be sharing a bit more later. I think Malcolm decided to bring me up here a little bit earlier than planned, but yeah, thank you very much.
Mr. Semakula, things change so fast in Uganda, so was given a different schedule when you were away. Deposit Protection Fund is also a platinum sponsor, and then as we prepare for another panel. Deposit Protection Fund, please come and give your brief remarks as a sponsor. You may have to be on a panel, I think, later. Deposit Protection Fund is part of Bank of Uganda, yeah? It's a very important man, central bank. So you have to clap again. Give us money.
Thank you so much, Malcolm, for the introductory. But I would like to make some clarifications, sir. We are no longer part of the central bank, just like I will. Yes, we are relatives. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ehab Karugaba. I work with the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Right now, I don't know my title, but what I'm sure is that I'm representing the fund. It has come to our knowledge that largely most people, especially out there, don't know much about the Deposit Protection Fund. Like my friend Malcolm, I'm sure by the time you leave, you know what we do and where we are. So Deposit Protection Fund is a legal entity established by an Act of Parliament in 2016, and fully fledged entity started operations in 2017. But prior to that, it was a department at the central bank, and that was established then around 1994. But definitely with the recent economic times, there was a rethink to establish an independent entity to take up the issues that are coming out from the global markets. At the DPF fund, at the DPF, we have a mandate that is clear. One is deposit insurer. We protect deposits of customers in all the financial sectors or in the financial institutions that are licensed by the central bank. I wanted to show a picture that we can quickly resonate with. Allow me to. Oh, technology is acting. Take me to slide number 3. Yes, this is the picture I wanted to share. Largely my conversation will be about this picture. In an event such occurrence happens, at the Deposit Protection Fund we failed. Our core mandate is to avoid such scenarios happening in Uganda. This was the bank in UK, in Newcastle, which collapsed in 2017, 2018, thereabout, following the crisis. The result of that was a bank run where customers felt that their deposits at that bank were not safe. So our core mandate is to ensure that such scenarios don't happen. Customers get real-time information that their deposits in their respective banks are fully protected. I will talk about the coverage. So the DPF, the core mandate, deposit protection, then we have financial stability by public awareness. Our key mandate is to go out there and inform the public about what we do and how we support the financial sector at large for stability and sustainability. I wanted to remain on that presentation. So the functions, I've talked about the depositor protection with the coverage. Right now we have a coverage of 10 million. 5 years back it was around 7 million. So it was 3 million. But the reviews normally after 5 years. So since then, we are actually now at our next review to see if indeed the 10 million that we do cover right now is sufficient enough to give that confidence that we are talking about here. Another key role that we play is that we can act as a receiver or liquidator in an event that a bank collapses, and in the wisdom of the central bank tries to liquidate that bank, so we can be appointed to act in that role. I forgot to mention about the governance aspect. We are governed by a 7-able board committee chaired by Mr. CPA Kagoro. On that board, we have representation from the contributing institutions which we protect. We have 2 board members representing the public interests. We have a board member representing the governor. We have a board member representing the Ministry of Finance, our mother ministry. So that makes our board independent board for that fact. We also have senior management, around 8 members. So largely it is to say the fund is well established, and in terms of governance, we are out there. In terms of membership, I said we cover or we protect deposits of financial institutions that are regulated by the central bank. Think about them: commercial banks, credit institutions, and microfinance institutions. Our current coverage is 10 million, up to maximum actual of 10 million. Anything above 10 million goes to the central bank for payment. In terms of funding, I think we are one of the few institutions that don't get funding from the National Treasury. Our funding comes from member banks in terms of annual premiums and quarter risk premiums that we normally receive. In addition, definitely the investment income that we normally get from our investments. In terms of key takeaways, one is that our key message is avoid rumors. What you've seen a scenario in Newcastle was as a result of rumors. It is just a tweak. And I'm happy that the financial sector players are coming together to share some of this information or work hand in hand. Because what happened is that that bank had applied for liquidity support from the central bank, but somehow information linked out, and maybe people knew that the bank was actually going down. So what we need to do is that we need to avoid rumors at all time. Maybe again from us is that we have opened accounts maybe 10 years back, but now we are saying go back to your banks and update your information. We call it KYC. Because when a given bank fails, or your institution that you bank with fails, the key or the immediate action of ours is to put money on the account which you have in an alternative bank. Or if you have a mobile number, you need to update your account details to ensure that we have a smooth payout process when your bank fails. I submit. Thank you so much for your time. I know I have overshot, but Malcolm, I wanted to clarify that we are now working by ourselves. Thank you.
Just we're merging agencies now, right? Just imagine if deposit protection funds would be merged. Where would they go? Bank of Uganda. Hey, one we are going to merge you. Hey, merging is a war. Yesterday, people were about to fight for real. But anyway, so the other sponsors, we have Old Mutual, Level Africa, Britam, I mentioned Zeno, ICA, Bank of Uganda, Gen Africa, Nick Holdings, the National Social Security Fund. Is there anyone from NSSF? You should clap for them. NSSF is a heavyweight in this market. Nick Holdings, the presidential CEO firm, and Bank of Baroda, of course. Okay, so now we have another panel coming up, and it will be led by my colleague journalist, Ali Twaha. Ali Twaha is a multimedia journalist at the New Vision. He specializes in reporting about the economy, business. Ali, you should be bouncing here now by now as I read your profile. Business, banking, and insurance with over 8 years experience. One of the guys I respect in the industry, Ali Twaha from the New Vision Group. My brother, you're welcome. Come and announce your panel as we wait for another. Thank you very much, by the way, for staying in this room. These conversations about markets and whatnot are so boring to most people that they just walk away. By now, the room would be empty. Ali, you're welcome, my friend.
Is it good afternoon? It's still morning. Good morning. Yeah, let me just invite my panelists here very quickly because we are running out of time. Can I have Mr. Abraham Banadawa, the founder and CEO of Level Africa, please? Mr. Abraham is the founder and CEO of Level Africa, and it's an investment advisory and digital investment marketplace. And he has quite a bit of experience in the capital market space. Let me start with the founders, because we have two, because these are people who saw problems in the industry and they provided solutions. Can we have Mr. Aye Kongodia, the founder and CEO of Zeno, please? Mr. Ongodia has over 17 years of experience in the African financial markets. Yes, and he previously worked at the NSSF, where he was managing about $1.3 billion in assets. But also he worked at BOU as the head of stress testing and risk management at Bank of Uganda. And I have, for gender balance, we have Ms. Cindy Kukunda, who is the investment manager at ISEA Asset Management, please. And we have Mr. Godfrey Bukumune, the portfolio manager at Old Mutual. Can we have Mr. Godfrey says he's very passionate about alternative investment promotion, and I hope he will share with us some of the opportunities that are therein. And lastly, we have Mr. Vernon Kihugura. He's an investment manager, business development manager at Britam Asset Management Company. Apologies for not reading the entire bios of the panelists because of time. So as I was preparing for this, I just took a bit of key statistics that I want to inform some of the discussions that we have. So some few months back, Ubos told us that we are 45.9 million people. And I also went to look at some of the data, the FinScope of 2023, and they say 7 out of every 10 Ugandans are grappling with budget deficits. Let me say someone earns 3 million, but they are spending 6 million to sustain their life. So as we speak about the opportunities, I want us to link some of those to these statistics. I have a bit more on more than 7 out of every 10 Ugandans have no concrete long-term financial plans. This is according to the FinScope findings, which looked at 24.6 million adult population. And when I cross to the CMA data, it shows that we only have SCD accounts of 253K. I hope I'm right on that. But then on the CIS, we have less than 100K. So if you look at our population, the adult population, and the constraints that people have in terms of maybe they don't know where to put their money. So I want to start with Mr. Godfrey Bukumune on what are some of the investment opportunities emerging that we have in this market. You've had some of these stats. Many people don't have long-term plans. And I once heard you on a TV program, you were saying that if someone has no saving, it's like they don't care about what's going to happen tomorrow. Kindly take us through that and we'll kick it from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ali.
Yes.
And just for correction, it's Bukomeko.
Bukomeko, sorry.
Yes, thank you. And I know in many forums we have discussed, and you refer to me as BG.
Yeah.
So, in terms of the capital markets and the investment opportunities that exist, first from an individual perspective, given the statistics that you've spoken to, you find that I'll start from the statistics and then draw it to the opportunities. So, for a vast majority of the youth in the country, that statistic is a factor of the knowledge that they possess. So many do not actually know where they can safely build their wealth portfolios, or how they can do it while taking advantage of the opportunities available to them. So they do not have that knowledge. And that is a challenge that we have actually very much taken note of, and are consistently innovating around getting that financial inclusion or that inclusivity journey well embedded in our communication with the public. Now, besides the knowledge, it's also a factor of the macro space that we're in. So when you look at the kind of skill set that is out there, earlier on Malcolm spoke to what the youth do on TikTok, but when you're speaking to the skill set out there, you can get to derive the nature of, or the level of income that most of the youth actually earn. Now, because of the knowledge gap and the insufficient income levels, because of the skill set, those two factors tend to derive the statistic that you've spoken to. Now, what opportunities do the youth have? What has happened with the new new information age now is that a lot of the youth can now upskill without necessarily having to pay exorbitant fees in school, and also they actually have now the platforms available to them in order to invest, and also to understand what they need to do to take on that journey. Now you find that at Old Mutual, we currently have innovated and changed the way the customer interacts with our different investment options that we give them. But even market-wise, we have the cheaper cash. We have so many innovations that have come in to give Ugandans access to the global markets. Now, that is helping to shape the narrative in terms of where the youth or the young people can actually put their money, such that they can be able to retire or to have a wealth portfolio that can get to sustain their livelihoods. The other opportunities now relate to the business end of the market. So a lot of the youth that are trying to do business or trying to impact the different sectors that they're in do not have access to the banking credit. So banks will really stretch them in order for them to extend them any credit. You need to have the collateral, you need to have a solid business plan. Any youth trying to take advantage of the oil and gas or opportunity cannot actually tick those boxes, simply because they have the knowledge, they have developed the skill set, but they do not have the capacity to raise the capital. And that's where the capital markets come in. So increasingly, we've seen different companies like Future Africa and so many other PE funds and VC funds come in here, and at a grassroots, at an innovation hub level, actually start to not only prepare or prep these different youth to be able to raise capital from the different VC funds, but also are willing to work with them. Now that is changing the narrative for so many youth, and we should be able to see in maybe another 10 years a number of big entities coming out of the Ugandan youth section, impacting many of the different sectors that we're in. What's going to happen then is we shall now, the combination of all that will now bring to the front youth that will be not only the titans of the industry, but will now have to start have the global impact needed. And even on the pension side, on the collective investment scheme side, we do project that once all those actually sorted, we should see our AUM and our different products actually being taken up very significantly.
All right, thanks for that. Just for guidance, every panelist has about 10 minutes. So you've used about 6, you have 4 minutes. So I just want us to be strict. So every comment you make, it's eating into your time. So let me have Mr. Ongodia. We've seen actually some of these platforms that we use for investing. I think as a journalist, you need to be a part of them. And for me, I participate in all such that I'm informed on everything that happens. In the CIS, I'm there. In the bonds, I'm there. In the stock, I'm there. So sometimes that's how you keep track of the information. Mr. Ongodia, kindly tell us about Zeno briefly in 1 minute, but also how are you, we've seen you expanding in the region. I mean, what opportunities does that present maybe to someone who has been part of the organization since it started? Yes, just quickly on that, and then we do a follow-up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Ali. My name is Ayeko Ongodia. I'm the founder and CEO of Zeno. Zeno is a goal-based investment platform that helps you to plan, save, and invest to meet a future financial objective. The way it works is essentially you have, and I can't think of anyone that does not have a future financial obligation that they need to take care of. And so we take the view that in order to comfortably take care of that future financial obligation, you need to sort of plan for it, you need to set aside money for it, and then you need to invest whatever you've set aside. So we built a workflow that helps any individual, institution, or a group to select a goal, set a target for that goal, get a recommendation how much they need to set aside, and then a workflow to continuously deposit towards that goal and track the progress towards that objective. And so I will take the statistics that you shared at your opening, which is right now they are just under 100,000 investment accounts. That's the CIS accounts. I will tell you, Ali, and the rest of the room, when we started back in 2017, there were 2,300 investment accounts in the entire country. And I don't know who remembers Uganda's population in 2017 then. It was still around about maybe 40 million or so, maybe just under 40 million. But those entire 40 million people had only 2,300 accounts. Today, of those 100,000 accounts, we have close to 50% of that entire set. And the way we've been able to get there is leveraging technology to make it easy for a person to create an account, to deposit towards that account, to set a goal, to initiate a withdrawal, to monitor the progress towards that goal. Now, the need that is common, whether it is a student, whether it is an askari, whether it is the CEO, a journalist, is really that all of us have a financial need that we need to take care of in the future, whether that future is 3 months, 12 months, 5 years, 10 years down the road. And so that need is not only common within Uganda, but across the continent, possibly across the world. And so our venture into Kenya, becoming the first Ugandan fund manager to operate in any other entity, in any other jurisdiction other than Uganda. By the way, we were the first we were the first Ugandan founded investment manager in Uganda, and we are the first Ugandan founded investment manager in Kenya as well, and hopefully a few other countries. What we've done, what has allowed us to pull off that feat is essentially leveraging technology and delivering that same service regardless of the geography. Thank you.
All right, 3 minutes. Let's cross over to, we shall get back on that. Let's cross over to Cindy Kokunda on the investment manager at ISEA. Sometimes we be on social media and there are many advisors, and someone will tell you, you know, don't diversify. Do one thing that you know best, you know? So as an advisor in this area, or as I know all of you are CFAs, why should someone, you know, have asset managers? Sometimes they believe they can do it better. Just take us through a bit on that and really show the importance of having professionals managing your money.
Thank you so much, Ali. So I'll just dive right into it. Yes, it's important to diversify because when you have fund managers doing that for you, you're going to enjoy the economies of scale, and you also get to spread the risk over certain asset classes. So we have bonds and FX that are really highly correlated. If you're highly concentrated in those, that means when the market is doing badly, you lose out. If the market is doing well, you do well. But to avoid such scenarios that we've seen in the past that have come up, for example, our neighbors in Kenya, how the political turmoil really affected their stocks. The companies that were underlying actually performing well, but the turmoil affected the investor sentiment. So they were seeing a flight of capital from their economy, from their offshore investors. So if you were someone who was largely invested in equities or stocks, definitely you would lose out. So bringing it back to Uganda, I know a number of us seated in this room are largely concentrated in real estate. Most of you are guilty of that. You have land that's out there that's idle, that's not generating any cash flows. So let's say you get into an issue and you need to liquidate as fast as you can. You cannot, because land is a really less liquid asset. It's not easy to get a buyer just in 1 hour or within 2 days, unless you're going to just sell at a really off price because you're desperate. So that's the importance of diversifying. It helps you with cash flow management, and doing that through fund managers like ICA Asset Manager. You get financial advisory, you get fund management skills from us, both training and also investing with the pool of investors to enjoy economies of scale. And in addition to that, you have some products that are tied to medical insurance, like the annuity plan. So imagine you've retired, you have some money set aside that's being invested by us to cater for monthly income that you were earning when you were working. At the same time, it's tied to medical coverage. So that's all I can submit for now. Thank you, Ali.
Okay, if you don't mind, should I do a follow-up on that? In terms of tech, speaking to the theme of this conference, in terms of tech, what are some of those initiatives that you're undertaking, you know, to improve or to grow the capital market space in your own area?
Thank you so much for that question. So as ICEA group, through our group in Nairobi, we've started having conversations around algorithmic trading, also known as algo. So there's a service provider there that has started having engagements with us where we take part in algo trading. So this is where I use technical analysis that already puts in the fundamentals, and then it helps you see the exit and entry levels. It's high speed. So when we embrace such technology in our market eventually, in the CMA Kenya, it's already approved. We are likely to take part in those ventures. So able to lock in profits at a fast pace using highly skilled technology at the back of it. So that's the main technology change that we are seeing. Another one that's very important is AI. Everyone has been talking about social media and its impact. Think about ChatGPT. ChatGPT was one of the fastest online platforms to hit 1 million users. So what does that tell you? It's being effective, it helps you with research as a company, and it's what we've embraced right now in Uganda. We are able to look at the sentiment analysis, look at the trends, the forecasts, and how various markets and companies are reacting to what's happening in the market. Then we can position ourselves in the best way to gain from that. So my parting shots about the technology, it's either going to do two things for you. If you embrace it, it will increase your competitiveness and increase your gains. If you don't, it will eat into your market share. So that's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Let me talk to now Vernon Chihugura of the Britam Asset Manager. In terms of still on tech, I briefly introduced the company, but still in terms of tech, what are you doing? Because the purpose of this is really to show the opportunities that are there. You've had the numbers. a population of 45 million, but the CSD accounts are low. In terms of tech, we know we can reach a lot of people using tech now. What are you doing in that space to, bring more people into the financial space?
Thank you, Ali. And maybe once again, my name is Vanan Kyuguru, and I head the investments at Britam Asset Managers. So just a brief introduction. Britam Asset Managers, Uganda, is a licensed fund manager, but we are part of a bigger group, which is the Britam Group, where we are domiciled in Kenya, but we exist in 7 countries in the East African space. This is the whole of East Africa and further south in Mozambique and Malawi. Britam is a public company listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange with very strategic partners like the World Bank, Swiss Re and Africa Invest. And currently we are managing about $2.5 billion in assets under management within the region. And we've been able to grow that to about 300 million in Uganda. So going on to Mr. Twaha's question on how we are leveraging technology.
Yes.
So a lot has been said about technology already, so I don't really want to repeat, but in terms of how we are doing it, we are really leveraging our platforms. So our digital platforms that include both mobile, web, have seen a transformation in the way we have grown those numbers that you've been talking about, 100,000 CIS members. What we have seen especially is an introduction of new investors. We've been trying to demystify that word, investors. Previously, an investor was somebody who had a lot of money or who had been in the game for quite a bit of time. But now we have seen a lot of new investors, regardless of your background or your entry point. We have seen investors coming into the space. They can confidently say that they are now investors. They have exposure to asset classes that are quite diversified, and that is really the purpose of collective investment schemes. And these platforms have been able to promote that inclusion. Because we're able to reach members at the comfort of their homes, through their mobile phones, through their laptops, we've seen that not only has that promoted the education, but also the participation. So that number growing, as Mr. Ngodi had said, from 2,000 to close to 100,000, is purely because of what we have promoted through technology within the industry.
All right.
Maybe just to add on to that, we've also been able to leverage technology to be able to make very smart investment decisions, data-driven investment decisions. We are able to now analyze large data sets that give us informed data that we're now able to transfer that into the decisions we make for you as our members. And maybe just add on slightly onto that, it's also our partnerships. We've been able to leverage the partnerships of the fintech industry. I see we have Level Africa here as well. Really promoting that inclusion and also the participation across the globe. So some of these partnerships also have allowed us to reach further groups. We're able to reach areas that we never thought we would, well, not physically at least, as well as the telecommunication industry and the banks that have really supported us in terms of this initiative. So technology is really a space that we can all play in and can all benefit from. And I'm glad that we are moving towards that direction to be able to form a financially inclusive Uganda. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. And lastly, let me talk to Abraham in terms of we have the SME space, and this is a group that gets a lot of trouble in terms of access to markets, and all that. But what are you doing really to help these people get money, but also in terms of advisory, because they say close to how many, there's that statistics, 90% of farms dying within 3 years or something. Just help us understand, how do the SMEs fit into the kind of products that you have? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question, Ali. So Level Africa is a firm that exists in 2 parts. We are an investment advisory firm regulated by the Capital Markets Authority of Uganda, and we're a financial technology firm incorporated and headquartered in Delaware in the US. And we are passionate about translating what has been kept complicated into what is now practical for the everyday use, especially here in Africa. As Vernon mentioned, we work with some of the leading players in the market space, such as Britam and ICEA, to provide these solutions to people. On the other end, we do notice that the largest proportion of, I guess, businesses would fall into what is categorized as SMEs, or the new lingo is now small growing businesses. So the challenge they have, most of them, is when they go to seek investment in the commercial arena, they are competing almost against the capital markets. Because any investor anywhere needs to look at the market as a whole. So how do you make your business attractive? The commercial banks, obviously, the risk-free rate they start is pegged to the government bonds. So automatically you're competing with other products. So the first thing we help SMEs understand is, do they need to raise external investment, or can they restructure internally so that they can fund themselves through those efficiencies? Then second, how do they position themselves in a way that they are attractive to investors? And then how do they structure that investment? I've actually been having conversations with Paul about commercial paper. We shouldn't have to wait for a company to get as big as Umemo or MTN if it's doing very good, promising business. How can we get the investors in our space to come in and interact with some of these promising SMEs so that they can grow, the investors can make a profit, and our economy can benefit all the while. So that's what we're doing in the SME space.
Okay, great stuff. Now just a follow-up on, let me talk to Aeko. We've seen the collaborations that you've had over the past sort of, have substantial growth in terms of both the deposits we have, the partnership with MTN. Just tell us how that experience was in terms of, encouraging more Ugandans to save as little as 10,000. How was that for you? But also, how did it help, in the aspect of financial inclusion?
Thank you. Zeno is essentially focused on the retail investor. That's essentially the everyday person, what they call in Kenya. Now I speak a little Swahili, the mwananchi.
Yes.
Yeah, the everyday person. However, this was the perspective that we had, that regardless of their station in life or the economic status, everyone needs to transport some money into the future. Even the askari needs to fund next year's school fees, just as the CEO does. How do we help give this person a structured way to transport that money into the future, but give them guidance as well, professional guidance? And so that was really difficult to pull off, because regardless of what you're transporting into the future, you sort of need guidance, advice. And sometimes you seek this advice from your neighbor, from your colleagues at work, from your relatives. A lot of the time, maybe they are not qualified to give you that guidance, but you don't really know these are the people that you have access to. Typically, you should get this guidance from a professional investment manager or a professional investment advisor who has the qualification and is licensed and regulated to provide that guidance. Now, if you only have 10,000 to deposit, or even 100,000 to deposit, or even 1 million to deposit, you probably might not be able to afford professional guidance. And so me and my team, we went back, okay, so is there a way to sort of deliver this guidance, this plan, these workflows inexpensively for the individual, but also that allows them to act on the guidance that we did? And how would you get this in the hands of individuals if they can't individually afford that guidance? Because for me, and these are some business models that are executed by other other houses, other investment managers, where you have an advisor, but that advisor, and this is where we found the industry then, that advisor requires you to have a minimum investment amount. At that time, the common investment amount, minimum investment amount was like 5 million or 10 million. Right now, I think, apart from us, I think the minimum investment amount for most people is 100,000. But how do we bring that down to 10,000, for example, and deliver that guidance? There was no other way than using technology and providing a very structured way, even if, and so we built our workflow to replicate the conversation you'd have with a professional investment manager if you had access to them. And then once you build that workflow, how do you get it in the hands of people? There was no better way than these partnerships that we've had. We tried large insurance companies that already have distribution networks through their agency models. We even explored with banks. We signed off partnerships with banks, but it wasn't really working in the way, because even that, the price point of 10,000 shillings wasn't really making commercial sense for such entities. Therefore, we went and rebuilt this, and it was really an exercise in minimalism, in a sense. Basically reduce every workflow into a USSD channel, but still deliver the same quality of guidance. That is the way we pulled it off.
Great, thanks. You now have 1 minute, probably it's for wrapping up, but let me talk to Godfrey. In terms of the goal-based investment, like the one Ayuk has talked about, I was helping someone to open an account recently. And there are those questions they ask: how many kids do you have? How many, lots of questions, your net worth, and all that. Maybe in the room there's someone who's planning to open, but they might not get an idea of why they need those nitty-gritties, the details, your net worth. Just explain to why this is important, to help someone plan financially.
Thank you. Thank you. And initially, I did not elaborate about Old Mutual. I believe a lot of the members here have interacted with the brand, given that we are the pioneering company and most innovative company in this space, with a 70% market share in the collective investment schemes area. So I figured a lot of the people here knew who we are. I will now speak more into why it's important to tie your investment goal to your asset allocation. Yes. Now, for most of the youth, or for most of the members in the room, when it comes to investments, we look at return and not necessarily the actual objective of the portfolio. So, if you take a scan for the needs of most of the people, it's either education, maybe health, or a retirement home, and these different needs have different timelines. They also have different ticket sizes in terms of amounts. So, for example, if you have only 2 children, your education bill over the lifetime of those children will be less than for someone who has, say, 5. So it's important to understand where you want to end, but not only that, it's also important to understand where you're coming from. Say, for a young person who is 20 years of age and has very, very little income or very few expenses equally, their strategy or approach would be different than for someone who is, say, 45 and is about to approach retirement. They have higher income and most likely higher savings, but also the time they have left for building that retirement dream or that financial freedom goal is quite less, and therefore their investment strategy and allocation has to also vary. But that all speaks into also the risk. So a young person, say if I was 19 years today of age, I would very easily bet on, say, Capital Chicken. Because I'd be ignorant, but also I would figure that I have a lot more time to go. Yes, but then at the age of 40, even when it comes to the equities, I'd be more cautious, because I do not have a lot of time before I actually need this money that I'm transporting into the future, like my colleague mentioned. Okay. So it's a factor of the risks you can take the nature of the goal that you want to achieve, and also the starting base, where you're coming from. And it's important to factor all of that into your choice of which actual investment product you get to take on.
All right, thanks. When the State Minister was speaking here, he left quite a lot of questions. And I thought since we have CFAs here who manage the money, I could offload a few and see the ideas that come off. Let me talk to Abraham. The minister was asking, how can we effectively educate and empower individuals to see some of these opportunities? Yes, the CMA is going to the universities. We have more, public engagements, but what more can we do to, grow the numbers I talked about earlier? And that would cut across maybe to Cindy and our friend here from Britam. Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. So, one of the key things we've done through Level Africa is translate the lingo and the jargon. So often, I think the MC mentioned, when people talk about markets, it gets boring and confusing. And oftentimes, it seems to be deliberate. The people who are most guilty of perpetrating confusion are lawyers. It keeps them employed. And yet, us in finance, we want participation. So what we've done is take away a lot of that jargon and provide free resources. So if you go to level.africa and you go to the blog, we write stories, using common names, Ugandan names, Kenyan names, describing what a budget is and how you go from budgeting to saving to investing. We have to make these processes seem more everyday and more accessible, as opposed to things that are reserved for the upper class and the educated, which is a sort of reverse stigma that exists in the market. And then once people start to understand, we have to now provide them easy access. And this is, I love the fact, one of the reasons we're a sponsor here today is because it was about digital technology used for financial inclusion. A lot of times, the people who need the services the most are left out. But not only do you build a web portal, but you have to design the experience for the target audience, right? Kudos to Zeno for going and saying this particular demographic needs USSD, right? One of our core demographics we work with is circles, investment clubs, the like. In trying to serve them, we realized that, okay, not only do they not understand, but once they understand, they have no tools to keep track of what they're doing. And then that leads to infighting and they die off on the journey. So you have to do a considerable bit of hand-holding or have some compassion for these people so that you can design services appropriately for them to now understand and participate in the capital markets.
Okay. Cindy, could we have your thoughts on that, please?
Yes. So for me, it's always good to catch them when they're young. The Gen Zs are big on social media, so if you advertise through social media, speaking their language, and show them the investment opportunities and how they can meet their needs. Most of them after vacations, they're seeing these lifestyles out there, but they can't afford. So if you market targeting such needs that are coming up and such pressures, then they'll start to embrace these ways of saving and investing. Today, they might not have much money, but when they're CEOs and they've started young with you, they'll be big people with a lot of money and they'll be having this saving culture of investing. So I think social media is one of the best platforms to target these young people in order to pick this up. Even the older generations are embracing technology, so still they can be found on social media. That's
yes. Thank you. As Mr. Venon comes on to give his thoughts on that, we would prepare the questions if we have any. Afterward, we'll take a couple of questions from the audience and we do parting shots. Yes, please.
Thank you. So yes, just as my colleagues have mentioned, I think the most important thing is leveraging the platforms. We have a generation now, both old and young, that has access to a lot of information. We're in the information age right now. So you have a lot of people that are Googling and looking for the space. But if we're able to partner with some of these creative minds as well, bringing those two industries together to be able to get this information out there, I think that will create a platform where we're able to reach a large number of people who would understand, who believe, and then who will also end up investing.
Okay, thanks a lot. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, there's a hand there in black. Could we kindly pass the mic? So in terms of winding down the discussion, I would want the panelists to share their views in terms of, what policy reforms would you want to see, to grow the numbers I talked about earlier. The CMA is here, US is here, so share your thoughts around that area. But also, we had regulations, new regulations come in. Godfrey knows that in terms of in the alternative investment space. So just prepare our thoughts around that as we set up the parting shots. Questions, please? Yes, please.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Jerry Vance Anguzu, and I run Evapesa Technologies, which is a fintech startup. We build software solutions for circles, and we are moving into the investment management space. So my question could be taken by any of the panelists. You're all in the business of seeking alpha. But what we've seen is over time, when investors simply do simple things, for example, tracking index funds, they actually outperform most of active management. So what role do you think is there, especially for the future of investment management, if we had such products already in the market? How do you see the future for active investment managers? What kind of value do you think is there to be brought to consumers that they couldn't get themselves? Today we just had the launch of the platform where someone could, for example, buy bonds. What kind of extra value do you think you are able to provide to the market that might not necessarily come from individuals simply going out there? Which also goes into the question, is the cake big enough? Do you really think there's a lot of value that is out there that could be explored? Like I mentioned, that is a space we are very interested in and looking to come into. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Jerry. Do you have any other question?
Yes. My name is Dogratius Wamala from Dale Monitor. I have two questions. One would be, I understand that unit trusts have a tremendous, they do really well in amassing wealth for their customers and clients. But I also understand that that's the same thing that NSF is trying to do. And it's also introducing the voluntary savings, where it says that it will put up interest rates that are quite competitive. And I understand that it has assets that almost 10 times what the unit trusts have. I wanted to understand, maybe if I get some of your concerns about this, is this something good for you? Is this something bad for you? The other one would be the potential of unit trusts in helping. I understand that I give you money and you give me the return, but tell me about how this can help the economy, not only for the investors, but how the potential of this for the economy.
Any other? We can take maybe one more. The first round.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Ayebare, and I'm the chairperson of the Uganda Financial Literacy Association. So mine is not a question, it's just an answer to so many of the questions and concerns that have been moving around awareness. I'd like to let you know that the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank put up this association to help to disseminate this information, and we are going up to the last person on ground. So CMA is a good supporter, but I would like to encourage you guys to join us at we push the awareness agenda as one body, because investment is one of them, but there's insurance, there is banking and finance, but all these have to be in one area. Someone talked about advisors. We are looking to have one of the first, actually the first advisory within the region in terms of financial literacy and financial planning. So I encourage you guys, please take time. Let's join and have this journey of awareness around our communities together. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll take this round. So Jerry was asking, would you still have jobs probably as as advisors in light of AI coming? Someone can go. Some people now are now buying bots to trade for them, you know, to tell them which maybe company is giving the best return. Do you think in the next 5 years you'll be relevant to this market? You can share your thoughts. Maybe go first.
All right, thank you. So in a previous life, I used to run the 4IR department. 4IR is Fourth Industrial Revolution Technology. So that's AI, machine learning, big data, and everything. There's a common joke in FX that if anyone builds an AI that can beat the market, they're not going to share it. Right? So even with the assumption that there's now an influx of AIs that can replicate what an average investment advisor would do, right? That just means that the floor has been raised. Every professional in the field who is not better than the AI either has to go for training and get better than the AI or leave the field. What happens is now everyone else who is left is going to outperform that AI hands down and just gives you better resources in the market.
All right.
Secondly, a mass-trained bot maybe may work in a macro circumstance. So you're trading FX on a macro scale. If you as an individual...
In 30 seconds, please.
If you as an individual have finances or resources that are important to you particularly, the difference in getting customized advice is what will change your performance and your ability to achieve your personal goals.
All right,
So
thanks, Abraham. So Dale Grushes is asking, probably this should go to AECO, with the NSSF sort of pushing its leg in the short-term space. We know it to be a long-term investor. I mean, isn't that risky for players, the CIS, who are kind of, looking at the short-term investment portfolios?
Short and long answer. Short answer, absolutely not. Long answer. The NSSF is mandated to collect money to meet one financial goal, which is retirement. Are they doing a good job of it? They could do better. I don't know if you guys agree, which is essentially everyone in this room, my suspicion, at least 90% of the people in this room have money with the NSSF. I have money with the NSSF, fortunately. But is that money that I have with the NSSF adequate to finance my 20 years in retirement? Is there a way for me to know the answer to the question? Is the money that I have with the NSSF adequate to finance my 20 years in retirement? I can tell you for sure, if you have an account with Zeno, you would know the answer to that question. If you have an account with NSSF, I don't know whether you'd know the answer to that question. Anyone know? Okay, so, exactly one person knows, right? Probably has a Zeno account. So everyone has, I don't know anyone that has just one financial goal, which is retirement. Everyone has a child's education, a house, a home, Christmas, like all of that is things that we're going to be responsible for. They will be, so while we are used to only one goal having a structured way for us to save and invest, which is retirement, there should be also another way for us to have a structured way to set aside different pots for those other things that we are responsible for. And we have the answer for that.
All right, thank you. Maybe let's talk to Godfrey. What value would you bring Jerry in the next 5 years when he's looking at AI? You can take that. Maybe Cindy can also share your thoughts about the questions after you.
Actually, just to first build onto the NSF bit, my view is NSF coming in the market is not a problem for the people in this space. It's probably a challenge or something that should be discussed more in the banking boardrooms. Because for the CIS space and the pension space, we need more players, more actors who can help to push the change in policy, regulation, and the financial inclusion journey. The more bigger entities come in, the bigger the budgets that will be aligned towards that cause. In terms of the question of how do the unit trusts support in the real economy, and that also speaks to what the Honorable Minister spoke to in the sustainability angle. Old Mutual is 179 years in existence, and across Africa, our portfolios are largely about 40% aligned to alternative investments. So you find that we are very well invested in the renewable energy, education, in the climate side, real estate infrastructure. We actually did participate in the Bujagali project. Now, what we are doing at this current point, we are solutioning to be able to bring the investors who have already been brought on board, to be able to give them access to investments that are structured for the real economy. So we are set to partner and to bring on board solutions in the commodities space.
30 seconds.
Thank you. In the commodity space and all the other sectors that really speak to Jerry and the many investors here. So you'll be seeing many of these coming on board, and we shall be glad to have everyone now also shift into that line for the sustainability angle and in light of that other portion of the theme of the week.
All right, Cindy, please.
Okay, just to wrap it up, yes, with the new technologies coming up like algo trading, human interaction is still important because human interactions help you identify the needs of the individual investor. Like Ayoko has echoed, goals are important and they will be able to structure your products according to your needs. And then there was a question on passive versus active. Yes, passive is important because there you have something that's tailored to your needs rather than just following a benchmark. And when you have something tailored, you go within your risk tolerance. You don't end up following a benchmark that's high risk or low risk if you're someone who's high risk. So what active management gives you is a tailored product. And at ICEA as financial advisors, we endeavor to give you what's tailored for your needs so that you get what you expect out of your investments. So that's my parting shot.
All right, Mr. Kihoguru, please.
Thank you. Yes, so maybe I'll just touch on that last point as well on the AI. So I think it's not uncommon that each one of us here have thought in the last 2 years since AI came into the conversation that are we going to be relevant in the next 2 to 5 years? And the financial sector is one of the first industries that has really been hit heavily by artificial intelligence. So what I can say in that space is we're still in the business of trust. As investors, we're in the business of trust. Earlier on, we asked why we asked those questions when we ask you to fill in the forms. And that's because we're profiling you. So we have very many different types of investors. We have emotional investors. We have logical investors. There are very many different types. And yes, the artificial intelligence will be able to model some of that, but at the end of the day, there will be a requirement for human touch. How much of that is going to differ, but we still feel that the relevance will be there for quite some time. And it's really at the best interest of the clients to be able to seek this professional advice, especially from your financial advisors, to be able to then form that joint understanding of who you are as a person and how you're going to be able to meet your objectives. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Looking at the time, we had 55 minutes. Right now, we have used 53 minutes. So we have some 2-3 minutes. If we have no questions, we can take the question I posed on what you want to see from our regulators to grow the space. Maybe we can do that. That's if there's no question. Maybe one. Yeah, there's no question. So let's do that on what you want to see from Ms. Josephine and Mr. Paul to grow this market really, just in 3 minutes, and then we conclude. Yeah, you can go. Parting shots.
Yes. So the industry will not grow at all or in any organized way if there is no regulator. And part of it is just to give the professionals that are operating in the industry the credibility that they need when they're pitching these products, but also the constraints so that the operators do not go out of orbit, so to speak. However, there are certain, in some instances, there are different philosophies, and as you can imagine, for every entity here, we are all following different philosophies, but we want to change something in the future. I want to pose something to the audience here. So we are all gathered here this year, the 25th day of October, 25th, I think? Yeah, 25th day of October. Roll it 365 days later. What do you want to see changed? I want personally to have doubled the assets under management and have doubled the number of participants within the industry. Can we all do that and hold ourselves accountable, for example, when we come back? Hopefully you'll allow us to come back next year here and just check, did we actually meet this objective? I'm very happy to be graded publicly on this one. So that is something that, just something that helps the industry grow. One of the major areas that can help this can be executed. Right now there's a restriction restriction on using collective investment scheme for retirement benefits portfolios. I think that is an area that we can tackle and then check if we've done something 12 months later. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Cindy, please.
Number one, access to offshore markets. We need the mandate to invest outside the East African community. Secondly, technology. 70% of US market trades are done via algo, 60% of Europe, and 58% of the Asian Pacific trades are done via algo. So we can't stay in this bubble. We have to get out there and embrace new ways of doing things. Nairobi has picked up. They now do securities lending. We all know people who are seated with idle stocks, and they can earn from that. So that's my submission of what we can do differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chihuguru, please.
Thank you. Yes. My request comes from something that was mentioned earlier in the week during the Investor Week by the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority, where Mrs. Osia mentioned that there's a sandbox that the capital markets is currently undertaking. So for us, it's just an expansion of the products, specifically REITs, real estate investment trusts. This is something that we've been at the forefront of. It's a direct competitor to directly investing in property, which we are commonly compared to in the collective investment scheme space. But it's a better way of doing it. It's a better way of entering that asset class. And we think that it would benefit the people of Uganda quite efficiently. And I'm hoping that this is something that we can try out as early as possible.
Godfrey, please.
In terms of regulation, the regulator needs to free the industry from the banking space. And this is particular to the requirement for trustees or custodians to be banks, such that the people who are innovating like Anguzu can actually innovate to make the custodial and trustee services more efficient without them needing to actually be, not needing to have a banking license. That will go so far in enhancing the customer experience that we are giving to the different investors.
Yes, and finally, Abraham. Yes.
Yes, the regulators, I think, need to embrace the modern status quo in developed markets. We don't need to go through the past 70, 80 years of capital markets history that's happened in the West. We can jump there today by looking at what has worked and what can be implemented in real time here in Uganda.
All right, thanks a lot. We've overshoot our time by 1 minute. Thank you for being a good audience. We can take a picture here. And then thanks for having me, CMA and USA. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ali. And the panel, the hand clap is seriously, it has a we're getting there. We should be preparing for lunch. just before that, we want to also, as they take a picture, another big one for the Capital Markets Authority. Have done a good job. This is protecting investments and hosting such a gathering to make sure that the country knows what is going on. We also thank the organizers, the Uganda Securities Exchange, and then the sponsor, Big Bank, Vision Group, Smart 24, MTN Uganda, Umeme, the Deposit Protection Fund, ICEA, and our silver sponsors. They're all mutual. Someone spoke about the dollar investing, and they're really doing a good job. So they have a very huge account on that end. Then Level Africa, Britam Insurance, ICEA, the Bank of Uganda, Gen Africa, Holdings, NSSF. I had those remarks there. Interesting. Presidential CEO Forum and the Bank of Baroda. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's lunch on the other end as you go out, but to have a presentation, one presentation on artificial intelligence, and then you'll be going for lunch. And I know it's going to be Katende Nestor Paul, pioneering Uganda's artificial intelligence revolution. I'm going to review his profile. A hand clap, please, for Katende. Paul is a visionary founder and CEO of Optic Foundation, a Ugandan social enterprise transforming the nation's AI landscape, and officially recommended by the government of Uganda as the national AI skilling implementer and educator. Optic Foundation is committed to training 1 million Ugandans, and that'll be by 2030. All right. Under Nestor's leadership, the foundation has educated over 800 Ugandans across 6 institutions and fostered an online community of more than 1,000 learners. His work empowers a generation of innovators and problem-solving, driving economic growth and establishing Uganda as a leader in responsible AI. That's a huge profile, boss. Thank you very much. You're welcome. And your presentation up next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's lunchtime, it's going to be a quick one, but very, very insightful. I'm very honored and humbled to be here. I want to thank my colleagues that have been here. I want to thank the Capital Markets Authority and all the different stakeholders that have put their hearts together and their minds together to organize this wonderful and thoughtful conversation in this space. My name is Paul Nestor Katende, and I'm privileged to be the CEO and founder of Optic Foundation. Like you've seen, we're doing quite a lot in democratizing artificial intelligence in our country. And of course, we're very grateful to the government of Uganda, the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, which has empowered us, partnered with us to see that we take the conversation of artificial intelligence and scale it across the country. And yeah, we're doing quite a lot, but I think I'm going to focus just right into the conversation of the day, AI and innovative solutions to address business, financial inclusion, and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go deep into this conversation, in just a few minutes, allow me to give you a deep dive on what AI is. Many people think they understand the conversation of artificial intelligence, but many people don't. According to the Oxford Insights, Uganda's AI awareness index is about 35.5%. That is below the African average on the African continent, 35.5%. And that rank is based on 3 pillars. That means that it's based on government readiness, technology readiness, and infrastructure readiness. I think we shall dive a little bit in there. And this is going to be more conversation, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a topic and conversation that is really at the heart of this dispensation in time. So much as I'm going to share this PowerPoint, we're going to move through. I just want you to relate with me. Now, Again, many people think AI is simply ChatGPT. AI is more than a product of software, ladies and gentlemen. AI is an industrial revolution, like my colleague here had shared. AI is the bedrock technology that is defining cash flow, that is defining systems and structures, that is defining warfare, that is defining the very existence of human life in this dispensation that we are living in right now. The fourth industrial revolution. The first, as well you know, the bedrock technology during that time was the steam engine. Curriculums were based on the steam engine during that time. You know, cash flow was based on the steam engine. The universities of that time had to prepare a workforce that is relevant in that dispensation. Second industrial revolution begins, and I think you remember Carl Benz, the combustion engine, if you remember, not if you remember, if you read about that. We have Nikola Tesla with electricity, Andrew Carnegie, steel. These technologies define the very fabric of human society during that time. The third industrial revolution begins just after Hiroshima and Nagasaki are bombarded around 1950. And the technologies, human life begins to adapt and evolve. And the technologies during that time was the evolution, the digital communication evolution around that time, where you have, of course, Alan Turing comes around that time. I'll talk about that later. But that's where you have the Alibabas come through, the e-commerce platforms comes through around that time. The Jeff Bezos of Amazon and Bill Gates around that time, the digital e-commerce platform, the very conversation of e-commerce platforms. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that societies had to evolve, curricula had to evolve. The very thought process of how governments, to be competitive, to be the superpowers they are, for financial systems to be relevant, they had to evolve in tandem with where the world was moving. And so if probably a person had a degree based on the curriculum of the first and second industrial revolution, they would have the certificate, but they will not be relevant in the third industrial revolution. Meaning you can have a certificate, but they mean you're relevant in the time. The fourth industrial revolution begins around 2011, all right? That is where the very conversation of AI comes through. Now, Alan Turing had begun this conversation way back in 1950 and all that, but really the world begins to catch up this around 2011. And of course, AI is in there, but that's where you have blockchain technology, that's where you have quantum computing and nanotechnologies. Ladies and gentlemen, the very conversation of AI, more than just a product and software, is defining the very systems and structures of finance in this age. It's defining the very systems and structures of curricula, of education, of government systems, of structures. It's literally what is going to define how the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years of Uganda is going to look like. That means we don't have the luxury of time to waste anymore. And that's why I want to thank the Capital Markets Authority for giving me this opportunity to talk about this conversation this time. So when we talk about AI, like I said, maybe just to iterate again, I love talking about that. I would love to say also that the conversation around the fact that jobs don't exist, you know, we have an unemployment rate north of 85%, and the narrative has always been around jobs don't exist. And when you look at this more closely, when you study the sands of time, the scales of time of human existence, you understand that jobs actually exist, but the jobs evolved. So we are having a workforce that is leaving universities and curricula that is irrelevant in the dispensation. And that's the problem. So the jobs have evolved. The jobs have actually evolved. It's not that they don't exist. The jobs of 1970, 1920 are not the jobs of 2024. And so when you have a curricula, when you have people that are leaving, that are entering the workforce, they're entering the workforce, which marketplace has already evolved. And so when we talk about AI, let's go back for the first introduction. When we talk about, let's go back to the first slide for me. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about AI in transforming business financial inclusion, especially in emerging markets in Uganda, how AI can promote financial inclusion and sustainable finance in capital markets. This conversation, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a conference conversation. This is a bloodline for the country. It's a bloodline for the country. It's a bloodline for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. The very concept of finance in the nation where we are going. Look at the statistics here, the metrics. Access to financial services, 56%. 21 million people are unbanked. 27%, about 13.3 million internet users in the country, of a country that is, I think, about 49.9 million people. And so we have gender gaps here, about 38%, 8 million women unbanked, and increase in informal financial inclusion around 58%. What AI is giving the financial sector an opportunity is this. It is giving the financial sector, one, relevance, but number two, an opportunity to tap into the unbanked population. An opportunity to expand financial inclusion, financial services, but not only financial services, but personalized, contextual financial services that are unique to that individual. That's what AI does. As opposed to providing a generalistic thought process and view of finance, what AI gives us an opportunity is that it will contextualize best to that individual. And I'm going to explain that in a few. So, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is so key because market intermediaries such as bankers, investment advisors, and what have you, they play a very crucial role in the financial ecosystem, as we all know. And they are bridging the gap between the financial markets and undeserved populations. So AI is coming in right now to define that conversation and refine it a little bit more in that. And that's what we're going to look at in the next few minutes. And so in realizing this responsibility, to us as OTIC, AI is a responsibility. Because we realize that many of our nations in Africa are left behind in this conversation. And so we look at this as a responsibility for every person, every player, public-private partnerships to jump on as well. So, just at this PowerPoint, you said the role of AI in financial inclusion. I think all of us has looked at this, but I'm going to give it a face and a flesh. It's going to give us a little bit more context. The role of AI in financial inclusion, you see, enhance access to credit. AI analyzes non-traditional data, e.g. mobile usage, social behaviors for more equitable access to credit for undeserved businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have a population of about 49 million people, every conversation we have in a conference must, wherever we are, must to the end carry the responsibility to take and democratize AI across the country. At the back of my head, I'm thinking, how can I use AI in finance to help that lady in Kotido, to help that lady in West Nile, that Mama Mboga in Kabale, in Western Uganda, in Soroti? And so what AI is giving us an opportunity to is that when we have this deeper conversation, it's going to help us analyze the non-traditional data, e.g. mobile money usage, of course, not to go so deep in that AI is based on data and what have you, and social behaviors for more equitable access to credit for undeserved communities. Because not everybody, like I've seen, we have a very big unbanked population, about 20 million people. But through these AI algorithms, when we have a deep and technical conversation, I know all of us have been in this credit scoring, we have very many prestigious people in this conversation, banks are here and all that. But if you look at it more, we are here having a very interesting blue ocean strategy here, where we are leaving the competition and going for people that are more diverse than unbanked in this conversation. Like I said, personalized financial products. Let me explain this in a way. When I'm building an AI product, and for example here, we may have some technical people here, the conversation about building AI products and services must come with a contextual mindset to it, because I want to build an AI product that is relevant to the Ugandan context. Uganda is not Silicon Valley. The challenges and opportunities in the country are different. And so here we need personalized data, personalized products and services. We have a challenge in infrastructure, but we are getting there. But in a general overview, we have an opportunity to customize financial products based on demographic needs. Yeah, we're looking at low income, young investors, and what have you. Personalized marketing, personalized financial products. The beauty with these algorithms, ladies and gentlemen, is that they have the ability to study an individual over time, their trends and patterns, and recommend a particular financial product to them. Automated customer service, of course, we know that. I think this is being done. AI chatbots provide 24/7 support, improving financial literacy and reducing the need for physical banks across the scope. All right, data analytics for impact investment. AI helps assess ESG governance, of course, ESG impacts promoting sustainable investments in that regard. And of course, predictive analysis for risk management. AI customizes financial products based on demographic needs and all that view. Just to bring it home, especially from the Ugandan context, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is something that is very important, I think, contributing to the AI awareness index of our country here. There should be a very candid conversation around building Uganda's first artificial intelligence framework and policy. How is AI going to be, what is the conversation of AI across all the sectors, including finance? Not only from a regulatory and policy perspective, but let's not only have a policy, but a granular framework that is going to define its application in the banking sector, define its application in the financial institutions, in circles, and what have you. And so as OTIC, we are very deliberate about AI advocacy in the country. If you look at social media platforms on that. Of course, there's a colleague of mine was talking about algorithmic trading, of course. And yes, you see, AI is not taking anyone's job, but the person who understands it is most likely going to take your job. There are things AI cannot do. One of the statements I always tell people when we're doing our trainings across the country is that leverage on what AI can do and do what it can't do and build a brand for yourself. Leverage on what AI can do and do what it can do and build a brand for yourself in that regard, because there are things it can't do. They have interpersonal skills. Of course, robo-advisors here, I think that's a very deep conversation. I think I'll leave that to the experts to go deeper on that. Also more for offsite conversation. Mobile-based investment platforms, of course. AI brings markets to remote areas, lowering barriers for retail investors and what have you. I think some of us have had a conversation around this as well. When we talk about the skilling narrative, when we began this conversation of skilling the country, we realized many people actually knew what this conversation was. Many people thought AI is ChatGPT. And when we don't see the conversation of artificial intelligence as an industrial revolution defining the fabric of the financial sector in this dispensation, it's easy to pass it by to the next generation. It's easy to have it and over. But let me tell you, this is the determinant of whether an organization or a company is going to be relevant in the next 20, 45 years. And so, skilling, I cannot emphasize that AI customizes financial education, of course, based on individual needs and improving financial understanding. That's a deeper conversation out there because, of course, one of the things we advocate is, and I think it's a long toll, of course, but will agree with me, is, for example, if I'm having a financial institution, there's a lot of investment around, there should be a lot of investment around building in-house development teams for some of these credit scoring models that we have. There's a lot of talent and pool, there's a lot of talent and innovation in some of these universities. Some of the things I talk about is, can we have public-private partnerships and conversations? How can we have the private sector work with some of our institutions of learning to have our graduates be skilled in these technologies so that they may work in our organizations? I suppose sometimes I understand the risk. We need to bring vendors into this place because you're looking at risk and all of that. But what about the 100,000 graduates that leave universities? 2.6% of the graduates that leave campuses, only 2.6% enter the corporate place. Only 2.6%. So there is a very big gap here. If I'm having a mobile money platform and I'm having wonderful graduates living here, there must be a deliberate conversation around how to get these guys have an industry thought process of where your organization is going in regards to artificial intelligence. Of course, fraud detection, this is increasing, and I think AI is giving us a conversation. AI innovation and innovative solutions offer a promising pathway to addressing business financial inclusion. It's huge. Credit scoring, personalization, it's huge. I said by integrating AI tools into capital markets, financial intermediaries can enhance sustainable finance, broaden access to investment opportunities, and engage undeserved communities more effectively. In this context, the role of AI is not just about improving efficiencies, but also about fostering inclusivity, sustainability, and financial empowerment for all. Meaning the conversation of financial empowerment for all in this dispensation, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence cannot be left behind. It cannot be left in the kitchen. It should be brought down now, right from the corporate structure, in corporate governance, right from the top management. Our strategies should be around how this organization or company should do whatever it can in our space to see how we can bring this to the table. And so for us, this is a responsibility, ladies and gentlemen, to take the country to the next level of financial liberation and freedom. This is a conversation that must be had right now. So at Otic Foundation, as I finish, we have skilled about 2,500 Ugandans. Last month, we graduated 132 graduates in artificial intelligence skills, working with the Ministry of ICT and the National ICT Innovation Hub. We have partnered with the world's biggest web developer platform, W3 Schools. I know you know W3 Schools, and we're bringing an internationally global data analytics certification into the Ugandan market at a subsidized cost of about $65 US. And when a person does that, they're going to have competences in the basic foundations of artificial intelligence. Listen, we're even taking this to senior 6 vacancies. Imagine a senior 1 student has this understanding. By the time they come to your banking institution, probably they're going to be ahead of the curve. So ladies and gentlemen, financial inclusion without artificial intelligence is not going to go very far. Because this is the time, this is the dispensation for us to have this conversation. But not only have this conversation, but have impact and results on ground across the country. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Hey, CMA.
Thank you.
Where did you get this man from?
Thank you.
Yeah. It's only the CMA that has, I don't know, I haven't even seen you around. But anyway, I see you online. But yeah, sure. I give hats off for you, boss. Thank you very much. So we need given space for only 2 questions. Who goes first? Okay, thank you. All right, cool.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presentation. I love the fact that you've spoken about the skilling, what AI can do for us, the skilling component and all. I was just wondering though, if you could just give us your opinion on how we can deal with the digitalized data gap, because I mean, AI can do all those lovely things, but you did mention that it works on data. And so a lot of data is not digitalized right now. You spoke about the gender, for example, the gender gap in the financial sector. That I think the data that's available digitally right now would just exacerbate that gap because there isn't a lot of data because many women are not transacting digitally. So what are some of your thoughts and advice that the companies, the different people here, the regulators, what are some of the active steps we can get to ensure that we can get that data and that the data we're using is not exasperating already existing exclusion mechanisms and disparities?
Thank you, my sister.
Okay, that was a statement and a question. So, but anyway, so as he take that question and we wind up. Thank you.
All right. As another question comes, I think that's a very big conversation that we can have. It's a statement and a question at the same time, and allow me to tackle it from above. One of the things we're talking about is we can have little silos of conversations, but you see, this conversation must come from top to bottom. One, when we're talking about data infrastructure regarding artificial intelligence in the country, we must have, first of all, a national artificial intelligence policy and framework that is going to guide that implementation in that regard. Because data is a very, very sensitive space. There's a lot of, you must talk about data privacy, you must talk about, there's a lot of regulation around data. Without that policy and framework, it's going to be very difficult for different organizations to actualize actualize this conversation around data, regardless of what they do. So I think for me, it must come from our experience, it must come from top to bottom. And I want to thank the different organizations, UCC, that have the National AI Task Force. They're into that line and they're doing an amazing role, and I think we're going to have that in that space. data is a word conversation. It's a national issue at the moment. I don't know if because it's kind of difficult for, it's a whole conversation around strategy. I don't know if I've answered particularly your conversation, but I think I'll take that from above going down. Once we have a policy and framework that communicates into the different sectors of the economy, then the different players in those sectors will have a direction on how to implement, collect data, you know, analyze it, and what have you in that regard. Yes. There was another question. There's another question?
Thank you very much for sharing your insights on AI. I am personally an AI trainer, and I'm very interested in knowing if you are making any progress in creating our own AI as Uganda, so that we can be able to break it down even into our local languages and everyone is able to access those services. And hence, we're able to do financial inclusion for all Ugandans in whatever language it is. Are you doing something about that?
Thank you so much. Yes, we are doing something around that, in that regard. But we are approaching it in a three-step phase. The first foundational conversation, whether you're talking about AI in Ugandan context, should be skilling and awareness. The population should be skilled. It should come to date, should come alive, should adopt and mutate and know what AI is. So skilling and awareness is very one. Number two, AI advocacy. How can we leverage the government of Uganda and the different partners, we that are here, come together in a roundtable discussion in our different sectors to see that we democratize and actualize this. Then the last one, after the population has been skilled and we have all the partners on board, then we shall talk about AI infrastructure. And what do I mean by AI infrastructure? I'm talking about building of AI products and services. You're not going to build AI products and services from the Ugandan context if you don't have a localized data set. It will be a product and service, but it will be based on data from data centers in California or in the US. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? So there's a disparity around there. So yes, we will have people, yes, we have people, we collect different data from different sources depending on the product we're doing, and yes, we have that under OTIC. We have a few innovations that we're coming out. We built a personalized learning system called Somesa AI that is helping graduates, university students learn kind of personalized learning experiences. We built that product. And yes, we're collecting data. But you see, when you're talking about scaling impact, building for scale across the country, then we need to have the bigger conversation of a national data infrastructure in the country. When we have that, then the products and services we will build, whether it's in the financial sector, when you want to have your credit scoring algorithms or what, or agriculture, the products will be scalable across the country. So data infrastructure from a nationalist perspective will help us a lot in this conversation, as opposed to companies like OTIC coming somewhere, then we're going to do some data collection somewhere in northern Uganda, then we're going to do some data collection somewhere in Kabale, then do the product. But then the world is moving on. So for us, we chose to say, okay, can we pay the price and begin this conversation from top going down? Our heart is very simple. Can we have the country adapt and mutate, and every sector of the economy, whether all of us here, every sector of the economy adapt and mutate to be relevant and provide financial services to every Ugandan as we could. Thank you so much. Yes, we are doing it, but I think the conversation must begin from top going down for us to have a scalable impact across the country, affecting national GDP, increasing cash flow in that regard, and all the players are coming through as well, financial players, agricultural players, and everybody coming through in that regard.
Mr. Paul Katene.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen from OTIC Foundation, another hand clap. You can bring him to your church also. He'll sit there. Esther, you have too much talent, huh? I deserve. Are you Ugandan? Joking. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, man. Okay, so yes, so but Ugandans are very clever. He spoke about AI and building AI and preparing Ugandans for it. Yesterday, the URA and the Financial Intelligence Authority, you know what they said? They said some clever Ugandans are using tech, AI, etc. to hack into URA systems and data and to manipulate trade payments and stuff like that. So the evade tax and all that. So while you are you know, trying to, you know, improve, you know, the country's tech ecosystem and make sure that people are skilled, you also have to be careful. So regulation, and that will be the next topic in the afternoon after lunch. And I'll be handing over to another wonderful and very informed gentleman. He's a researcher, Terence Tmwine, Senior Research and Market Development Officer. This gentleman will be taking over, my senior in that, and will be guiding you through the sessions in the afternoon. So lunch will be at the, I'll call it a lobby before you come in here, at the entrance. So you will be enjoying your lunch. So and everyone, the Ghana Securities Exchange and everyone who's here for having given me an opportunity to talk to you. And thank you again for your time. And we have learned a lot in this hour. So let's go have lunch and we'll be back. It's going to be for 1 hour. We'll be back at 2:15 according to the organizers. Thank you.
for the next panel, Madam Miriam Echirapa Musali, who is the Director, Legal and Board Affairs at the Capital Markets Authority. Please join me in welcoming Miriam to moderate this. Thank you.
Company Secretarial Services, investment professional with expertise spanning over 18 years in domestic and East African capital markets. He has managed equities and fixed income portfolios at some of the largest domestic pension and retirement schemes. He has provided strategic investment advice to the most prominent institutional investors in the retirement benefits sector in the country. He's currently the chief executive at SBG Securities Asset Management. He also does investment advisory. SBG also does securities trading. SBG is a subsidiary of Stanbic Uganda Holdings Limited. He was previously the head of investor relations at Umeme. He also worked at the NSSF as a portfolio manager. He also worked at the African Alliance as a research analyst. So let us welcome Grace. Grace, you're welcome. I'd like to introduce Mr. Mugalia. Mr. Mubale. Okay. Has he entered the room? I know he is trying to get it. I'm going to introduce Ms. Cynthia Kabakali. So Cynthia is a legal officer at the Capital Markets Authority. She's an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. She's a chartered governance professional. She holds an MBA from Edinburgh Business School. She's currently leading a team in development of ESG regulatory framework for the capital markets. Her main areas of practice are legislative drafting, corporate governance, corporate advisory, as well as regulatory compliance. I'm also going to read out the resume for Mr. Mubale. Anyone who sees him should just walk him up here so that we can proceed at whatever point he gets into the room. But Mr. Mubale will be joining us. He is the CEO of Sanlam Investments. Mr. Mubale leads the team. At least he handled similar assignments at ICEA, Lion Asset Management. He has about 14 years in investment management across the continent. He's also the chairman of the Investment Management Association of Uganda. He's also the secretary to the Pan-African Fund Managers Association. So when you look at the panel we've put together, when Mr. Mubale joins us, we have about 62 years of experience in financial services. So I think we deserve a very big hand clap. Don't you think so? All right. So this week we have been looking at sustainability. Sustainability is really the new name of the game when it comes to finance. We talk about sustainability in different sectors. And in the area of finance, really sustainability is something that we all need to be aware about. We need to be practicing. And our discussion today is going to be on the importance of sustainable finance and how regulatory frameworks can promote investments in the capital markets. So to help us understand this a little bit further and just to lay the background and the context for our discussion, I'll just request Jacinta to just tell us what sustainable finance is about.
Thank you, Miriam, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, indeed, sustainability and sustainable finance has been a big discussion in our continent, and Uganda has not been exempt to that. So what is sustainability? What is this thing? So to put it simply, sustainability is an initiative and a discussion that is looking at our current needs, and how we use our environment and as the society, and key aspects of ESG that come into play when we're looking at this discussion. So to put it into perspective, the three key aspects that explain what sustainability is. One is environment. So how are we using our environment in a way that meets our needs to promote our businesses, but also conserves the same environment for our children, great-grandchildren, and so on and so forth. So when we put it into the perspective of sustainable finance, it looks at when you're making your business decision and when you're looking at investment, what are your considerations? For example, if it is a paper manufacturing business, are you mostly looking at to make the money and sell as much paper as possible while degrading the environment? So the discussion we're going to have today will look at those key aspects and how they have an input into the investment sector that we're in, the decisions that we make, and how we can strike a balance between meeting our business needs, but also conserving the environment, maintaining biodiversity, and also taking into account the future generations. So the second aspect on sustainability looks into society, or the social aspect. So the first part would look at it from two perspectives. One, the society. I'll still use the example I've given of a paper producing industry. So you have your business, and you're looking at how does the community benefit from that activity that you're conducting. So apart from saying, if you look at it from the financial perspective, you say, yes, we're making money and we're giving jobs to the community. But there's a bigger discussion to that. And this looks at what is the impact of your business on the society and on the community. If you're an industry and at or the 70% of the day you're making loud noises, you're emitting noxious gases. Yes, you're giving people the jobs, but at what expense? And how is your society benefiting from that? But also secondly, on the social aspect, we also look at the people who are actually involved in this business that you are investing in or that you're conducting. And now it looks into your employees, you're giving them jobs, but is that all that it is? So the social aspect under ESG and under sustainability goes deeper into the staff that are working for you. For example, is there inclusivity in your labor force? Are people taking leave? Yeah, it looks like something that can be easily ignored, but are your staff taking leave? Is there a balance in your labor force? Is there inclusivity? Is there occupational safety and health? So it's not all about doing the business and having the output and the big figures reflecting on your balance sheet, but it goes deeper into those social aspects. And then the third key element still speaks to governance. I think this is quite straightforward. But because decisions are made from the governance body, and the directors and the management need to also have a sustainability mind while making these investment decisions. I'll give a small example, and maybe this will apply mostly to the ladies, for example. If you've paid attention, you'll look at some of the products, especially coming from Europe, or your skincare, let's say a lotion. You'll see a small tag at the bottom that's written on cruelty-free. Has anyone ever taken time to find, really, what does this mean? This is how far ESG has gone. So cruelty-free, for example, on your lotion at the bottom, speaks to the fact that in the production of this sunscreen or this lotion or whatever you're using, the business, the company, and the entities that are engaged in this investment ensured that while producing this good, no animal rights were affected, and it took into account all those environmental factors. Wouldn't that encourage you to keep on buying that product? Because at the back of your mind, you're saying, yeah, we're actually conserving and protecting that environment, the environment, and overall ESG is being upheld. So this is the discussion that we're having today. How do we bring ESG home, and how do we put it into our investment decisions? So to come back now to the capital markets and to the investment discussion that we're having, I'll just give a clear example, for example, green bonds. And simply put, green bonds are like a debt security that is intended to obtain financing for environmentally friendly or ESG initiatives. And so a green bond, from the word green, is targeted towards maintaining the environment, but while also conducting investment. So maybe a company will issue a green bond and use the money from that bond, for example, to carry out use of waste in a better way. And we'll even take the example, let's say, of the Chitezi landfill, and say, you know what, you'll issue a bond and get money from that to be able to improve recycling and use of waste. So we're trying to bring the discussion into one wrap, and we're saying ESG on one side, but also how are we promoting sustainable finance. And this is something that we as the exchange are quite keen on, and maybe later in the discussion we'll speak more into it, because in our mission statement, we encourage sustainable investments for our customers while also inspiring growth. So to put it into perspective, that is what sustainable finance is, and that is really what the discussion we're going to have, and more detail into how to implement these in your businesses and the benefits that can accrue from ESG, and to demystify this entire topic. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Jacinta has done a great job of just helping us demystify sustainable finance. And I think we are all getting comfortable with this discussion. Mr. Semakula, you are part of the Stanbic group. I would like you to just tell us a little bit about, you told us a little bit about SBG already, but what is Stanbic doing in this area of sustainable finance?
Okay, thank you, Miriam. Mr. Mubale, you're welcome. I think the panel is better gender balanced. But not only that, when you're sitting amongst 3 lawyers and regulators, it can be intimidating. So it's better balanced now. Okay, so I'll talk about, again, we've already introduced SBG, which is the Securities Trading, Asset Management and Investment Advisory subsidiary of Stanbic Uganda Holdings. And I want to talk about what sustainability means, not just to us as SBG, but within the wider franchise of Stanbic and Standard Bank in general. So I think if I'm just to reflect on the organization, sustainability is a key strategic focus area for Stanbic and for Standard Bank in general. When we look at our sustainability framework, it's really built around creating positive impact in the economy. We recognize that while we are in the process of generating economic returns, we have to do that by providing products, providing services, which really meet the needs of not just the current, but the future generation, which is what Jacinta has referred to. In terms of our strategic priorities, for example, for 2024, one of our 3 strategic priorities is to drive sustainable growth and value. So that will include our financial metrics, ROE, cost to income, ETC, profit growth. But outside of that, when we look at the social, environment, and economic principles, priorities are, financial inclusion. Considering the demographic of our country, we know that we need to do a lot to bring, the youths into the finance and investment space. Other areas that we are focusing on are around green energy, okay, and really the youth, value proposition. So sustainability is extremely important for Stanbic. If I can just briefly talk about some of the areas where the group has invested significantly. For example, in financial inclusion, we've trained over 15,000 women, providing financial development classes and extended credit that's close to 80 billion shillings. One of our other subsidiaries under Stanbic Uganda, the Stanbic Business Incubator, has trained over 2,300 SMEs in, essentially, business skills, record keeping, governance, etc. So our different interventions in those areas are carried out by, the different entities. So if I reflect on, the role that we can play significantly as SBG Securities, and Jacinta has talked about it, I think we have a wonderful opportunity for the issuance of, or supporting the issuance of green bonds. And we can learn from some of the markets where we've done this. For example, in Tanzania, Standard Bank led as an underwriter and the lead book runner on the issuance of the first green bond in Tanzania by CRDB Bank, which raised about $60 million, but the program I think is much bigger, it's up to $300 million. And it was oversubscribed about 400%, and there was a lot of appetite for it. So I think for me, when reflecting on where we are as a market, that is an opportunity that we can use to develop our capital markets, to diversify the base of securities that we have, and also to provide products which, first of all, are raising capital to deal with sustainably linked investments, whether it's on the social front, whether it's green linked bonds, whether it's housing, and whatever fits in the category. So that's sustainability from the bank's perspective. It's a core area of focus and priority, and we've done some investments, to ensure that it's embedded throughout our organization, and we are tracking all the metrics regularly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace, for just exposing some of what Stanbic Bank has done. I think very strong on the S, the social aspect, yeah, and just giving back to the society. I think that's very interesting. I also like what you said about the opportunities, things like green bonds, and just looking at what has been done in the other markets. I think that's very impressive. Cynthia, you're a regulator with some experience in the capital market space. Just help us to understand the regulatory landscape when it comes to sustainable finance. What does it look like?
Thank you, Miriam. So when we speak sustainable finance, from a regulatory standpoint, we look at it in 3 dimensions. First, on an international level, we have Uganda being a signatory to the United Nations 2020 Sustainable Development Goals, and it's also a signatory to the Paris Agreement, which aims to combat climate change. On a regional level, we've seen core regulators in the region incorporating or integrating ESG in their regulatory framework. We've seen the Nairobi Securities Exchange issue out ESG guidelines. We've seen the Capital Markets and Securities Authority of Tanzania issuing out governance and subnational sustainability bonds regulations. And just recently, we've seen the Capital Markets and Securities Authority of Rwanda issue out corporate governance regulations, which all underscore sustainability finance in their industry. Now, to bring it home here in Uganda, first we will look at the National Development Plan, the 3rd National Development Plan, which has domesticated these international agreements and also gone ahead to require that all entities incorporate the same within their framework. Now, to bring it on a national level, we also have the Companies Act under Table F that requires all entities, especially publicly listed entities, to integrated sustainability reporting into their business operations, but also they encourage private companies to also onboard some aspects of Table F. Now, just to bring it home to Capital Markets Authority, we have 2 pieces of regulations that we are working on, and one is the corporate governance regulations, which aim at ensuring that boards both disclose and report on ESG and sustainability matters, but also they integrate sustainability, development, and success within their business operations. Now, within we have also seen other regulators in the financial services sector, like Bank of Uganda, issue out ESG guidelines just recently, and also they have 2 new pieces of legislations, corporate governance regulations for the financial institutions and the microfinance non-deposit taking institutions, and they all underscore corporate governance, they all underscore sustainability issues. We've also, I think, the Insurance Regulatory Authority is also working in the pipeline on ESG guidelines. So we see the entire industry is working towards incorporating sustainable finance within their frameworks. Just one thing that I need to note, there is a varied approach to sustainability, and this has opened a gap for, this ambiguity has opened a gap for issues like greenwashing, information asymmetry in terms of data that is produced and so forth. So we still have a long way to go because of these issues, but we are making strides and efforts to ensure that sustainability finance is incorporated within the legal framework of Uganda. Thank you, Miriam.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cynthia. I think Cynthia has done a great job of helping us appreciate where we are coming from at a global level. I heard you talk about the Paris Agreement, and then at a regional level, what is being done in countries like Rwanda, and then, of course, at a national level with the amendments that came to the Companies Act 2012. So it's really given us a very good context. Mr. Mubali, yeah, you are with Sanlam Investments, one of the largest asset management firms. You deal with institutional investors all the time. In Uganda, we say, funirawa, you know, should sustainability really be something that institutional investors care about? If I'm a pension fund, why should I be concerned about sustainability? Is it a distraction? Is it something that I should really be concerned about as a trustee of a pension fund? What are some of the benefits of sustainability when it comes to financing?
Thank you, Miriam. I think from an investment perspective, the benefits that are major that accrue to investors come in two categories. The first one is a return on investment, and the second one is in a shape of managing risk. So in the first instance, our experience has shown that investing in businesses or companies that are very cautious and that are striving towards becoming sustainable. As you are aware, sustainability is beyond ESGs. It's making sure that you do a business that is not only good for the environment or social and governance, but also it's good for you as a firm. And our experience has shown that companies that score highly in terms of ESG and sustainability factors tend to also outperform companies that are not high up in the index. Most managers do have their own way of scoring. Bigger firms, of course, have more resources, but the messaging is clear that sustainability is something worthwhile investing in. The second aspect is on risk management, which again, risk usually doesn't come to the forefront. But I can give a quick example of an investment we had in Kenya in the property kind of sector. And this particular entity had gone a long way in ensuring that they have health and safety policies and had hired experts to manage health and safety issues. They had invested. It's not all the time that you'd find a developer hiring a consulting firm to guide them on how to minimize such incidences. And indeed, an incident happened, but because they were well prepared, it minimized the, can I call it, negative press that would have gone out, or the loss in confidence that would have resulted from such an incident. And in fact, no lives were lost, simply because a lot of measures had been taken into account to secure the operation. So managing of risk is also another way that being sustainable, being cautious about ESGs helps us as investors. It also, to a great extent, manages reputational damage that would have resulted from that. So those are the two main areas that we see a lot of value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mubale. As you are speaking, I was reminded of a research that was done by McKinsey, and their conclusion when they did this research is that investors are willing to pay a premium for companies that are well governed. So, I mean, if you're a company out there and you're interested in, you know, institutional investors coming in, you have to take into consideration environmental issues, social issues, governance issues, other aspects of sustainability. And we've heard from the asset manager, and he's the one who helps trustees when they are making some of these investment decisions. I think it's time to hear from the exchange again. Jacinta would like to know what the stock exchange is doing in this regard, but also as the primary regulator of these listed companies, I'm sure you have observed some challenges when it comes to issues of sustainability, issues of sustainable financing. We just want you to give us some observations, things that you've noted when it comes to this particular area.
Okay, thank you, Miriam. And as I'd just spoken to earlier, the mission statement of the exchange speaks very greatly in encouraging customers and also promoting sustainable investment. So it's something that as an organization we are quite passionate about and very keen on. So a number of initiatives are going on as well. Maybe I'll start to speak with the preparation of the guidelines that we'll be issuing already in the offing and should be out early 2025, which will concretize reporting mechanisms specifically on sustainability and on ESG for the various issuers and the listed companies that we regulate. But also, aside from that, I must say that we've seen great improvement and great reporting from the issuers, and you can even, if you take time to look at the annual reports from the various issuers listed on the exchange, you'll see a lot of mention on the sustainability initiatives that they've taken. For example, you'll see detail on how much paper has been used and the reduction actually in that going paperless. And that speaks greatly to a shift in the positive direction on the side of ESG. We also I encourage you actually to take time and actually look at these annual reports to show that there's a significant shift. And I'll also speak to, Cynthia has already spoken to the ongoing guidelines that are also in the offing from the CMA side, but we also have the IFRS S1 and S2 standards, which speak a lot also and have been guiding to some of these listed companies, and this is why we see the discussion ongoing. So even the fact that we're still in the preparation of these guidelines, we still continue to see and also encourage our issuers to continue to report on that. And I guess also must speak to the initiatives even within the exchange. For example, we have an ESG masterclass that is intended to demystify what ESG is, but also to encourage a number of not only issuers, but even the public on how to implement ESG policies in their framework and also in their organizational dynamic, but also how they can take advantage of implementing this. And my colleague Sarah is over there. She handles, Sarah, if you could wave. Yeah, Sarah handles the ESG masterclass. So if you're in the room and you really want to know more, that lady over there is the person to go to with all the detail that you want. And we will be having an ESG masterclass in the month of November, around 20th to 22nd. And that goes to show that indeed this is something that's very close to our hearts as the exchange. And still, we, on the side of social and also bridging the gender gaps, I'll start with this week. We had the Women's Investment Breakfast, and specific to women, no offense, the gentlemen in the room, but this engagement is just to encourage, create awareness and also balance the the playing field for women to understand and give them this opportunity, a safe space, and to also learn and engage, because ESG is not only environment, and from the initial discussion that we've had, but also to feed into that social aspect. We have a number of CSR events and ways of giving back to the society. We've previously carried out also university challenges to be able to speak and build awareness about the exchange, because we are not just the stock exchange, but also still giving back to the community. We've also had events, Ring the Bell for Gender Equality, still speaking very greatly, and also to the entire discussion on ESG. I must also mention that we had the first paperless IPO in Africa. I expected some hand claps. Yes. So that goes very far and into the discussion on ESG. And this was during the Airtel IPO. And so as an issuer, they started off on a great note as well. But also this goes to show how far this discussion is going. And I would say that the exchange is making great strides in that perspective, and also bringing investment nearer to people, irrespective of where you are. We have the Easy Portal system, which enables access to the system and to be able to buy shares irrespective of where you are. And this speaks also greatly to encouraging the entire discussion and the issuers in promotion of ESG. So I'd say as the exchange, we've made very great strides, and we continue to promote the discussion on ESG. And even for the companies that are not listed and maybe do not have either the sufficient cash flows to get listed, we have still a program on USE, the USE dollar, which also provides opportunities for companies and also supports even such initiatives. We see a number of startups which are actually quite ESG sensitive, may not be able to list, but we provide still that. So that's still giving back to the community, giving back to the society, but also improving and giving that guidance on governance from that side.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jacinta. It's good to know that the stock exchange is really doing something. And I liked the education piece. Sarah, thank you for what you're doing in that area. And I hope that all of us will be in the November masterclass from 20th to 22nd. So well done. If you want to sign up for the November masterclass, Sarah will be at the back at the end of the, of the session, and you can definitely sign up for that. The stock exchange mentioned something about reporting, how they've made a lot of strides, and how annual reports of listed companies are now including this area of sustainability, and that it's quite impressive. I'm happy that we have Mr. Semakula. I'd like him to tell us a little bit about the reporting, sustainability reporting by Stanbic Bank.
Okay, so I think if in 2021, one of the investments that Stanbic Uganda made was the setting up of a sustainability unit within the organization. So this is not, it's not a role that's run, let's say, time for annual report, and someone in finance picks up a few statistics and compares the report. No, it's a dedicated team that helps to embed sustainability across the organization, throughout the year, in terms of delivering training, coming up with KPIs for the different business units, and that has embedded sustainability throughout the organization. So from 2021, in 2022, the board of directors approved the sustainability framework for the organization. And since then, we have run 2 full reports in 2022 and 2023 on our report to society. An abridged version of that is included in the annual report that we publish on our website, but also the detailed report to society in itself is available. So I think that's the first major investment that was undertaken to drive the sustainability agenda. So I think, like Jacinta said, and we can see it's still a journey. Listed companies in the region are still learning. Some of these standards have just been, sort of passed down, from other markets, and it's a journey. But I think what matters is that companies get onto that journey, and regulators are helping with delivering the training, the regulatory environment to embed reporting into our regular reports. So I think for us, it's critical that we are transparent with the results of our operations outside of the financial metrics, because the public, our clients, and all stakeholders need to know how we are doing based on the commitments we have made from a sustainability and ESG point of view. I think given that we're a listed company, it's critical that even our shareholders know, the company they are invested in, how sustainable are we. Of course, apart from the financial returns that they're seeking for, investors are increasingly interested in the sustainability leg of operations. So that's been the history of Stanbic so far. I'm proud to announce for anyone who doesn't know that at least for 2023, Stanbic Uganda won 2 awards at the PROW and the FIRE Awards for the best sustainability report and the best integrated report. So again, it's still a journey, but I think some meaningful progress has been made. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Semakula. I think I'll ask them to clap for Stanbic. Huh? They should. They should, yeah. It's really good when we walk the talk. Sustainability can be just, a buzzword, or it can be something that's actually done practically and benefits society and helps us to save the environment. So I'm very happy when I get the kind of feedback that you're giving us. And I think the challenge for everyone out here is to go and look at the sustainability reports that Stanbic has been issuing and that have actually helped them to win some awards, and just see how they are reporting in this particular area. Cynthia, when it comes to investors have a role to play when it comes to sustainable financing. And I would like you to just help us appreciate, from a regulator's perspective, what role you feel investors actually play in this space, and how are investors actually protected?
Okay, first I'll start with how we protect investors. Number one, we develop the framework within which the market players operate. This is through issuance of guidelines, policies, and regulations. Secondly, we also play an oversight role to ensure that these players are able to meet the standards that have been set or comply with these standards. And most importantly, we also play an enforcement role, that in the event that the players do not meet the standards, then we are able to come and enforce through prosecution, through issuance of fines and penalties, among other things. Now, when it comes to the role that investors play, they do play a very important role. One, they are policy advocates. I think my fellow panelist has just mentioned that they're already on the sustainability path. They're already reporting on it. And so through this, they come and engage constructively with regulators and policymakers to develop tools, frameworks, and policies which are able to integrate sustainability finance. Secondly, and importantly, they also directly or indirectly invest in projects that have sustainability components in them. And also, thirdly, they make deliberate efforts to ensure that the companies in which they invest or through which they invest are able to improve their ESG performance through shareholder activism and dialogue. I think I'll also want to highlight the gap that is existing in this space, especially when it comes to retail investors. And my call upon retail investors to get on board and also be able to play a part in this shareholder activism, in advocacy, and also investing more and also seeking more information when it comes to sustainable finance. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. I think the retail investors have heard that they also have a part to play when it comes to issues of sustainability. Mr. Mubale, I would like you to just help us to appreciate. We've been talking about walking the talk. We've got some very good examples of what Stanbic Bank has been doing in this area. But as an asset manager, how do you actually embed sustainability in your investment process? Just help us appreciate that.
Yes, so I'm not certain how other firms might be embedding sustainability into the investment process, but I can confirm that at Sanlam, it's a very big component. And how we do it is for every investment that we make, we do a little bit of groundwork, come up with some type of models and projections on each investment. We then go ahead to score each of the investments on the aspect of its strength as a business, but also on the aspects of sustainability. And in the combined score, when we are doing that work, the sustainability factors contribute 25% of the overall score. So you can still have a very good business, but if it scores poorly on sustainability and other issues, then in terms of hierarchy, it sort of goes down. Now, as you're aware, each business is sort of different, so the scoring is not consistent across different sectors, but within the sector, there is some level of consistency. If you are in the bank side, I think things like water usage is not as high as maybe energy or can I call it predatory lending? If your lending rates are very high, then we will probably prefer somebody who's not preying onto their customers. If you're into manufacturing or breweries or soft drinks, then water scores takes up a much higher score than maybe other factors. And of course, in the telecoms, energy usage is quite up there, and the cost of products. So we've developed these kind of systematic ways of not only measuring the performance and projections of the business, but also how they perform in terms of their sustainability. You will have noticed that quite a number of listed companies have started issuing sustainability reports. We update our models regularly based off the cycle on which the investee is delivering information. Some are doing half yearly, some are trying to be as aggressive as on a quarterly basis. And in that information, we also then track the sustainability factors one by one. So if your objective is zero emissions by 2030, we then track how consistently you are moving towards that goal. And if you slacken off a bit, we then raise our hand and say, but you've fallen behind on this issue. What exactly happened and how are you going to rectify that? So from an investment process perspective, that's how we are approaching embedding sustainability into how we make investments. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's very interesting. So we're not just looking at the bottom line. We are now going beyond profitability and going beyond what the shareholders are after to also look at other aspects and other stakeholders like the society. So thank you very much, Mr. Mubale. That was very interesting. The time has now come for this wonderful panel to respond to some questions So if you have a question, this is your time. Please let us know your name and let us be brief. Let's be mindful of the time. Just go straight to your question, please.
I see there are some questions in the audience. Just before the questions come, ladies and gentlemen, live on YouTube, the CMA Uganda page and the USE page, just tell that person who may be in office that we are live and we're talking about sustainability. And it's a very, very good panel here. Live on the CMA page, the USE page, and the Smart YouTube page. I will ask, oh yes, just that code there is where you'll be able to see all the photos of the event, just in case you might be interested. So feel free to scan it, and then you'll be able to get the photos of the event. Feel free to post them on your social media platforms. Remember to tag World Investor Week and the CMA page, as well as the USC page on LinkedIn and on our Twitter pages or X pages. Yes, the question, Cindy.
Thank you so much, Cindy from ICA Asset Management. So the first question is, what kind of returns do you expect from ESG-driven investments? Do you think they're going to outperform the traditional assets? Then number 2 is, how are you having those difficult conversations with the shareholders where you have to find the company sacrificing their returns in order to drive ESG to get to a certain level before the real returns now start to come in? That's just the 2 questions I have for now.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah. I come from a credit rating company called ICRA. I'm the legal there. I have 2 questions. I have heard a lot from the panel about the regulations and the law around sustainable finance. And my understanding is that the law offers a basic or a best application of the same. How is the regulator or how are companies like SBG measuring this matrix? Yes, that's my question. Thank you.
Hello. Deogratius Wamala, I wanted to ask, tell me about how greenwashing manifests in capital markets, and have you encountered any of the last one would be, tell me about the green bonds and our journey to this. How can we reach there?
Okay. So I'm Bob Musenguzi from the exchange. I think mine goes to the GM of Sanlam. ESG and sustainability and the index they used score. I think an argument has been put that maybe this was, in quotes, a gimmick for maybe companies that are not environment friendly to try and sanitize their work, because when you look at some of the indices they use, you find what you'd say environmentally harmful entities outscoring actually what you'd call green enterprise. So really, is ESG the way to go, or can we look at other things to measure that?
Thank you very much for these very interesting questions that you have raised. The first question, what kind of returns do you expect from ESG? I'm going to leave this to the people who are not learned on the panel.
I think this question was for Mr. Mubale, but now look, I think first and foremost, every investor is different. There are investors who, when they look at their unique circumstances, ESG is important to them, and even if it comes at the cost of sacrificing returns, they're happy to take that. So it's, of course, we can't really give a number because every investment is different and it's relative. But I think we also must recognize that certain investors, for example, will not want to invest, to have exposure to industries that, are linked to pollution, waste disposal into rivers, etc. And even if instead of, taking an investment where they were earning, let's say 15%, the more sustainable option is lower, maybe 12%. I think that's very common. So I think it's important, but it really depends on the circumstances of an investor and when they define their unique circumstances. If the aspect of sustainability is critical to them, they will be willing to sacrifice, returns. Yeah. But maybe Dennis can supplement.
Okay, Dennis, as you supplement, could you just also cover Cindy's question when it comes to shareholders? How do you have those conversations with shareholders who may feel like you're sacrificing profitability to get into issues of sustainability?
Thank you. So, at least from where we stand, we find that the investment made into sustainable or sustainability factors is worthwhile overall. And from a return on investment, I think that varies, as Grace has mentioned. And the best way to measure that is in terms of benchmarks, in terms of comparability. I can give a quick example. If you're looking at banks, say within East Africa, you will find that the banks that score highly on sustainable factors are also generating a higher return for the shareholders. That is not a theory, that is what we've actually evidenced. So by the time we come to emphasize that I think this is important, it is not based off it could happen, it has actually happened. So it's a worthwhile investment. So as shareholders, we are happy that yes, we would look like we are sacrificing a bit of cost, but eventually it pays off. And secondly, like I mentioned, we are happier with institutions that are well governed, because we have less to worry about. Okay? Yeah. There's less to worry about. So we have more confidence when there's better governance, there's better environmental management, because we feel the reputation of the institution will be much better over time. So it's a worthwhile investment that then ends up also paying actual dividends. Yeah.
All right, Cynthia, as we respond to these last questions, I'll also like you to just give us your parting shots so that we can round up this session. Deogratius asked about this beautiful journey we are going to take towards green bonds. How are we going on that journey? Just explain that a little bit and also give us your parting shots.
Thank you. So when it comes to green bonds, we are currently amending our Oath of Securities regulations, and we have provided requirements and the framework for which to apply and also be able to issue green bonds. My parting shots really is a call on us in the financial services ecosystem and also outside to be good stewards of the environment in which we live, to be socially aware of the things that we can do that affect the society within which to live, and also just highlight that there are various risks for not adhering to sustainability in general, that the physical risks can include floods that we've recently seen awash in the entire region. We've also seen the unfortunate Kitezi event. That is how far our actions lead or affect the environment within which we live. For issuers, market intermediaries, the exchanges, investors, both retail and institutional, we do have a role to play, and we should all be able to play it to see a better environment in the future for us and our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Let's give her a big hand clap. Jacinta, there was a question around greenwashing and how it actually manifests. If you could just speak about that. And there was another question on some of the metrics that are being used when it comes to some of these measurements, because the regulation is a bit basic. If you can also just make a quick comment on that, and you give us your parting shots.
Okay, I'll start with your last question on the matrices that are being used. I think a lot of guidance is being derived from the IFRS S1 and S2 standards. These give significant guidance, and I would just maybe invite, I don't know the person who asked the question, invite you all actually to read through those a bit more detailed, but I would give significant guidance. But also I think Bank of Uganda released some ESG guidelines for the banking sector, and these can give significant guidance. I think even ICPAU has some voluntary guidelines on the ESG perspectives and the matrices. So that would be a starting point as well. As Grace said, it's a journey. We're on the way there. Yeah. To the second question, I don't remember the gentleman's name on greenwashing. So simply put, it's releasing, should I say concealing or misleading information on the actual performance of a company from the ESG perspective. Of course, if you see companies going in this direction, it already goes to show that ESG has become a significant discussion in the environment that we operate. And maybe to put it into perspective, I don't know if anyone remembers I think 2015 or 2016 Volkswagen scandal. It was a very significant corporate governance scandal where the producers of this, in this company, released a particular vehicle to the public, and they sort of manipulated the software in the vehicle, and it was presented to the public as having a significantly lower carbon emission. And of course, this speaks to investors as well, because now you're seeing companies do not want to go through, of course, there's a financial impact on it. And so the IT systems were manipulated. I'm not going into the detail. And people bought onto this with that in hindsight, that this is actually protecting our environment. Of course, it caused a very big scandal, corporate governance wide, but also ESG, and actually a number of these vehicles were recalled. It caused a lot of backlash, reputational risk, and all that. But what is that? Because there is clearly a need to promote ESG, and it's actually interesting to the public, but the expense and all that. So that's just an example of misleading information and its impact, which would be, in essence, greenwashing.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mobale, if we could have your parting shots.
Yes, there was also a question around scores.
Okay.
From our perspective, we have our own scoring process because we have capacity internally. And of course, it changes as we investigate, or for whatever reason, but it is owned by us. And the scenario you pointed out, at least we haven't seen it. Okay? So in terms of parting shots, I think for the future we see questions being asked of fund managers as stewards of capital to do more. And in Uganda, we should expect a couple of regulations. So for our customers, they'll be seeing a change in the way we report to them. And part of the work that we're doing in the background will start to come to be at the forefront, presented to them that this is how we are managing this whole sustainability issue. So from a forward-looking perspective, that is something that is coming, not just within Uganda, but across most of the managers that we've had conversations with in Africa. I think South Africa is ahead, but then the rest are also catching up. So it's a big issue, and we should embrace it.
Okay, let's give him a big hand clap. lastly, last but not least, Mr. Semapula, your parting shots.
So I think mine will be about market development. I'm hopeful that we can leverage the options available in this space to widen the range of financial instruments that we have in the market. So I think the issuance of green bonds is, in particular, is a key area that could, support a lot of activity on the market and diversifying away from the existing suite of instruments. So that's an area that, as a franchise and investment advisor, we are very keen to support and to see how the market evolves. Of course, as Stanbic Bank, we've already sort of been issuing green loans, to companies that qualify in that space. But we're excited about, how the market can be transformed with this range of securities. So, in case anybody out there has a portfolio of or a candidate for issuance, feel free to come out and talk to us. And we look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give the panelists a big hand clap. I think we're going to take a photo. We deserve a photo.
You do.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's stand up and take a picture.
You'll take a photo up, down. Just come down. I think it will have a better background. The cameraman. Okay. While they have a photo moment, ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier, we are live on YouTube, on the CMA page, USE page, as well as the Smart24 page. I wanted to guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, that please don't leave your seats. We will be out of here by 4:30, so please do not leave your seats. Allow me to appreciate organizers of this event. That has the Capital Markets Authority that has partnered with the Uganda Securities Exchange to ensure this event is a colorful one. But also allow me to recognize the sponsors of this event: Stanbic Bank Uganda, Vision Group, Smart24, MTN, Umeme. Hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. Umeme, Deposit Protection Fund, ICA, Old Mutual, DFF, Level Africa, Britam, Bank of Uganda, Gen Africa, NIC Holdings, NSSF, Presidential CEO Forum, and Bank of Baroda. Ladies and gentlemen, just a hand clap for them, because without them, we wouldn't have had such a very colorful event. Please, another hand clap for our panelists, the land persons, and the gentleman that escorted them. We appreciate them for this event, for the engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just ask you to stand. Please stand for a health break. Stretch out. I see some of you are beginning to close those eyes, or the eyes were just dropping, but okay. Just stretch a bit, and we'll just do a very, very simple activity. The theme for this year for World Investor Week. Ladies and gentlemen, I see someone say, is that Damali sitting? Please stand. Yes. The theme for this week has been tech-enabled financial inclusion, bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone. So your role is to remember bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone, okay? When I say tech-enabled financial inclusion, you say bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone. Tech-enabled financial inclusion? One more time, tech-enabled financial inclusion? Thank you. Thank you very, very much. You may have your seats. While we invite the next panel of this of experts, the gentleman, yes, please feel free to get the photos for those who are still asking for them. Okay, feel free to get the photos and scan the QR code. For the next session, we're going to be talking about the role of government in advancing financial inclusion, sustainable finance, and capital markets investments for national development. Is it me or the mic? It's the mic. Eh? Oh, it's me. Eh? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I hope I'm audible now. So we'll be talking about government's role, ensure financial inclusion, and very good panel that has been organized, and it's going to be a very, very interactive session. So to be able to moderate this panel is I think I'm the problem. Please bear with me. Is a gentleman who we've known, I think we've seen on TV for a long time. He is the public and corporate affairs manager at an organization that powers Uganda. He was previously serving with the Kampala Capital City Authority, and he's a member of the Public Relations Association of Uganda and part of a Cole National College. He speaks French clearly. And also, he has done some work with the British Council. Please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Mr. Peter Kauju to be able to moderate the next session. Peter? Another hand of applause, please.
Thank you very much, our Director of Programs today. When you say you have seen me on TV for a long time, I hope you're not calling on me to retire, you know? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here with you, and thank you for investing your time to be here to learn and to network and share a lot that we have shared today since morning. Indeed, Grace Semakula said every investor is different. But I think for all of you who are here, we are the same. We're investing because we want to be better in everything that we do today. So this afternoon, we are looking at the critical role of government and its institutions in advancing financial inclusion, sustainable finance, and capital markets investment for national development. So I really want to thank you for making the time to be with us here. So I have very distinguished gentlemen this afternoon today. So we will have Mr. Sembia Dixon, who is currently the Director for Research and Market Development at the Capital Markets Authority. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree and an MBA in Finance from Kenyatta University. He's a CFA, a charter holder, and he has over 14 years experience in capital markets as a regulator. 17 years now. Thank you, Dixon. We welcome you. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Our other panelist today is CPA Andrew Kawere. Is a banking professional with extensive experience in finance, audit, and financial sector regulation. He's obtained from diverse sectors, both public and private sector. Andrew started his career, which now spans over 20 years, with a stint in public practice at KPMG. He later on moved on to the East African Development Bank and Bank of Uganda, where he has served in different roles over the years, growing through the ranks to acting head of department at the central bank. Until December 2020, Andrew oversaw the regulation and supervision of non-bank financial institutions in the Bank of Uganda Supervision Directorate. Effective January 2021, Andrew serves in the National Payment Systems of Bank of Uganda, where he's tasked with implementation of the National Payment Systems Act 2022 and the regulations thereunder. He has a very rich profile, but allow me to stop at that for purposes of time. Let's give him a big round of applause. My third panelist this afternoon is, sorry, just pardon me a little bit. Dixon, okay. Please help me with, I need to get the last one. Technology seems to be dodgy. Okay. Yes, this was a trick, because this gentleman takes care of our money. Most of us that save with NSSF. So please allow me invite Mr. Owera Kenneth, who is Senior Portfolio Manager, Equities at NSSF Uganda. Kenneth has over 10 years of experience in investment management. He currently, as I said, serves as the Acting Chief Investment Officer of the fund, overseeing investment strategies and portfolio management. Before joining the fund, Kenneth has held several senior roles in many entities, and we are very happy to have you here, Ken, with us today. And thank you for taking care of our money. I want to confirm that I received the message of 11.5 and so many of them. Shall we clap for that, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. So I want to welcome you here today and thank our organizers, Capital Markets Authority and the Uganda Securities Exchange, for giving us the opportunity to be with you here today. So we are looking at how government institutions are actually working to advance financial inclusion, sustainable finance, and capital markets investment for national development. We've talked about sustainability and ESG, but we cannot sustain, our people if we actually leaving some people behind. So a very quick search in terms of what financial inclusion is this afternoon. I'll just quickly do that, then invite CMA, Capital Markets Authority, to share with us what's happening in their space. So financial inclusion is the availability and equality of opportunities to access financial services. It also refers to processes by which individuals and businesses can access appropriate, affordable, and timely financial products and services, which may include banking, loans, equity, and insurance products. So I will go to Capital Markets Authority. I know a lot has been shared here, and earlier on, our minister indicated that we are going to, in NDP4, we're actually capitalizing in mobilizing domestic savings for investment. How is it running in your spaces from where you sit? I know we have heard already from the CEO, but would like to hear from you what efforts you're putting in to ensure that there is actually financial inclusion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted to see all of you, and I know afternoon sessions are usually not very easy, especially on a Friday evening. So again, I'm happy to see that you're still here. Now, on what steps we are taking in as far as financial inclusion is concerned, you'll allow me to be a bit dodgy before I get to that specific question. Number one, what we believe is that a robust regulatory framework is critical for financial inclusion, okay? I think when people are confident that they're protected, okay? When people have trust in products, when people have trust in those who provide the different financial innovations, okay? Then they're likely to participate or they're likely to get a financial product, okay? So the regulatory framework is really, really critical in as far as financial inclusion is concerned. And on our part, we're ensuring that we have a facilitative regulatory framework as a way of increasing access, or as a way of increasing financial inclusion. Secondly, income. Okay, income is a critical component of financial inclusion. Okay, I think you cannot interact with the financial system unless you have an income. Okay, I mean you're not going to interact with the banking system. You're not going to interact with insurance, capital markets. You need an income. Okay, and so from our perspective, how will this work? Capital is critical for businesses, and once businesses have access to capital, then they will expand, okay, and they're going to employ other people. And once you are employed, okay, then you will have an income, and you will have a saving, or you'll have savings that you can then deploy, or that will enable you to interact with the financial system. So from our perspective, that is how we approach financial inclusion, okay? From the regulatory perspective bit, from the regulatory framework bit, and access to capital for businesses. Now, on specifics, what are we doing? We have a very extensive public education program aimed at increasing awareness of matters capital markets. I think this particular week is part of that public education program. Okay, so we use different tools, okay, from in-person presentation, mass media, radio, TV, online and virtual means, and we also have external contractors or resource persons who are part of our financial inclusion effort, okay? And so we have external contractors who move about the entire country sensitizing people on how to save and invest in capital markets. I think, I hope that addresses the question.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I will move on to NSSF. How does it look in your spaces as you work out all these initiatives and numbers? I know you're very strong on ESG. Where does financial inclusion stand on your list of priorities, and how are you doing it? Ken.
Okay, thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by firstly commending USC and the CMA for this initiative of just marshalling all the market players together, to celebrate this week. I think it is something that must be celebrated, and it is a good start. I think going forward, we need to even see increased participation by the different players in the market. Now, to the question specifically, NSSF's core mandate is social security, and this is broken down to three components. One is collections or contributions. The second is investment. And lastly is the benefit payout. And at every stage, there is financial inclusion that we consider. Just to give you a brief about the fund, NSSF has a membership of 2 million people, and those with balances in the fund is about 1.6 million. When you look at the active membership, that is those who are making contributions every month, the number drops to about 800,000. If you're to compare that with the taxpayers in the country, you realize that the numbers are about the same, because URA will tell you that the country has about 1.6 million taxpayers, which is almost the same number as the NSSF has in terms of members with balances. So what does this basically tell you? It tells you that these two entities are largely serving the same group of people. And from our analysis, we realize that this is the formal sector. Now, when you talk about financial inclusion, you find that the core membership of NSSF actually is a very small group of the country's population, with the majority being excluded from a social security perspective. So recently we had the census numbers being released, and UBOS told us that the working population of the country is at about 25 million Ugandans. This is out of a population of 48 million people. So effectively, just over 50% is employed. If you're to compare this to the NSSF membership currently, then you realize that I think there is a lot of room for improvement. Actually, a lot of room for improvement by the NSSF. Fortunately for us, the law recently was amended, which moved from only allowing us to look for employers with 5 employees at a minimum to basically every Ugandan being open to social security by the NSSF. And so that has presented us with an enormous opportunity. Obviously, one would imagine that the infrastructure that the NSSF has is geared towards dealing with the formal sector. So if you're talking about the informal sector, then there is a need to relook at your infrastructure. There's a need to relook at your approach to the market, which is something that the fund is working on. And one of the core tenets of that, just to ensure financial inclusion, has been the aspect of financial literacy, where given that now every Ugandan basically can benefit from social security that is offered by the NSSF, then it is very important that the aspect of financial literacy is enhanced, and that is something that the fund has been focused on largely. I think I'll leave it there for now, and then.
Thank you. Before you get off the mic, you've shared very well, especially on the numbers, and we have had a lot of presentations here. Yes, about 45 million Ugandans, and they are saying about 21, almost 22 million unbanked. We are in a techie-savvy world now. People are embracing technology to ensure that we can reach out those that we have not reached previously. How are you utilizing, technology to ensure that all the other Ugandans get actually an opportunity? They may not be in formal employment, as you indicated, but how do we reach them to ensure that we bring them on board as NSSF? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question, Peter. I think it is very important that every Ugandan is covered when it comes to social security and effectively financial safety. Indeed, you have rightfully pointed out that when you look at the banked population vis-a-vis the overall population of the country, there is a large portion of the population that is uncovered for financial inclusion. And indeed, when you look at the development or the advent of the telecom sector, you get to realize that the reach or the inclusivity has been faster than the banking sector, but also in terms of depth of penetration, it has been higher. I think when you look at just phone penetration, we are looking at about 68%, which is about 68 out of every 100 Ugandans having a phone. That is already, an avenue, and that is something that the NSSF has increasingly been using to tap into that aspect of the population. I think when you talk about coverage, which is one of our core mandates, we are trying to make it as easy as possible for current members, but also prospective members to be able to serve with the NSSF. And for that, you need to be able to find those people wherever they are. As I said, if you're talking about the formal sector, it is quite easy to reach those people because you know the address of someone, you know the address of their employer, and therefore, all you need to do is visit the employer if the employer isn't remitting their benefits. But when you come to the informal sector, then you need to change your approach, and that is something that NSSF has been doing. So in addition to our financial literacy efforts, we're also using the phones, the mobile phones, to enroll as many members as possible. We have partnered with the telecom companies, MTN and Airtel, to ensure that we can be able to reach as many members as possible, sign them up for the services, and ensure that they can be able to contribute with the NSSF. I think something else that is also very important to consider is the smartphone penetration. That number is at about 40 to 45%. Fortunately, it is growing. The telcos have various initiatives to try and ensure that that can be deepened. And the reason for that is because then as NSSF, we can be able to enhance the available opportunities that members can benefit from. There is a lot more that you can do with the smartphones than with the feature phones, for example. However, that being said, we still have to ensure that we use that avenue to reach as many members as possible, to enable them have ease in signing up, to enable them track their investments, and also to ensure that when it comes to payment, which is very important, that a certain category of our members can actually initiate their payments on their mobile phones in the comfort of their homes or offices or wherever they might be at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kawere, thank you for all you're doing at the bank. I mean, we see the monetary indicators in the papers most of the time. We see the green trucks, moving, carrying money. We keep admiring. And how, from where you sit, how are you supporting this drive and the efforts to ensure that there is actually financial inclusion for a Ugandan down there in my village in Kamonkoli and Kamwenge? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I start, may I also join my colleagues to thank the CMA and the USE for organizing this forum. I think it's a worthwhile conversation. In terms of the central bank, central banks are primarily known for monetary policy, financial stability, and things of the like. But monetary policy cannot be effective if you have a huge population outside the formal financial sector. So 2 years ago, the central bank revised its mission to add a component of socio-economic transformation. So the mission of the central bank today is to foster price stability and to promote price stability and a sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation. Why am I highlighting that? I'm highlighting that because we do understand that we cannot achieve price stability, we cannot achieve the monetary policy objectives without a formally sizable population being part of the economic system. So financial inclusion is a core part of the central bank, particularly arising from that extended mission statement. And a lot is happening within the central bank corridors to promote financial inclusion. But maybe what I can highlight is that the central bank is actually the secretariat for the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, which is the government policy document that embodies the national aspirations around financial inclusion. We're currently running with the second strategy, which was launched in September last year. And therein, there are so many initiatives that are being implemented, not only by the central bank, but in partnership with several government departments, in partnership with several private sector players, the development community, and so many other players. Before I go into those initiatives, let me also highlight where we've come from. Last year again, a FinScope survey was published, and it gave some very, very interesting statistics on financial inclusion. If you take overall financial inclusion in Uganda, FinScope, the 2023 survey, put overall financial inclusion at 81%, meaning that 81% of Ugandans have access to financial services, but that includes the formal and the informal. Formal services are those delivered by regulated financial institutions. However, we have a lot of interest in the formal services for the reasons that many colleagues have discussed, including the preceding panel. The informal services are not regulated, and that component remains quite sizable. But the formal access, formal financial inclusion access, was put at 68%. That is for banks, microfinance institutions, mobile money service providers, and similar institutions at 68%. But the 68% is not good enough. So the national aspiration, as laid out in the financial inclusion strategy, is to raise that to at least 75% in the next 5 years. And to that extent, the central bank is doing so much together with different partners. For example, again, arising from the same FinScope statistics, it was found that the 80% is largely on account of digital financial services. So a lot of energy is being expended towards promoting digital financial access, including mobile money, for example, and the associated oversight processes. There is a lot of work going into, including with CMA and the USE. There is ongoing work around using funds to deal in government treasuries and other securities. There is a lot of work going on around competition, because like here, my colleague has mentioned, without trust, without building trust in the access to financial services, we cannot scale up the access. So the central bank is doing quite some work around consumer protection. We're doing some work around fair competition, for which we've hit some bureaucracy or bureaucratic roadblocks. But the interventions are generally geared around scaling up formal access from the 68% in FinScope, empowering the consumers further, because we've also realized that one of the barriers is around the low levels of digital literacy, and yet digital channels are a key enabler. So we are devoting energy around empowering the people with digital literacy, and we've worked with the NSSF, for example, on that. And of course, strengthening the catalytic role. The central bank, like I said, has moved away from just doing the regulatory side, but we are also pushing a catalytic mandate to catalyze the sector through the push of incentives for access to financial services. So at high level, those are some of the ongoing initiatives. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. I think it was Sanlam that mentioned earlier about some predatory financial practices. Do you find this a challenge from where you sit with your lenses? Do you think it would be one of those factors that could be hampering financial inclusion to some extent, that some people fear, to go to the market because of maybe very prohibitive rates and things like that?
Absolutely. It is a big challenge. It is one of the pains that we're dealing with. And the predatory practices, you've highlighted one angle, which is maybe unethical lending and the unethical recovery practices. You might have seen some reports in the press recently, but that is just one side. We've got the other side around things like charges, transaction charges that are, unjustified. We've got the angle of degraded services, and I will use a basic example. If I went to a bank or if I went to an institution and placed an order for a payment transaction using a channel that is expected to be instant, say RTGS, but then that institution takes time to process that transaction, that is still predatory, especially if the customer is not fully informed of what to expect of the service. So yes, there are challenges around unethical financial practices. And what we've done as a central bank is to, at our level, within our confines, we've issued consumer protection regulations for digital financial services. We've tried to strengthen the consumer protection arm for the conventional deposit-taking institutions. When you go to a bank, you'll find things called key facts documents to try and empower the customer so that they can ask, relevant questions to the financial services provider before they sign up to a financial product. So that is some kind of empowerment for the financial services consumer, so that they can ask the right questions, so that they can put the institutions to task in as far as terms and conditions of service are concerned. But we're also collaborating with other partners. The case in point is the digital lenders who are under the supervisory oversight of the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. You must have seen those press reports where people were complaining, these people are extorting, they are confiscating our IDs and things like that. So we've worked with the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority and found a mechanism of, getting those dealing in such unethical practices. So the point is, it's a vice within the sector which the central bank is addressing on its own for the institutions that are under our mandate, but we are also trying to collaborate with our sister regulators for the institutions that are cutting across, for incidents that cut across the regulatory boundaries, such as the case for money lenders. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'll come back to Dixon here. And thank you for bringing us together today and hosting us. All these point to a lot of initiatives that you're undertaking as CMA and USE to create awareness. But again, this morning, the Minister emphasized that we are going to rely more on innovation in terms of mobilizing domestic resources. So what are your areas of focus? If I would ask you to point to some initiatives, about 3 or 4, that we are going to capitalize on in this financial year as we carry forward in line with the government's agenda of mobilization of savings and investment.
Okay, thank you. I think, like Adali indicated, the regulatory framework is critical in ensuring that you have an empowered, you have protected investing public. Okay, so they'll come into the financial system. So regulatory reforms will be a critical component. Public education, okay. I think knowledge about the options, knowledge on what to do, what not to do. I think that's a major focus area. And I must admit, yes, we've undertaken activities around trying to create awareness, but I believe there is still a lot of work to be done. Looking at the levels of awareness. So there's going to be enhanced public education, okay? And of course, once people are armed with the knowledge, once people have the information, then they'll be a lot more confident to interact with the financial system. I think earlier on there was mention of by my CEO. She talked about the regulatory sandbox as a key tool. Okay, and again, this particular tool will not only facilitate innovation, okay, but it will also facilitate regulation. Okay, so there are 2 aspects here. From a regulatory perspective, you get to understand how and what to regulate, and then from a perspective of innovation, you're actually able to allow innovators to pilot, test different innovations. And of course, innovation is a critical component in financial inclusion. People want convenience. People want things that are done differently. Okay, people want efficiency. People want lower costs. Okay, and all that that the lower costs, the efficiency, being able to access your money on mobile phone, being able to invest through mobile phone, all that will come through innovation. Okay, so innovation will be a key component or a key building block of our strategy in as far as trying to ensure that there's a lot more awareness, there's a lot more financial inclusion, which is critical to mobilizing the savings that will then go ahead to drive the necessary economic growth by providing capital.
Thank you very much. Dixon, I think I'll move back to the audience to see if there are any questions. I want to confess that I think, as they have indicated, numbers actually do not lie. They have said the biggest percentage of our population are actually young people. They are youthful people. So in everything that we do, we need to target them. I'm a beneficiary of Capital Markets Authority and USE. While I was starting as a young journalist at New Vision, I got an award many years ago, and yes, the award that I got actually had money, and it was tied. You actually had to choose a company, any listed company where you would buy shares. So they bought me shares in Stambik and UCL, Uganda Clays, so I have never regretted. So to the youngsters out there, there is real opportunity out there. So I think I'll give opportunity to about 2 people to ask these gentlemen here. Please don't complain about the panel. We saw quite a number of ladies on the previous panel, so we needed to balance the boat, yeah? And that was Josephine's plan. So let's have some 2 or 3 questions, and the gentleman decide will be able to respond.
Thank you very much. My first question is to all the gentlemen, including the gentleman from Umeme. What deliberate actions are you taking on issues to do with internet affordability, and whether you give it to us free of charge? I know NSSF is very good at mobilizing resources. We're all talking about cases where we want everyone to know a lot about technology, financial inclusion, technology, but the internet is quite expensive. I don't know. There are certain deliberate actions that should be taken for us to be able, as Ugandans in all parts of Uganda, to make sure that internet is very affordable. My last question is to the gentleman from BOU. I really appreciate the work and the report you did with WUMRA, especially issues to do with digital lending. But I'd like to report to you that on a personal basis, I've been making a research and I've been collecting evidences of the cases of the harassment and the threats that digital lenders have been giving out. I beg to be protected. If there are people that own those applications in this room, I hope that I will be protected. If anything happens to me, just know they came for me. But
you're protected, it's a free world.
But I just want to say that it keeps getting like worse and worse undercover, and it's very important for you to know how they are able to access your private data, the kind of threats that they keep giving to people. I've collected evidences, and I've also gone ahead to share emails with UMRA to tell them the kind of category and the information they give out there. So I really think issues to do with digital lending, there has to be a lot of restructuring so that people can be able to work professionally, so that people can be able to be like other money lenders, like banks, like someone is not owning like a kidding, but like a million phone calls in just 1 minute, speaking different words, threatening you, trying to be abusive. You've not even expired. So I have had like a couple of cases, and I'm still really gathering information. So if there is anyone in this room and is still experiencing the same, we are gathering information so that we can be able to have a more structured digital lending platform.
Thank you very much. Andrew, I think, has noted that. Could we have one more, if there is? And then, okay, there's a gentleman there. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Anthony from Smart24 TV as a journalist. My first question goes to my OB, Mr. Kawere from Chitovu. In 2022, Bank of Uganda issued a statement through a circular from your office that cryptocurrencies had been barred. Cryptocurrency transactions from mobile money to crypto and vice versa had been barred by the institution. Where do you stand currently? Because the crypto market, much as we don't want to admit, is going out of the racks. You know, you're looking at over 2.32 trillion US dollars. I don't think we are better than US. We are better than El Salvador, who have embraced digital currencies, right? So can we leverage them? Where do you stand at the moment in terms of digital currencies and crypto? Then for the rest of the panel, Mr. Dixon and Mr. Wera, when you look at why people don't invest or why people are running away from NSSF, it's because of the perniciously low amounts of income that they have. When you look at a recent statistic, like about 1 year ago, showed that less than 1% of Ugandans earn $1 million. And I can agree, if we are here, we are all here, and probably we are earning above $1 million. You're amongst the 1% of Ugandans. Now, you bring that Ugandan who is earning less than $1 million, and you want to take away NSSF. You also want them to put some money in the collective investment scheme, which is 100,000, by the way, minimum. How are they going to do it? So what option do you have for the low-income earners? Are you going to facilitate them so that they can earn more, or you're going to deal with actually what they have and grow it? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll start with Dixon. Actually, what I'll request is you respond, and then at the end you give your parting shot as well, because I want to give you another chance.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the questions. But I think since I have the microphone, I can also set a couple of my own questions and answer them. I think there was a previous question, and you'll excuse me. There was a previous question on Islamic capital markets earlier on. There's a lady from Salam Bank who had asked what efforts are being put in place, or what initiatives are being put in place, to ensure that we have Islamic capital markets products. And I totally understand where she's coming from, because I think as an Islamic bank, they need liquidity management tools that are Sharia compliant, and we are very much alive to that. For the Islamic banking sector to thrive, then you need capital markets based instruments to help them manage their liquidity, but in conformity with Sharia law. So being cognizant of that particular prerequisite, we are currently developing a framework, and in the next 3 to 4 months, we should be having guidelines that will provide a framework for issuance of products and trading of products that are Sharia compliant. So there is some good news, and keep your ears on the ground. That will be coming soon. The question on internet affordability, I need to start with a disclaimer. I am not an engineer, to start with. Then secondly, I wasn't so good at physics, but I was good at other things. I think I was good at commerce, economics. Physics was not my area
And maybe
of
technical drawing. It's okay.
Yes. Now, just trying to look at that particular question. How do we bring the cost of internet down? From a logical perspective, competition can be one way of bringing the cost down. I think if you've been following what Starlink has been doing globally, Starlink has been a disruptive force. Elon Musk and what they call low orbit satellites, I think he has about 8,000 of them. And wherever he has deployed, or wherever Starlink has gone, it's been a disruptive force. And it's actually pulled prices down, okay? Case in point, just across the region, if you hear the stories, I mean, what the incumbents are doing, the incumbents even petitioning Parliament to stop Starlink because of the effect that it's having on the pricing for internet. So competition can be one of opening up or reducing the affordability. Tax incentives, I think there's quite a bit of taxation around internet-based services. So I think if we can find ways of incentivizing, or we can find ways of reducing these taxes, then that should be able to bring the costs down. Then, you see, costs are just a function of your operating environment. Okay, if you can recall the doing business, cost of doing business or doing business index a couple of years back, World Bank report, okay, and it will look at so many functions or so many variables within your environment that affect your cost of doing business, okay, from something as simple as how easy it is for you to access electricity, okay. I remember a couple of years back, before national IDs came into place, okay, since banks could not trace you very well in the absence of a national ID, they had to factor that risk in the cost of your lending. So the absence of an ID, okay, contributed to high cost of lending, okay. So we need to identify those bottlenecks within the operating environment, okay. And if we're able to unlock those bottlenecks, okay, then that should translate into not only lower cost of internet connectivity, but that should also translate into lower costs in other areas, okay. Lastly, why are people not investing? I mean, to what extent are low incomes a function of, the current state of affairs, and what can be done? I totally hear you, and that was my first observation, part of my opening remarks, okay? The fact that, we need to address the income aspect of this, okay? We need, we seem to be so focused on, absorbing or adoption, okay? Without looking at the fact that, for me to adopt these financial products, I need to have an income first, okay? So the question is, what do we do in our current state? I think if you look at the global trends in low-income countries, we've seen innovations that target the bottom of the pyramid, okay? I know, like in insurance, you have what you call microinsurance. You have what are called micro-pensions, okay? And all these are cognizant of the fact that, yes, most of these products would work best, where people have low incomes, but at the same time, you need to tailor them or customize them to your environment, okay? So you need to come up with products that will be able to capture the bottom of the pyramid, okay? The low income individuals. Now, what are my parting shots? I think in conclusion, first and foremost, allow me to also recognize the effort of my colleagues who put this particular week together. I think we could give them a hand clap. Okay. I think in conclusion, we do appreciate the importance of financial inclusion in as far as mobilizing savings is concerned. Now, I'm being a bit selfish, looking at it from the capital markets perspective. We do appreciate that particular perspective, that capital is formed from your savings, okay? Regardless of how big or how small your savings are, okay? Capital is always formed from there. But again, before you provide that capital, okay, before you interact with the financial system, you need the knowledge, you need the know-how, and you also need to be confident enough that once I've interacted with this system, I'll get the best deal, okay? I think the likes of Kenneth talk about best execution, okay? I'll be able to get the best execution in as far as service is concerned at the lowest of prices and in an efficient manner, okay? So as an authority, I think we remain very committed to, furthering that goal of financial inclusion through a public education campaign in order to mobilize the savings that will eventually find their way or will be tapped by businesses as a long-term capital. I thank you.
Thank you, Dixon. I allowed you more time because you're the one hosting us, but I appreciate. Also to add on what he said, the minister earlier said the focus of government in NDP 4, one of them is sustainability, increasing production, productivity, and value addition in key sectors. He also mentioned about enhancing human capital development, supporting the private sector to drive growth and create jobs. Number 4 was building and maintaining strategic sustainable infrastructure and strengthening good governance, security, and the role of the state in development. So I hope that partly addresses some of your issues regarding income. Ken, you have 30 seconds to round off this.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just tie the two questions. I think you are very right that the cost of internet in the country is high, and in lowering it, we can address the issue that he raised about opportunities, employment, and earnings. When you look at the UBOS numbers, it's quite interesting. I saw it before I came in, and I was surprised. 74% of the population is under the age of 30. And effectively, I don't know how many in the room here fall in that category, but that's really the bulk of the country. And when you look at employment stats in that age group, I mean, it must be unemployment stats. It could be probably over 70% as well. And for us to address that, internet costs have to come down. I think I've seen in different, spaces where government is really working hard to invest in the national backbone and lower the cost of internet. So that is something that's very important. Hopefully we see it come down. I think as an investor in the 2 telcos in the country, it is something that they think about, they discuss, they realize that it is important for their growth as well, and their initiatives going towards seeing that the cost of internet go down, because that segment of their business is growing. Coming to the earnings being very low, I think I want to say that saving is a habit. It really doesn't depend on how much. Rather, it is you developing the habit. And it is very important that as Ugandans, as the 74% we are talking about, that habit gets embedded at a very young age. And that is why the NSSF, in conjunction with the various players in the market, we are trying to drive the financial literacy agenda. Just to say that even if it's 10,000, develop the habit of putting aside 10%, maybe 5%, maybe 15, maybe 20, and then you deal with the rest. But focus on saving. Once we can sort out the saving equation, then the other things come in. Investment, and so on and so forth, where the Bank of Uganda comes in, they'll be very happy. The capital market from a perspective of capital available for investment, and so on and so forth. So to your question, I think the habit is very important, but we acknowledge that capacity is critical as well. And as NSSF, we are working on building the capacity of the 70% that UBOS highlighted to be able to save. So we have programs like the High Innovator Program at NSSF, which is into its 5th year of operation. It has been a significant success. We are seeing increasingly small and growing businesses actually, qualifying for larger quantums of capital, which is positive. In the agriculture sector as well, where, we are told the biggest chunk of the population is employed, NSSF is also targeting interventions in that space. And I'm sure in the very near future, you will see a lot of initiatives coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken, for being very creative with my time, but that was very important. You've given us that. Andrew, your OB has issues with you that you would need addressed. And then after that, you give us your parting shots as well. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we'll address issues at the old boys reunion. But anyway, the lady who asked about the digital lenders, yes, we are aware. And in the coming week, we actually have an engagement with the Personal Data Protection Office, again, to try and find solutions to some of those challenges jointly with UMRA. But also, some of the preliminary investigative works that have been done have indicated that some of the borrowers, okay, because of the point I highlighted earlier, because of the low levels of digital literacy, some of the borrowers sign up certain permissions to the apps, providing access to contacts, providing access to the phone records. And so this, of course, is not an excuse for the lender to call the contacts, but it's a symptom of the bigger challenge that we have before us in as far as digital literacy is concerned. But yes, the concerns are still valid, and the central bank is doing its part within its regulatory boundaries. Cryptocurrency. First, I need to correct something. The central bank did not ban crypto because it's not within its mandate. However, what the central bank did was to caution the public about the dangers associated with crypto. Why? Again, because 50% of our population is digitally challenged. So the central bank, of course, mindful of the bigger consumer protection issues. Crypto has no consumer recourse mechanism. The volatility that comes with the cryptocurrency and other virtual assets today, you don't have a recourse mechanism. And in fact, it also poses potential financial integrity challenges, which could spill into financial stability concerns. So what the central bank did, in line with government, by the way, this started with the Minister of Finance in 2019, issued a caution, which was only reinforced by the central bank in 2021. The caution was that to protect the users of the digital space, digital financial services, the licensed payment service providers are not permitted to support that conversion. Okay, why? Because the majority of the users are not digitally savvy. They are not tech savvy. They are not able to appreciate the risks that come with crypto. So that's why the central bank took that decision. However, we do know that at peer-to-peer level, like you, my brother, you probably are involved in the transactions because you appreciate the risks. You probably use your bank card or your MasterCard or Visa card, and find a way of settling your peer-to-peer transactions. That happens, that is happening for those that are digitally tech savvy. The parting shots. Thank you. Colleagues, reflecting on the conversations this afternoon and earlier on, we have made some very good strides in the financial inclusion space. But I think we need to pursue this collaborative approach. And if I go back to the theme, tech-enabled financial inclusion, bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone, which is the theme for the Investor Week. This is very, very well aligned to the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. I mentioned that we've hit 80% for overall financial inclusion and 68% for formal financial inclusion. But we want to scale that up. In the financial inclusion strategy that we are running, we want to scale up usage and the quality of financial services. But not just that. We want the financial services to be delivered in an affordable, sustainable, and responsible manner. That's why among the target objectives, we have things like green finance, developing a green finance market, where CMA is already doing some work around green bonds and all sorts of initiatives. And that speaks to the sustainability agenda. However, like I said, it must be a joint effort for all parties, government and the private sector, together with our development partners. Otherwise, thank you very much for the conversations.
Thank you, the panelists, indeed embracing technology to ensure that we are moving to the next level. From where I work, I think it's very evident at Umeme. We've made sure that we empower you, our customers, that you can actually make whatever decision you want using your phone and in your hands. You want to buy your tokens, you want to plan for your power, and that is getting to you. So please, let's put our hands together for this panel here. And again, I want to thank Capital Markets Authority and USE for bringing these gentlemen to enlighten us. And thank you, our Director of Programs. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Peter. I think they deserve a round of applause. And as well, a photo session. They also deserve a photo, right? You guys are the people who are what? Do they deserve a photo? Yes, please let them come down and... Please. So, as they get their privilege of the photo, ladies and gentlemen, this almost closes this. We'll be out of here in about 10 minutes. Just so that you know, as part of the public education strategy, this has been organized together with the Uganda Securities Exchange, as Dixon has mentioned. But just giving you a recap, on Monday we had a press conference where the journalists were invited to a brief about what's going to happen. Still on Monday we had an express that had over 2,000 youth online addressing different topics. A hand clap to the innovation and using technology to be able to reach the youth. On Tuesday, we had media round tours across different media houses across the country to be able to reach those underserved communities. On Wednesday, with all due respect to the men, we had the Women in Investment Breakfast, which had about 500 people online and physically present at Protea Hotel Kololo. And then on Thursday, we had a very wonderful session with the university students. About 7 universities were invited to the auditorium, reaching about close to 120 people who are present. And today, we close this session with you. A hand clap to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. A hand clap to yourselves. Tech-enabled financial inclusion. Okay, let me help you again. Tech-enabled financial inclusion, bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone. Tech-enabled financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite, in his capacity as the director on the board of the Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Arnold Baguwaje, to give closing remarks. Mr. Arnold Baguwaje, you're welcome. A hand clap for him. Please stand. Just imagine you're inviting the minister. Please stand, ladies and gentlemen, as we... Please.
You may take your seats. This guy is a bit unfair. And all the other moderators, they would introduce all the spokespeople by talking about their profiles. They would have their fantastic faces up here. But anyway, at least he made you all stand. That's what's most important. Anyhow, so I'd just like to close this in a special way. First of all, by congratulating all of you for making it this far. Honestly, for all the events that we attend, you know, usually after lunch you have about 30–40% of the room. But I can confidently say that we are probably about 70–80%, and you know that is, that goes to show the kind of commitment to the subject. I'd also like to specifically thank the hotel for keeping the room very cold so that, you know, we could all remain focused and not dozing off. But most importantly, to thank the CMA, the USE, IOSCO themselves, and all the partners who, you know, all the guys who have banners up here, for bringing us together, for making the room lively. All the moderators and the program director would like to thank you very much for a special role and for a fantastic event that we've had. My job is to provide the closing remarks on behalf of the board, and I'll just read them verbatim. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this Capital Markets Roundtable to a close, I'm reminded of one key takeaway from today's discussions. That is the power of collaboration in shaping the future of our capital markets. We've spent the day exploring how technology can be a driving force for financial inclusion and sustainable finance, opening up opportunities that were once out of reach for many. From the experiences of issuers navigating sustainable finance to the investment opportunities for both individuals and businesses, and the evolving regulatory landscape of the capital markets, it is clear that the road ahead holds immense potential, but only if we work together as market players and key stakeholders. Today's theme, which was tech-enabled financial inclusion, bringing sustainable finance and investment opportunities to everyone, challenges us to ensure that no one is left behind as we innovate. The conversations we've had today highlight how critical it is for all players, businesses, regulators, government bodies, and investors to align their efforts in pushing the boundaries of innovation and inclusion. It is not just about embracing the technology, it's about ensuring that the solutions we develop are sustainable and tailored to our unique context to transform lives, to transform businesses, and to transform our economy and our country. The insights shared today from how companies are leveraging technology to the vital role of regulatory frameworks have provided a roadmap for how we can move forward together. I believe that the discussions we've had across the week are just the beginning. They underscore a collective commitment to not only grow our capital markets, but to do so in a way that supports equitable and sustainable development. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board of the Capital Markets Authority, I want to say well done and thank you to all those who have worked tirelessly to ensure all the activities arranged for the week were concluded successfully. Obugalo. That is, those are the famous words of the late Mutebile. I congratulate the awardees of the Public Education Championing, I congratulate the awardees of the Public Education Championing to keep the momentum, Public Education Championing, yeah, keep the momentum, continue creating the much needed awareness in the capital market space. To our panelists, thank you for sharing your expertise and for challenging us to think critically about the future. To our partners and sponsors, your support continues to drive these important conversations, and I thank you. And to all the participants, your engagement today shows the depth of commitment we all share in shaping the future of Uganda's capital markets. Let us take the energy from today's discussions and translate it into real, actionable steps that will open up investment opportunities for all. I'm confident that together we will create a capital market that is truly inclusive and innovative. Once again, I thank you all and wish you a good evening for God and my country. And I will invite myself for a photograph, as my colleague didn't do anything special for me. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Oh yeah, my face is finally due to public demand.
He's actually, yes, please, a photo for the board member. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me ask two people to stand without whom this idea, Arnold, please stay there. They're going to join you. Without whom this wouldn't have happened. They came together and thought it wise to have what a beautiful World Investor Week, and a hand clap to them even before you get to know them. The CEOs of the USE and the CMA, please, can we stand as we clap for them? Madame Josephine Okuyu-Osia and Paul Buiso, thank you very, 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 very much. Very, very much. Please come over and join the board member for a photo. I'm doing very well. So for your photo, are there any other board members of the Uganda Securities Exchange present who they left? So there's a photo here for the CEOs, and then immediately after that, the awardees, those that got different awards for different categories, please come with your awards and have a photo with the lady and gentleman here. And immediately after that, the sponsors, please prepare to come for a photo session. For a photo session here. Here, the sponsors, please just make your way here. The awardees, just come. I think people want to be able to leave. Okay, are we all here? Okay. And then the sponsors, you all know yourselves, but I'll try to read them out. Stanbic Bank, representatives of Stanbic Bank, Vision Group, Smart24, MTN, Umeme. The sponsors, please come on. As I read your names, DPF, ICA, Old Mutual, DFF, Level Africa, Britam, ICE, BOU, Gen Africa, Nick Holdings, NSSF, Presidential CEO Forum, and the Bank of Baroda. Please feel free to approach the bench, but come and take a photo. Please, just come and take a photo. And please let me know when you're done. Nick is here. Okay. Smart24, okay, Smart24 is here. And Level Africa, okay. And the last category is the staff and the staff of the Uganda Securities Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority. Please make your way here. All the staff, they've come together to organize this event. Please a hand clap for them. All the staff of, Arnold, while you're still here, yes. Arnold, you're still here, yes. Yes, as a board, yes. Not staff. Please, a hand clap for this. They've had sleepless nights. They've tried to put this together. They've cracked and tried to make decisions, very, very difficult decisions. And this has been a successful event, and I think we all agree. Ladies and gentlemen, be reminded that there's, first of all, booths outside from the different license categories, providing information on how you can start your investment journey or what you need to do. So please feel free to visit the booth. And also, there's tea. There's tea outside. So we don't want to get an audit query for you not having taken the tea. So feel free to the official cameraman, I don't know whether you're taking tea, but please feel free to come. He's at the photo booth, eh? Hey, the official cameraman, please, if you oh, yeah, he is, okay. A hand clap for us as we try to smile. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand clap to these people as they take their seats. There's been a lot of work, and thank you very much for staying till the end. A hand clap also to yourselves, please. Okay, I have been reminded that you can register for the ESG training masterclass. So please remember to register for that. But as we conclude, there are booths outside from the different persons licensed with the Capital Markets Authority. Feel free to visit, ask questions, engage, and let's have a fruitful discussion after this. I have been guided. Lynn has mentioned that we will have a bigger event next year. A hand clap, please. We will have a bigger event next year. We will be able to have a better event. Feel free to follow our socials going forward. Lynn wants to say something, but for me, CMS staff can stay behind. But please, a hand clap to Lynn and the team that put this together. A special hand clap to Lynn. Okay. Otherwise, have a good evening, and thank you all for coming. It's been a beautiful day, and God bless you. For God and my country.
As a member, we impact the community in different ways as part of our long sustainability agenda under ESG to continue to touch the lives of the Ghana.
Come over just at the front here. We have a very, very good session. CMA staff, just at the front here. CMA. Thank
you. Electricity contributes to the economic development of a community, as well as improves the quality of life of the members of that community.
Sanyuse okubalabanga umeme ate nsanyuka nga pamoja. Pamoja came in and said we want the customers to come nearer to us such that we find solutions